Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the front.
That's not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want to. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me, so I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated. I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this. Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not together. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
I'm always arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
You ever been to a Walmart? Come on now, Grid. You know you've heard dumber shit than that on a daily basis. I live in a yeah, that's true. I live in a city. I live in a left-leaning city. I don't listen to people in Walmart. Let's be honest, Grid. You have money. You don't go to Walmart, and if you do, I'm judging you. If you have money and you go to Walmart, like that says a lot about you. And like, unless that's like the only like store with like you're kind of out in the country somewhere and like you'd have to drive significantly farther to go somewhere else. But if you like choose out of a set of options, Walmart, and you have money, like I think less of you as a person. I buy work shirts at Walmart for like $8 each. Dude, I did the same thing. All right. And you know, I'm beginning to realize that, you know, there's some things I need to do to be a better streamer. One of those things is not wearing t-shirts on stream. Like I'm wearing this shirt. This shirt doesn't fit, but that's because it's really hard to find clothing that fits you when your size is XLXT or double XLT and not just like double XL or triple XL. And so like, cause like my real size is an XLXT, which means you have to order it on the internet. I'm ordering some shirts. What the fuck is T? No, T is tall. So my actual size is extra large, extra tall. But like I wear a lot of like double XL and triple XL. But I just end up with like a lot of extra room in the gut, and then like not quite enough room like beneath me. Yeah, it's like I've been making it a point to like, I'm not going to wear a suit and tie, but I am going to start like dressing somewhat nice. Cause like it doesn't fit my vibe to dress like a homeless person and then mostly talk about philosophy. Yeah, I'm too poor to tailor, but like at least wear a shirt that fits, that's a button up, you know? Slow things. Like I'm still a man of the people, but I need to not wear a shirt that may or may not have a nacho cheese stain on it from some other time, and it's a fucking Walmart pack of shirts. Sometimes cheap people make... Yeah, but the thing is that Walmart's not even cheap. Like, everything that is electronic at Walmart is the same price at every other major retailer. Everything that's grocery stores is like, other than the great value shit, which I'm judging you because if you're eating food, like great value food, and you have money, there's something fucking wrong with you. So if you're just eating regular produce and shit, there's better options at like everywhere, price-wise. The only thing that's cheap at Walmart is great value brand hygienic products and food products, which if you have money, you should be buying better shit. Shaming people for eating food? Well, look, the communists have convinced me that there is a fixed pie of resources on this earth, and I can't stay fat and love eating all the food if all you poors keep eating. Some of you are going to have to make the noble sacrifice so that my fat ass can eat more. As a streamer in the anarcho-capitalist subjectivist space, I need you to know that I am in competition with other streamers in the anarcho-capitalist objectivist space. And I will be very upset with all of you. Incredibly irate. Enraged beyond all recognition. And will totally not ban you or time you out if we get some ZZs in chat. I've not watched the video, but I have seen the Twitter fallout. And the Twitter fallout, fucking Dave Smith may or may not be fucked right now. His libertarian audience is a crumbling. So, kudos. I haven't even seen the fucking video yet, and I'm already congratulating Liquid Zulu just for the impact that it has had. All right? The impact that, we will watch it tomorrow because I'm going on a panel tomorrow. Or tonight, but like tomorrow we will react to the the Tales of a Celebritarian, 3.5 hour video that is half Dave Smith hit piece, half destroying pragmatism within the libertarian space and why we need hardcore academic theory minded libertarianism. That is the synopsis that I'm getting. So I want to watch it tomorrow. But just the fact that there have been thousands of posts in the libertarian space to such a degree that Dave Smith and many libertarians can't ignore it. The fact that a bunch of fake-ass libertarians have now openly rejected libertarians, some of them even changing their profiles and saying they're paleo-libs now, is a fucking success. Gatekeeping is good. I'm happy to see that when Liquid Zulu, he puts a video out like every 7 months or so, and this one's apparently Cost of Concordia Part 2. It's fucking 3.5 hours of spliced together images and arguments. I'm excited. I'm super excited, but I have a panel to do tonight, so we'll get to that tomorrow. Look, Liquid Zulu and I occupy relatively the same space. But the way I view it is a rising tide, kind of raises all ships, it sinks all ships, but, whatever. We're going with raises all the ships, because he doesn't stream that much, and I'm a streamer, and he puts out long form video content that I don't really do. So I think we're doing the same thing in different ways, but Liquid Zulu is smarter than me and more autistic than me. And in many ways that's helpful, and in some ways it's good that my dumbass here is here to speak to the dum-dums and do debates and stuff. Knowing you won't finish it in one stream. Last stream that I did a reaction, I kept a 2-to-1 ratio. All right. And so in order to maintain that 2-to-1 ratio, we need 7 hours. Let's talk about the Jews. Vote harder won't solve shit. Neither will attacking Jews or Judaism. Like your hatred of the Jews is just a distraction from the real problem. You could kill every single solitary Jew in the world. You could press a button and every Jew and every person that is only 1/4 Jewish, press that button, you're going to have more problems, not less. And when the dust settles, you're going to have the same problem and there will be no more Jews. It's a low resolution model thinking to think that Judaism is this special fucking thing that runs the world. It's not. This is just what happens when you recognize there are problems, but you're not smart enough to figure out what any of them are, so you just blame the Jews. I've said Jews so many times and said like killing and things like that I feel like the stream's going to get taken down by some AI bot that doesn't realize that I'm arguing against that. You know what I mean? What's up with dropping the bordertarian stance? All right, so hold on. Let me put my headset volume down a little bit so I'm not distracted by music. First of all, I didn't even know Liquid Zulu was dropped. I knew he was dropping a video, but I wasn't following it enough to understand that that me dropping the bordertarian stance was going to happen hours before it was the worst time to be a bordertarian. Please trust me in that I had no ulterior motives to writing that long post. It's just like I dropped it during the premiere of his video. I didn't even know that the video was coming out until a few hours later. Right? It is just one of those stars aligned situations. Like I knew he was making a Dave Smith video. I didn't think anything of it. Right? My position previously has been one of, yes, I want to abolish the state. And that eventually means abolishing the border. And my position was that, you know, the state, and I still feel this way to a certain degree, that the state is essentially a game of Jenga. And that if you pull the things out in the wrong order, the whole thing tumbles down and it's not really effective for us. And so this was for a long time my reasoning and my logic against, there's like people like Alice Decay and people like that make really dumb arguments because they refuse to engage with the stronger bordertarian argument. But to be honest, the stronger bordertarian argument has just been me. I've looked, like, I've had the best arguments for bordertarian out of anybody anywhere. Everyone that was like there was no better person with a bordertarian argument. Bruh, the neighbors are doing that weird hammering again. Headphones. I think Hoppe is close. Yeah, but I developed my ideas off of Hoppe and then cleaned and corrected them. But yeah, I definitely did read Hoppe and his invitee system. That was the system that I was putting forward, but I went into more depth. And I made, like, his was mostly against the free movement of people versus the free trade of products, right? His was like an argument against libertarians from like the economic differences between free trade and free immigration. And so it was of my opinion for a very long time that in order to, that if we advocate quote unquote open borders, that what we are advocating for, what we are doing is we are playing in the hands of the socialists that are, attempting to import massive amounts of immigrants, give them lots of welfare, force them into communities, reimburse their landlords, and destroy the West so that they can prop up socialist schemes. I still agree that is the case, that when you are proponent of quote unquote open borders, that is what you are doing, especially when you do not make any caveats to what the actual problem is. My issue was, And I'm, like people attacked me for this as well. I know like Roland was upset with me. Couple of other people in like on Twitter were upset with me because in my posts, my long post, which is my pinned post on my Twitter, if you want to read it, just go to my Twitter. Links are in the description, or my Zitter, my X, whatever. Links are in the description of the video, and they pop up occasionally on in chat as well. Was that like, look, I wish it was like arguing with Liquid Zulu that made me switch the stance. I wish that like I read some like 600-page volume somewhere that like was like, okay, this like my logic is incorrect. What made me realize the thing you have to understand about the bordertarian position, as so far as I was maintaining anarcho-capitalism, was that position was based off of a presumption that it was more important to tackle socialist systems and welfare and to transition us into this invitee system so that we could avoid the crisis. And that by avoiding that crisis, we could, kind of push an incrementalism that got us there. And I was unconcerned, and I still am unconcerned with the concept of, oh, but you're advocating or justifying aggression by the state. It's a shit argument. It always was. It's a shit argument when Zulu makes it. It's a shit argument when ANCAP Air makes it. It's a shit argument when that oh my God, I can't think of his name, the ANCAP that only ever quote tweets people, that has like an Adventure Time, the little cartoon guy from Adventure Time, right? Like when all of these pro open borders libertarians argue and they say, oh, it's reductive, right? The state is the aggressor in this. I am not the aggressor, but all of that hinges upon the state refusing to give up power. And if they refuse to give up power, then my position previously was that an invitee system was a practical means that we could advocate for to try and tackle these other systems. And over time, I have seen I was forced to look at that again. And what honestly, as sad and pathetic as it is, what made me do that reexamination, many people are saying that was my argument. That is not my argument. What made me go back and relook at my thinking was the depravity of conservatives in this country and the depravity of the current administration. I've said from the very beginning that, like, arresting Lupita, who's been here for 20 years because of like documents, is just fucking evil. It just is. And I don't buy your legal positivist claim. Well, it's actually illegal because they crossed the border. Like, no, it's just evil. It's evil to separate families and destroy people, right? And like I knew that going in. That's fine. But when I saw so many conservatives joyously celebrate this, right? Like so many conservatives being like, yes, this is what I voted for. It made me re-look at something that I had missed. And what I had missed was that the system of immigration is a ping pong between the left and the right in this country, where the left creates welfare systems to import millions of people to displace you and steal wealth and assets and resources from you to deny you opportunities to bring in large amounts of immigrants. And then the right does a half-ass job of enforcing immigration laws, gets rid of a drop in the bucket, and this very system is then used to convince the normie Republicans, the normie conservatives, that A, they're doing something to fix the problem, and B, to displace all of the problems of socialism onto the problems of immigration. That by supporting a system of closed borders as incrementalism, I am actually doing the exact opposite of aiding the dismantling of the socialist systems in our country, because they use immigration as a scapegoat and then they refuse to meaningfully tackle the socialism that brought in the immigrants in the first place. That they're like, oh, we're going to get rid of them and then housing will be fixed. No, it fucking won't. You just got rid of a bunch of construction workers. And they go, oh, but it's a supply and demand equation. It's like, yeah, well, when you get rid of people, you shift the supply and demand equation, right? Like there is not a meaningful redress of all of the socialist systems that imported the third world here to begin with. And so I began to realize that the callousness, the evil that I'm seeing from conservatives is driven by this game that the power elites are playing to ping pong off of us. That Trump, no conservative, no Republican, has ever been serious about immigration. They're not serious about deporting millions of people. He gets out there and he talks about deporting people, and then he gives special fucking consideration to people in the hospitality industry and agriculture. He knows that getting rid of the immigrants is damaging to the country's economy, and yet what he wants to do is make a show of it so that we don't have to meaningfully tackle socialist policies that are causing these problems. And that by getting into this conversation about this pragmatic, practical aspect of well, I understand that the state's the aggressor here, but they're not going to fix it, right? So we should transition to a more liberty thing because at least we can do that, and at least that'll be better. Instead, the state is going to do the most heinous of crimes, and they're going to make sure that the immigration system consistently supports and props up large corporations that get them elected in office, and that they're never actually going to address the problem that they caused. They just want to ping pong the problem back and forth so that they can maintain all of the socialist systems that are destroying our country. Yes, removing welfare and minimum wage laws literally solve the immigration crisis real quick. I would add that we need to get rid of anti-discrimination laws so that people can discriminate against immigrants if they so choose, so that communities aren't forced to integrate just if somebody has the money with an ethnic or cultural population that they don't like. And I think that goes a long way more towards the crime aspect and a lot of other things. But yeah, those are the three things I would say would essentially get rid of the immigration problem. What discovery? Chris? We actually have enough homes. They're just cheaply made and expensive because of all the government spending, mass regs. I mean, immigration is also part of it too. Like, let's be honest, right? Like, you have a lot of illegals building homes that are like utter fucking garbage. And then you have lots of red tape and governments working with large construction companies and socialists to ensure that these, molded form factor homes that are mass produced that like fall apart in a year or two get through all of these inspections as well. You should have known the socialist border managers would be socialists. Look, man, I'm not proud. I'm not. For some of you that have been here from the beginning, I wasn't an ANCAP. I wasn't an objectivist. My views have shifted. My views have evolved. I am constantly learning. And maybe it's wrong or morally fucked up or something. Maybe you have that opinion. I disagree on that I'm teaching my belief system and I'm preaching and arguing my belief system while my belief system is evolving. But I think the exact opposite is true. I think it's good for me and good for you guys and to be as open about this as I possibly can. I was wrong. I did a giant post to do a mea culpa. I made a mistake and I used my ability to debate and my intellect to preach and strengthen a message that is ultimately damaging to this country. Now, 99% of what I argue for, I think I'm doing the right thing, but yeah, I make mistakes. I don't know what to say other than that, I think there is this thing, at least as far as I see it, where you want to violate the NAP sometimes, right? Like we all do. We all come to a crossroads where there's some specific context where it's like the NAP isn't working here. Something's wrong here. What I think that is that's an intuition And that intuition is correct, even if the thought that pops into your head that the NAP is wrong here, or that you can justify something against the NAP is wrong. But the intuition is correct. And I don't take back that intuition. I don't take back that there is mud GDP. It's got nothing to do with anything that we were talking about. Right? Like that intuition showcases that there's something happening, right? That there's some failure for you to perceive the entire relevant context of the situation, right? Like that there's something happening behind the scenes, or that what you're hearing isn't matching with reality in some way, right? And I think when it goes back to my previous position on the bordertarian position, I think I'm a stronger advocate for private borders and anarcho-capitalism because of having that position. Is you see this with so many of the open borders libertarians on Twitter all throughout, right? I don't think you see this with Zulu, but also Zulu's so autistic that like it's hard to get him to properly communicate certain things, which is that it is a socialist system. It is designed to import the third world forcibly into your country. It is designed to destroy the middle class. It is designed to prop up welfare systems. And that if you don't talk about that when you talk about immigration, then I can't take you seriously. If all you focus on is this is an imaginary border, the state doesn't have the right to stop the free movement of people across this border, therefore you're wrong. If that's all you do, and that's your whole argument, then there's a problem there. And that problem is stemming from the fact that you are ignoring an elephant in the room, which is that you and your view on this very specific isolated incident allies with corporations and Malthusians and, the World Economic Forum in their plan to destroy the Western society. Importing Muslims is in the Milner-Fabian plan? Yeah. Right? Like, and when he says Fabian, he doesn't mean me. Mine is a like a wink and a nod to the Fabian Society as an incrementalist. And so like I that intuition was correct. That intuition that the way that we have communicated immigration from the anarcho-capitalist perspective has been dog shit. Utter dog shit. Is that we have conveniently aligned with leftists and with corporations that want to destroy America and have not adequately explained how the strategy is not about the immigration policy, but about the welfare system that dysregulates the market, that interrupts the natural movement of people and is designed to steal wealth and prosperity from Western society. Does this matter in the end if both sides want a state managing borders anyway? Not by much. We're just arguing the path there with the least conflict, in my opinion. I don't understand this question. I'm not sure what you mean by both sides. I'm assuming you're meaning leftists and like, I don't know which sides you're specifically referencing. What are the two sides that both want the state managing the border? And then what path are we choosing that is the least conflict? Like, I don't get it. Ignoring an elephant in the room. We aren't saying don't get rid of the welfare state and civil rights. We're saying don't violate people's rights. I disagree, Smug. I disagree. I think that if you're going to argue about immigration and you're going to hyper focus on one specific area, which is trying to win the logic argument of the NAP as it applies to rights of individual free people moving across the border, that you have failed in your dare I say it as an objectivist duty, right? To to communicate to normal people that you're not for what it is that the socialists want, that you need to talk about the welfare state, that you need to talk about civil rights and the inability to anti-discrimination laws and things of that nature. You need to talk about how there are reimbursement programs for landlords to house illegal migrants or illegal, you need to talk about how that border is in name only for the socialists because they have all of these policies that are designed to steal money from people, etc. And then you need to contrast that and say that the border is not the thing. It is not the person. It is not Lupita, trying to run away from a socialist dictatorship or a fucking, cartel infested home. She's not the fucking problem. The problem are the corporations that lobby and the politicians and the billionaire donor class in congruence with NGOs that have created all of these funding mechanisms that bring Lupita here, that gives Lupita all of these extra assets and all these extra opportunities at the cost of your opportunities and your ability to thrive. Like when you look at, and you need to call out the lies of the left when they're like, oh, no illegal immigrant gets any welfare. That's so ridiculous. When they all get it through their children, when they get it by other illegal means, when landlords get reimbursement programs, so it's not counted as them getting it, but they're paying less rent than you are. Like, why are you paying more rent than an illegal immigrant? All of those things. I think that is an important part of that conversation. And I think that intuition in that failure to communicate that was a big thing that kept me from being able to see the other problems that those people also weren't pointing out, right? Like Liquid Zoo, like the conclusion that I came to about the means of this ping pong system and how immigration is utilized and immigration enforcement is utilized to prop up these very socialist systems. I didn't hear that from a single fucking open borders libertarian, right? Like I didn't hear that from any of those people. And maybe if I had heard that argument presented by, one of our debates by Liquid Zulu or some other person, maybe I wouldn't have been so strong of a border maybe I wouldn't have been such a closed borders advocate. I mean, like, there is this concept of the rider and the elephant, right? And so, like, when something goes against your intuition, it's exceedingly difficult to accept that thing, regardless of whether or not you're right or wrong. And I think the rhetoric around this issue has been an abject failure from the open borders libertarians. And I say that as I have slowly morphed the other way. What's insane and evil? Both don't want the state managing borders, open borders. Yeah. Okay, so assuming you're saying open borders and bordertarians, not by much. We're just arguing the path with the least conflict, in my opinion. Well, yeah, that's still my opinion, right? It's still my opinion that you have to be careful when you engage with the state how you go about dismantling the state. Like, you have to be careful about like what it is that you advocate and push for dismantling, because if it's done in the wrong order, it often backfires. But that is and people, you can call that pragmatism. It's not pragmatism, right? And if it is, then pragmatism isn't as evil as many of the ANCAPs have laid it out to be. Insofar as it's an understanding that I have the button, I'll push the button, right? Give me the button that gets rid of the borders, I'll push the button. But it's an important thing to notice that there are smart ways to engage with dismantling the state, and then there are dumb ways, because at the end of the day, we have to convince, the other 96, 97, 98% of the population that is, nowhere near us in our philosophy or beliefs. But the main reason I did that post was just because I wasn't going to just like casually become an open borders person. and like not mention anything. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I knew that I needed to make that post, and it's just kind of weird timing that it happened as Liquid Zulu's video was premiering, and I promise you I didn't coordinate that. I didn't even know. I didn't think Liquid Zulu's video would be so powerful in the libertarian space. Like, it's like, no offense, Liquid Zulu's made a lot of videos and like they get views, but they're not phenoms that change the way like we have discussions online. You don't agree with Liquid Zulu's remnant strategy, I imagine? Well, I haven't seen the video. I've seen the reaction to the video. We're going to react to it tomorrow. So I don't know exactly what it is that what is his proposed remnant strategy. What do you think of libertarian Leninism by Springtime of Nations? I feel like I've watched that video, but I can't adequately recall I can't adequately recall what their main thesis was. Like, I like Springtime of Nations. I've watched some of their stuff. I think I've watched the video in question where they go over that, but maybe I was like not really paying attention. Like, I didn't do it on stream and like react to it. Like, if I listened to it, which I think I did, I like listened to it like in the car or something while driving or like while playing a video game. I was like, oh, that's interesting. I just don't deeply remember it. Based on what you said, how illegal immigrants get treated with better living benefits compared to U.S. citizens that pay insane costs of rent. I mean, like, I wouldn't say that they live better, right? But they definitely do. When you compile all of the systems and you count their children, you count rent reimbursements and things like that, they are not the net positive on our economy that Cato likes to pretend that they are. And that's because of that socialism, right? Like that is because of that welfare system, right? Like when the first Americans, came over during the Ellis Island portion of immigration, a third of them went back home, and a third of them, I'm saying a third. We don't have perfect data on this, right? What we do have is half of them no longer, like more than half of them no longer lived in the area. The problem is it's hard to tell what percentage of them went back home and then what percentage of them went out west, right? But the overwhelming majority of those immigrants did not stay in New York and in Philadelphia and in Boston, right? They either went home or they took the government's kind of like, they went and homesteaded property. Right, like the only people that stayed were the people that could make it. And some of them were people that were so destitute that they couldn't find a way back home. But a lot of people that were like, struggling to make it here in America went back home because there was a culture that demanded that they assimilate, right? You were Irish, you showed up on the boat, you tried to get a job with a thick Irish accent. Everywhere you went, you'd see signs that say Nina, no Irish need apply. Well, that's illegal now. Right? Like they would have difficulty finding places to live because people didn't want a bunch of fucking ruffian fucking drunk Irishmen in their neighborhood. And they had that right to isolate those people. And of the people that stayed, they integrated really well and they became valuable members of society to the point where, we used to think of Irishmen as like not white. Now they're just normal Americans. They're just typical white people. Why? Because they deeply assimilated into our culture. And the reason they did is because they weren't given a fuck ton of handouts and people discriminated against them until they morphed into our culture, adopted our work ethic, adopted our lingo, hid their language to a certain extent and became Americans. Like we don't need, like, you can have an open border. Most of them will fucking leave. Everyone that was in Zulu's after party laughing about Gandalf raping day and having a 10 minutes of hate on Dave Smith are LARPing, do not actually believe in the nap. Simple as. I don't know anything about the raping day memes or the 10 minutes of hate and how how that correlates to whether or not they believe in the nap, I don't fucking know. Only in America where a poor person is fatter than the richest man in my country. Yeah, I mean we have an overabundance of food in this country, especially with welfare systems. But also like we eat shit food. Like hilariously enough, Hispanics have the highest life expectancy in America. Talk about all the discrimination you want to talk about, right? Oh, you know, the Latinos and the racism, et cetera, but Hispanics have the highest life expectancy by race in America. They live significantly longer than white people do in America, who live significantly longer than black people do in America. And the thing is that a lot of that comes down to food. Like Hispanics cook their own food. And, you know, there's a culture, you know, of machismo, Marianissimo, and maintaining large families and, you know, interconnectedness with the family, being involved in most things. And so that connection of that cultural adherence to femininity, that connection with the family and the diet choices that they make, they don't eat the same shit food. And so, yeah, we can make the memes about like, you know, every Latina woman after 40 turning into a torta or whatever. But at the end of the day, they eat better food and their obesity isn't as much of a problem as it is for other races in this country because part of it is the food that they eat. The WK-UK Gandalf video does not demonstrate anything to do with the nap. I don't even know what the WK-UK Gandalf. You can't have both at the same time. Otherwise, you're just pulling in socialists freeing socialism, unaware of reason behind the migration. It's not just ironic, it's by design. Yet we need neither. Yeah, but you also can't have both open borders and a welfare state, but you also can't have closed borders and a welfare state. Like, how's that working out for us? It's not. It's destructive to the rights of millions of people, some of whom are Americans, most of whom aren't. And like the immigration system is breaking, like it's already a broken system. So we need to get rid of both. And what I have come to realize is that the maintenance of the closed border system is a system that is used to scapegoat immigrants as the problem, as opposed to socialism as the problem. And so I no longer advocate for it, but I'm not going to ever advocate for open borders. I'm going to stick to my guns on this, that I'm advocating for private borders. I'm going to, because I refuse to use the words that align with the socialist cause. So if you hear me talk about immigration in the future, and I don't really want to talk about too much here because my thinking on it has evolved to a certain degree, and so I kind of want to do more reading. I kind of want to think on it more. Maybe I'll have a talk with Liquid Zulu or something when I get back from like DebateCon or something. But it's just I don't want to stand on my high horse on a position that I recently changed, right? Like that'd be insane. I mean, that would be exactly what you would expect from a narcissistic streamer. but nevertheless, right? Like I kind of want to think on it or talk to some other people about it maybe. But yeah. I'm sure we will talk a lot more about it tomorrow with Liquid Zulu and stuff. Hassan was banned from the VIP room after Mom Donnie's win while on video. Pretty funny. Yeah, he got banned from the VIP room, and then like Mom Donnie is taking a photo with oh god, what is George Soros' son's name? Scott Soros? Can't remember his name. I think it's Alex. Which one is it? I can't remember which one is the one. It's the one dating Huma Abedin, but Alex. But I don't think Alex is his actual name. Yeah, it's Alex. It's Alexander. But he goes by Alex. Yeah. So he's taking a photo with, DNC billionaire donor class in, future George Soros. You're racist, Scott? LOL. It depends on how you define racist. If you define racist as believing that like my race is superior in every means, to the dirty mongrels that are the other racists, then no. But if you define racism as like prejudice plus power, we're all racist because we're white. But also, if you define racist as recognizing that there are differences in races as a collective, as a demographic, and that I recognize those differences, and that some of those differences should be and ought be valued as negative, and vice versa as positive, then like, yes, I'm racist. And like, I don't give a fuck if anyone wants to be like, oh, you're racist because you think blacks have an average IQ of 85. And I'm like, that's reality. So if like racism is just recognizing reality, then like then being racist is a good thing and you should wear it as a badge of honor. But that doesn't mean that I think that like black people are somehow inferior to the whites in a large way. It just means reality, right? That black people are inferior when it comes to G factor than whites on average. There are breakaways in both races. There's plenty of utterly mentally challenged or just super low IQ whites. And like, one out of 6 black people has an IQ of 100 or above, right? So 1 out of 6 black people is going to have an IQ above the average white person. And 1 out of 40 black people is going to have, roughly, it's not a perfect standard distribution, but roughly 1 out of 40 black people is going to have an IQ above 115. And to be honest with you, every time I see black people doing crazy shit, like we're going to rob Walmart because Trump won't give us our EBT. And it's like, you don't understand how all of these things are not connected the way you think they are. And on top of that, you're just advocating going and robbing people because you're not getting free monies. I feel sorry for the 1 in 40 blacks, man. That's who I feel the most sorry for. I feel sorry for the 115 plus IQ black people, the 1 out of 40, right? That is just like, dude, why are my people like this again? You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't think that like your blackness makes you inferior, but I do think reality is a thing. So, I mean, call that what you will. Scott, do you feel like an intellectual revolution is happening compared to previous generations? I think it's way too soon to make that prediction. It feels like a lot of things are changing. It feels like we may be at a breaking point. Whether or not that necessitates an intellectual revolution, I don't know. It's an opportunity for an intellectual revolution. I'll give you that. The ground is fertile for an intellectual revolution. And there are a lot of people going in different ways. Some are becoming groypers. Some are becoming, full-blown communists. Some are becoming libertarians. The libertarians are becoming real libertarians, right? There's a lot of things happening, but whether or not that movement, that opportunity, facilitates an intellectual revolution is anyone's guess. Why is it always your streams that buffer when I try to scroll back and watch it on 2x speed? I don't know. I'm streaming at 1080. My bit rate is right where it should be. My connection is always good. The only thing I can say is YouTube, doesn't have the stream health is always set as excellent. It's captured at 2560 by 1440 or whatever. But the output is at 1080p. Sometimes I do wish I wasn't black so I don't have to be viewed as a narcissistic target from others with the race bait bullshit. LOL. Yeah, man, I like to date black girls, right? And it's that's not really a secret on this channel. And like, but the type of black girls that like a nerdy white guy are very they're not the same. I imagine they're probably much like you, Crod, but female, obviously. Like they don't like I'm not invited to the cookout. I mean, like I'm invited to the cookout because I'm a +1, but like they don't like being at the cookout either. right? Like they go there and they're just like, okay, well, you know, you have to meet my family, right? Like they don't want to be there that long because it's not their place. Like they don't mesh with their own people because their culture, because they're an outsider in their own culture, because they don't accept many of the paradigms that have been put on to black people in this country. And so it's a very weird and interesting thing. It's not just like a sexual attraction to a skin color, I think, for a lot of black women that date a lot of white men. It's about an escape from a culture that they don't identify with and that doesn't accept them or their ideas. That, I mean, like, I could be wrong, but that is the vibe that I get. Not all skin folk is kinfolk, you feel? Oh, God, that feels wrong. Hypothetical, you're suddenly thrust into presidency. They tell you they can pass a bill that eliminates income tax, but requires a 10% increase in welfare programs to pass. What do you do? I immediately strike that bill down. I'm not getting rid of a tax if that tax doesn't come with a decrease in spending. Because if you're getting rid of a tax, but you're maintaining the same level of spending, then all you're doing is doing money printer go burr, and you're creating more debt and you're creating inflation, which is just a form of taxation. So like you're not actually reducing taxation at all. What you're doing is you're just moving taxation on to future generations and then ensuring that those with a lot more wealth are able to gobble up more of that power. And then by gaining more of that power, the middle class and the poor are fucked even worse. So yeah, I'm not taking that deal. That's like a lose-lose deal. It just only sounds good on paper because it gets rid of a tax. Right? Like it's like, now vice versa. They say you can eliminate welfare programs, but it will require an increase of income tax at 10%. What do you do? Ooh, that's a much harder one, right? Because getting rid of the welfare programs is actually cutting the spending, but then I'm taking more money from people. I'm only doing that deal if I can put that money towards the debt and thus reduce the inflationary costs that our country is incurring. Right? Like I'm only taking that deal if I can use that money in a means that lowers the taxation and the theft from people in the future. I'd take that deal. You can call me anti-libertarian all you want because I voted for an increase on taxes. But in reality, what I'm doing is I'm cutting spending and I'm cutting taxation to the best of my ability. ANCAPs need to host a quiz show called Bite That Bullet. Why would you host a show that is designed to make libertarians look bad? Like, that's the dumbest idea I've ever heard. I mean, it'd be entertaining for some folks, but it would just be a means of clipping the people on the show so that socialists could use those clips of them biting certain bullets, especially out of context, as a means of attacking libertarianism. Like, that's a terrible idea. It might make good content, but it's not going to make it's not going to promote liberty. I'm not saying you should lie, but you shouldn't specifically create a show that is designed to clip farm against libertarians. Like, that's just a dumb idea. Would be good content, though. I'll give you that. And sometimes good content gets views, and sometimes views can translate to talking to more people. And talking to more people means you get to add that context and create more libertarians. So I could be wrong. But I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to be a part of something that is designed to clip farm shit against libertarianism. You think gay couples should defend their weed farms with machine guns? Yes, Jim. That's the easiest thing ever. Also, not a huge fan of the gays. I'm gonna be honest. the older I get, the more I'm like I don't hate them. I don't want to use state power against them. And it's like, man, you guys are fucking weird. You're not my people. I got an in-group preference for people that like fuck naturally and want to breed and want to continue society, as opposed to like party and do coke. I've had gay friends. Obviously not last name, but Giovanni. I lost him in a divorce because he was friends with my ex-wife more than he was friends with me. We were cool. I loved him. We both got kicked out of a lesbian bar together. Right? But like the older I get, the more I'm just like, I don't want to invest the time to see if you're one of the good ones. Like if we happen to hang out, I'm not going to be hateful. We'll hang out, but like I'm not going to seek out a gay best friend. What's the problem? I don't know. Is there a problem? There's a lot of problems. Not gonna lie, that's exactly how I feel about straights. I mean, it makes sense. You know what I mean? Like they're not really your people per se. You know what I mean? We just view the world differently. Yeah, what the fuck is up with that? Like, share, subscribe. Nobody has donated. This says Nashville cash. Yes, the sub goal is 100, but I'm gonna keep up the same sub goal tomorrow. So it's the same as it usually is. $50 a stream. Super chat, boys. Help me have some extra cash, to go to Nashville. I'm going to go to Grid's thing. I should be debating someone at Grid's event. I might be doing 2 debates. It depends on whether or not Admiral Gibbs wants to do the DCS thing and wants to do a live debate there or not. We'll see. Might be fun, might not. I don't know. I don't know what the plans are, other people. We need to get Scott a trans wife like Mentis. I mean, I already have kids. So like, I don't care about the not having kid thing. And I don't care about you guys calling me gay. In fact, it'd be actually kind of fucking awesome for argumentation's sake to really just go hardcore on the, on like the anti-queer theory shit and then have a trans wife. But like, man, she's got to be really hot for me to be okay with it. Like, like it's got to be really good to give up pussy and to be doing some gay shit and like even the 10 out of 10 trans women, it's like as soon as you see them in video, you're like, oh, you're not that hot. Like you were really hot in like a photo shoot with filters. But then, like, I see you and, like, you're just a gay man. Like, it's like, it better be some primo. Like, the type of trans woman that I would be willing to be with is probably out of my league, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, the type of trans woman that I could get, I don't fucking want. I think that's just getting older, Scott. Maybe. On a scale of 0 to 10, where 0 is 100% woke and 10 is 100% chud, where would you put yourself? I mean, 100% probably. Or sorry, hold on, wait a minute. Scale of 0 to 10, where 0 is 100% woke and 10. I mean, 9.5. I don't know. Like the scale doesn't make sense because to me, wokeness is critical theory and praxis, right? Like in the instantiation of critical theory and critical philosophy. So I have 0 woke in me. But if you mean like I have some like culturally accepting values, then like, yeah, maybe like an 8. You're like an 8.5. Right? If you mean like I have like some values where I don't give a fuck what some people do, sure. But I have no critical theory in me whatsoever. Scott, have you heard of environmental racism? Pause. Environmental racism is an old thing from like before even queer theory started popping off. That's some old shit. Maybe it's making a comeback, but environmental racism is an old thing. I learned about that. I have you forget I have a sociology degree. I don't just have a I have a minor in religious studies, and then I have a sociology degree and a psychology degree. You think I didn't hear about environmental racism in all the sociology classes I took? I heard about it in multiple classes. My neo-Marxist history teacher mentioned it today. any idea what the fuck he's talking about. So environmental racism, right? If you accept the concept from critical theory that systems can be racist, right? That like white supremacy is a system of privilege and power, etc., then environmental racism would be situations where the system and you also have to accept the disparate impact is proof of racism, right? Then like, remember how, how like I talk about lead water pipes being predominantly in inner cities? That would be an example of environmental racism, because lead in the drinking water disproportionately affects black people. And so that is the environment or the infrastructure that is an intentional choice by the state to not update that infrastructure to accommodate the people living there. And that choice must be racist because it disproportionately affects black people. Can you guys just leave Dave Smith alone? Oh no, poor Dave Smith, the guy who gets all of the Joe Rogan podcast episodes from supposed libertarians. What will he ever do? Why can't we just leave him alone? Why can't we just leave him and all of the pragmatists and Mises corrupt people that gatekeep as hard as they can to make sure that real libertarians don't end up on any large podcast, that they don't go and spread their message because they feel like crabs in a bucket, and they have to try and maintain the relevance they have of pushing bullshit philosophy to millions and millions of people while being millionaires. Why can't we just leave those people alone? Oh, those poor people. Like, fuck off. I know you're probably joking, but the continent of Africa is racists. I mean, I don't know that I get that one, Jon Snow. Can a minarchist ever be a real libertarian? Yes. Over time, a minarchist can stop being a minarchist and can become a libertarian. I'm one. I was a minarchist at one point. So absolutely, a minarchist can be a libertarian. They just can't simultaneously be both a minarchist and a libertarian. The difference between a minarchist and an anarchist is 6 months. I mean, if they read the theory, yeah, that's been the joke. Dave Smith is a big face of libertarianism. Whenever he preaches things like the whole military on the border, he makes people think that is libertarian. Yeah. I'm sure that's like probably one of the main theses of Zulu's video. But again, I haven't seen it intentionally so I could watch it on stream with you guys tomorrow. I was gonna like watch videos and shit. But like now it's almost time to like hop into Prime Kai's panel. So it is what it is. We got like 20 minutes before it starts. How long am I planning on streaming tomorrow? I mean, I don't know. I'm probably gonna do like a little half hour to hour chit chat and then try to get through Zulu's video. And if I'm good on time with getting through Zulu's video, I'll watch it at 1.25 speed. And then there will be a ratio of like 1 to 2. I mean, not 1 to, it'll be like a 1-to-1 ratio of the actual video, not the sped up time of the video, but the actual video. If I can do that. So, well, no, the last time I did those 2 debates, I kept the 1-to-1 ratio pretty well. So I'm going to attempt to do the same thing, and curtail myself again. So hopefully I can get through his video in about 7 hours. Because this is a 3.5 hour video. Would I consider a utilitarian ANCAP a libertarian? Yes and no. Like, I would say that they're wrong. And that they're kind of like something else than ANCAP. But if the utilitarian states everything ANCAP, like it's kind of a distinction without a difference. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't consider them an ANCAP. I would still consider them like because they don't believe in the non-aggression principle as at a minimum an axiom. And so if they don't believe in it as a minimum of an axiom, then there is no guarantee that that person won't simply change their mind and then believe that they can violate the NAP under certain circumstances. So that's not our philosophy. They're pragmatists, yeah. But if they believe one-to-one everything that we believe, again, it's kind of like a distinction without a difference. And honestly, I think a true utilitarian, given perfect information, would be an ANCAP. Like if you were an adequately low time preference person, you would arrive at anarcho-capitalism via utilitarianism if you had perfect information. But the problem is that that's impossible to do because value is subjective. What is the difference between an anarchist and a patsy turned into a floor mat for a despot? Is there a joke coming here? You skip the minarchist phase of libertarianism? I mean, that's wild, Shadow Warden. What's the difference between an anarchist and a patsy turned into a floor mat for a despot? Answer, 6 seconds after a revolution. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. It's pretty accurate. If a revolution occurs, yeah. That has been the history. Thoughts on analytical philosophy with the logic equations and things like that. I leave that up for better people, man. Like when I start talking to people and they're like, give me the P is not P and map it out. And like, I want to know, actually, that's not a contradiction. That's a contrary. And this other statement is a subaltern and blah, blah, blah. Like, I think that has value for sure. It's just not the type of content that I personally produce. It is the type of content that I will occasionally consume. But it's not the type of content that I produce. And I don't think it's very effective at arguing to a large audience, though it can be effective to a fellow autistic person. How can gatekeeping be good if gatekeeping is why we're not able to go mainstream in a lot of ways? Pause. There is an assumption in this question that I think is a very strong and potentially false assumption, which is that gatekeeping is why we're not able to go mainstream in a lot of ways. You could make the argument, and Liquid Zulu I think has before and probably did in that video, that the lack of gatekeeping is why we cannot go mainstream. Because there isn't a consistent and cogent philosophy of truth that people can perceive, but rather a mishmash of people under the same banner that spout contradictions that make it impossible or less likely for our ideas to go mainstream because they are muddied by the noise of non-believers. So only gatekeep when you hold the correct stance. Yet they all think so default good? I'm not sure. But hopefully I answered it by answering the first half. Scott, I told you I was apolitical 10 years old, and I pulled out an Anatomy of the State and raised by a 31 Bravo. Yeah, I remember the 31 Bravo part. I don't remember your specific political stances. I apologize. 41 people in here, only 25 likes and no donos so far. Fuck you guys. At the very least, like the stream, boys. There's 16 of you in here at a minimum that have not liked the stream. Like, help a brother out. You know what I mean? Let's get us in the algorithm. Because I can no longer beg for donations once the panel starts because I'll be distracted. So help a brother out. Thank you. Yes, LOL, I can't type. I can't read, so you know, there's that. I read shit wrong all the time. Ron Paul was mainstream and principled, which is why he was efficient, as Dave Smith himself has said before. I mean, Ron Paul was certainly a principled minarchist, yeah, like a principled paleolib. But he wasn't a libertarian. I don't know that there was ever a time that Ron Paul was a libertarian. And like that like ruffles the feathers of so many people. Like, how dare you say, fine, I'll donate humph. It's not like I want to. What do you mean you don't want to? If you don't want to, don't donate. I was just teasing, man. I got to tease to get it out there, Kisu. Based profile pit. Wherever you go, everyone knows that you are an ANCAP. I like it. Altruism detected. How dare you? Support the fellow black brother known as Scott. I do have some black in me, but not enough to be a brother. I have enough to be a brother. He's a tsundere. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. This is probably something I should probably never tell another human being this. But I'm just like, I try and be open and honest with you guys. Window to my soul as possible. Right? Last night I was super bored and I was like, whatever, I'll give this Yuri anime a chance. And then it turned out really good. And I didn't know what to do with myself. I was just sitting there like, this is gross. But also, this is really good. The magical revolution of the reincarnated princess and the genius young lady. It is without a doubt isekai slop and a Suri anime, right? But it was good. It was good. It was good. It's good. I watched like the first 5 or 6 episodes. It's a good anime. It's got like, it's got some lesbian romance is like the main thing, right? But it had like some cool magic systems and like her little isekai thing. And I like the characters and there's like psychology involved. And I was just sitting there and I was like, I shouldn't tell anybody. But then you guys gave me money and I felt like I should open up to you. I felt like I should give you something for that money that you've gifted me, which is just an embarrassing fact about me, which is that happened. Silver Ogre with the $10 and a membership. Bro, I appreciate it. I do. I really do, man. And I know my border stance situation is going to alienate me to some people and bring some people out. I don't know what it means for the channel. Hopefully it's all good stuff. Scott, Yuri, Liberty. God. It's good. I can't help it. It's good. And this is how you get emojis. True. It's good. Did you ever reach out to those Argentinian LLA reps to set up an interview? Were you the one that DM'd me? Who did you DM me from? What's your Discord name? Ryan, Liquid Zulu, Trexmon, Luca, Casimir, Gibbs, Grid, 8-Bit. Weebertarian. Oh my God. Scott will find the new branch. I'm not a weeb, all right? Listen, I'm not a fucking weeb. I don't own any body pillows. I don't fucking own any hentai shirts or wrap my car or put bumper stickers on the shit. Like there's nothing degenerate or anime about me, right? Just because I watch one anime like a normal person, like at no part have I supported any anime degeneracy in my life or like owned anything that would make you believe that that's the type of person that I am. All right? Like I'm not a weeb at all. It was on sale. I was at Best Buy and it was like somebody had returned it for some reason. And I was like, dude, a Jiraiya sensei on my desk? Like, let's go. I was, sometimes you got to sneak into the woman's bathhouse, and Jiraiya's got to be there to let you know what's up. Jiraiya is no liar, but that's like literally the only anime thing that I own, actually. Like I own that, and I don't own a mouse pad. I don't own a pillow. I don't own a t-shirt. I don't own any manga. Like I read shit online. Like I don't own a single anime thing or manga thing. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't even read that much manga. I'm such an avid manga reader that I mostly read manhwa from Korea and China because I like the pictures.
One of us. Ichiraku. I do own Ichiraku ramen shorts. Fuck. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Oh, fuck. I forgot. Fuck, man. Oh, am I becoming a weeb? God damn it. I do own Ichiraku ramen shorts. All right. So I own one piece of clothing that is anime based. I'm not even as chuddy as you, and I haven't engaged with anime to the extent that you have. Oh, dude, I'm never watching filler arc from. There's only one filler arc that is good in Naruto. Not in Naruto at all. In Naruto Shippuden, which is the one that leads up to, spoiler alert, the death of Aruka Sensei, like where they do like an Aruka arc with like the Shinobi 12 or whatever, and then it has that like that Blue Bird as the song for the intro, which is like the best intro song. Yeah, I mean, spoiler alert to something that came out like 15 years ago or 20 years ago, or however long it's been. But like, I'm just throwing that out there. I have to Google what Hearts of Iron is. I don't play JRPGs, really. Is it a JRPG? I'm assuming it's a JRPG. Though I might play the new Digimon if it goes on sale. Like, I'm gonna check that out. Oh, the fucking... Okay, this is not a JRPG. This is a strat game. I own Civ. I own Civ 6, not even Civ 7. Yeah, no. My dog, Scott, recognizing Bluebird. I knew dude, Bluebird is... I'm not going to play it on stream because I don't feel like dealing with the copyright strike. It's just like another thing to deal with. It's annoying. But like, that is like one of the best out of Naruto. It's like the best song out of Naruto for sure. Dude, this is how I play games, okay? I find a game that I want to play. I put it on my wish list, and then I wait a year or two until there's a real fucking sale. Not a bullshit sale, a real sale where it's like 50% or more off. And then I buy that game. That's how I get games. Like, I don't need a game when it launches. I don't need to be like right with you guys. I'm not spending $60, $70, $80, and I'm certainly not dealing with a game that's going to have bugs that like crashes my computer. The only game I bought 2 games at like launch. I bought Baldur's Gate 3, but I bought that. I early accessed that game, but that's because I loved Divinity Original Sin 2. And then what else did I buy? Like as soon as it came out recently. There's like another one or two for sure, but like very rarely do I do that. I bought a VPN. That's how I get games. You know, I mean, sometimes you got to sail the 7 seas. Real sale for pennies on the dollar. Yeah, exactly, dude. Like, I'm not doing that like, oh, we brought it down 20%. So, like, you know, so that you'd get an email because it's on your Steam wish list. Like, fuck off. If it's not like 50% off or something, I'm not touching it. Like, the last game I bought like that was, I recently bought, like, Cyberpunk, like, 6 months ago. People were like, dude, you're buying Cyberpunk now? It's like, yeah, Cyberpunk plus Phantom Liberty was $30 during the summer sale. It's like, for $30? Yeah, I'll buy Cyberpunk and Cyberpunk 2077 both with none of the bugs that everybody else had because of release for $30. It was a great game. It's an interesting correlation of libertarians not being avid consumers. Yeah, it was hard to get you guys to donate too. You guys do not donate like the lefties do. All right, let me go hop in this. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Stop snapping. There we go. We go hop in this bitch. We go hop in backstage. Unmute. Then we're going to allow, even though this site always has permissions, and then it's going to fuck up. And then I'm going to have to refresh. Unmute tab. And then we're going to try again. We're going to go to audio. And oh, there we go. It's working. Then we're going to hop in. And then his shitty music is going to be playing. So we're going to mute tab again. We're going to check to make sure. All right, everything's working. Something I'd be mildly interested in is going for 60% off hits my radar. Don't worry, one day I'll be rich and I'll fund the movement, boys. You know what? Don't worry about that. You'll never be rich. Just give me all your money, and then I'll be rich, and then I'll fund the movement. Wink, wink. Can't be a Scott stream without boomer technical problems. No technical problems here, bitch. Scott just make 7K tweets. I don't have enough followers to get the $7,000 a tweet from Israel. And honestly, I think the only way you get that many followers is by botting your account. Like literally every streamer, every video, every Twitter account I see now is just botted. Like at this point, I feel like I'm the only one on the internet that isn't botting my shit. I swear to God, like everyone bots. Everyone. Like I found this really cool French VTuber or whatever. Like, you know, she's playing some games or whatever, and I saw it on YouTube and it popped up in my algorithm. And she had like 23 subscribers, and I was like, what the fuck? And it was like really professional and well done. And I was like, she's just doing it for the love of the game? How does she not have more viewers? And I was like, oh, she's a Twitch streamer. I go to her Twitch. She's got 40 live viewers. And her numbers, I was in there for like 20 minutes. I was chit-chatting too, right? And it was me and two other people were chatting. For like at least 20 minutes, there was not a single other chatter than me and two other people. And her views were 40 to 44 the entire time. Never went to 39 or 38. Never went to 45. And she had like 350 followers on Twitch. And I was just like, yeah, this account is obviously botted. I don't know if it's botted by Twitch or by some other company, like, or whether or not she's botting her shit herself. But it's just like, it's so obvious that all of the accounts nowadays are just botted to fuck. $40K viewers should warrant at least one time's active chatter. No, not 40K. It was 40. 40 to 44, but yeah. It's a blue screen. It's not like a blue screen of death or something. You're a bot? I'm just saying, like, the amount of chat engagement that I get from you guys at 44 viewers versus, like, basically any channel that I find with 100 viewers, they're going to have a tenth of the fucking active chat that I have whilst having double or triple my views. And that's just like, unless there's something special about libertarian political streams, I think we're just the only people not botting at this point. And we don't get automatically botted by corporations because we don't have the right political opinions. You know what I mean? Like we don't get any like passive botting that we didn't pay for. I mean, I'm willing to believe that my audience is a little bit more of an active chatting audience than your typical audience. But I know, like, all the time people will be like, oh, you know, typically at least 80% of your viewers are like, you know, they're lurkers, and only like 5 or 10% are active chatters. And honestly, I don't buy that. I think that is a complete and utter bullshit thing created by people and maintained by people that know that the entire industry is botted to fuck. Because I've never had enough views and then a chat that only of active chatters that only represented 5 or 10% of my viewers. Like I always have like 50-50, where like 50% appear to be lurkers and the other 50% are like either active chatters or people that chat once or twice in the stream. No, because why would you watch a stream live without chatting? Like, I do think that there are people that listen to the stream in the background while they clean their house or like while they're driving and shit. Like, that's definitely a thing. But even those people will like chat once in the beginning of the stream, be like, oh, I'm driving, man, but like, keep up the good work. I like the stream. And then they don't chat the rest of the stream. You know, yeah. Even they say hi or something. Yeah, like, I'm telling you, like, this whole like 80% or more of your of shit is like are botted, or sorry, are lurkers. Nah, that's bullshit, dude. They're all botting. Some of them are doing it on purpose, and then some of them are just Chinese companies that have their bots watch other streams so that they don't look like bots. I'm lurking while playing Pokemon Go. Yeah, but Stacy, like, you usually talk once or twice every stream that you watch. And if you don't, you'll leave a YouTube comment later being like, oh, you're like asking a question or something you missed. Like, you're an accurate representation of a lurker because you're just doing other shit. But like, you still show up and talk. Pokemon Go to the polls. All right, I'll be right back. I'm using the restroom. All right.
After shaming your Chinese ancestors.
Absolutely. Well, I do that daily anyways.
I'm here, sorry.
Thanks fellas for being here. We have one more who should be joining us hopefully soon.
You're a little quiet, Lactoid.
A little quiet? Well, that's not good.
Yeah.
How about me? Are you all getting the sweet summer sounds that are my voice?
It's beautiful.
I wouldn't describe it that way, but I hear something.
Okay. All right.
No, I
noise
would.
waves are hitting the ear. Okay, that's.
I would. I think it's amazing.
Thank you, sir.
Missed you a lot, actually.
Oh, thank you. This all just kind of wasn't expecting to be on a panel today, and then I saw your invite. It's like, you know, what the hey, let's do it.
Absolutely. Let's we're getting ourselves put together. Like I said, we have one more. Oh, actually, two more individuals, right? Who should be joining us. So hopefully that'll happen soon. All right, guys. Thoughts while we wait for the others. There's something I wanted to talk about, but
yeah, I got a thought. I was just talking with this in my chat. I'm the more time goes on, I am under the very firm belief that dead internet theory was always true. It was just early. Right? Like Michael Burry with The Big Short, right? Like he was just early. He wasn't wrong. Cause like I was talking in my chat just like about like there's this like idea that is promulgated by everybody, which is like, oh, like 80 to 85% of viewers are lurkers. I have never had that experience. And I don't think I'm unique. Like it has always been like 50-50. And even then, most of my lurkers will like hop in and be like, hey, what's up? I'm driving, but good luck with the show. Right? Like I've never had a stream where 80% of my viewers never said anything in chat. In reality, it's like 20% of my viewers don't ever say anything in chat. And then like maybe like 30% might hop in and say like one comment the entire stream and that's it. And then the other half are talking. You know, they're active chatters. I genuinely believe that the entire streaming industry is just full of people that are botting most of their views, or companies and Chinese and Indian bot farms that have a bunch of cell phones hooked up to accounts are just botting people even if they're not paying for the bots, so that they don't get caught for being bots, because it's not really obvious when they only watch like 2 streams or something. They're just watching streams in the area so they don't look like bots. I genuinely think that like all of the social media landscape is just botted to fuck.
Well, they just, it's just the 5 of us watching each other's streams, and the rest of it's just all bots. Turns out, like, wow.
Well, Twitch just did a big crackdown, right? Like, they cracked down, they changed their algo, they changed a whole bunch of shit to like whatever. They even put in stuff right now to like factor in what bots are or suspected bot numbers, and then it's supposed to take them. Oh, it's zooming in again. It's supposed to take those out, right?
You should just stop doing that gesture.
I got to stop moving the jet, right? Yeah, but so they started doing all this, right? And for about a week, everyone's numbers dropped by like 60%, right?
Yeah.
And then,
well, not everyone's. I mean, everyone who was body, like the
no. People that
I went from
weren't
0
too.
to 0.
Because a lot of bots.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody. Because a lot of bots, in order to not get caught, will watch other people's streams in the same category when those other people aren't live.
But it's even more than that. So like, there are bots that are not just like view bots, right? Like, so say you want to put like the Pokemon game in there, right? Like I have.
Yeah.
Like Nightbot,
they're like
or you
protecting their IP or whatever. There's like a Comcast bot.
So those usually don't count as a viewer, but sometimes they're counted in some of the metrics as they show up, right? Depending on like if you run an ad or whatever, right? And those don't count towards your ad revenue, all sorts of stuff. Well, they did this update, and then about a week after that, everybody's numbers started to slowly increase again. And so, you know, everybody's like, oh, it's the bots. And well, I don't know. It really what I think has happened though is like when you look at this, because I'll see this a lot with like my channel, right? People like, oh, Gibbs' body, nobody's in there talking while he's playing games. I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah, whatever. And you can say what you want. I'm not, because I have better things I'd rather spend my money on, like cocaine. And when I'm sitting here hearing,
well,
like, oh, whatever,
you can do both.
Sure. But like, if I'm going to, I'm going to buy.
Look at Destiny. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but well, here I have a point to this, right? So you're sitting here saying this. I think what happens is a lot of these people will leave like 5 or 6 streamers open. We'll like leave 5 or 6 streamers open, and then they'll do something, especially when it's a streamer like me who does like marathons, right? I'll go like 8 hours, and all of a sudden
you were just
somebody
talking
jumps in and they'll do like I don't know, they'll do like politics, right? Like somebody will pop in and suddenly we'll be doing politics and we'll have a panel, and all of a sudden, like literally within 6 minutes of me doing that, I'll have like the same 20 people that have been in my chat been silent for like hours. We'll start. And I'm like, I don't know how much like is botting and how much people are just like lurking really hard, leaving like 10 people open. I think it's more of that than people think, because if you just leave people open, it still counts towards your view. I leave like 10 people open. It used to not count more than one person, but now it counts the view towards everybody I leave open.
I don't know. I just know that I've never in my life had like 40, 50 viewers in a dead chat.
I think your content is pretty unique.
Right. It might be like me personally. I have a niche aspect where like I tend to have more active chatters than other people. Right. Like I'm sitting at 38 right now, which isn't like great or anything. It's not bad. And like maybe I have like
probably top 1% of streamers, if not.
Yeah, but Modi will be
but like it's an exponential. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Modi will stream with 8-12 viewers, and he'll have 99% of his chat. You know, but then like you'll see people in politics. A lot of people will just like watch because they don't want to say anything because they don't want to get jumped on by the chat. Like I have people like IRL.
I do. Yeah, like, I wonder if that's the thing too. Yeah. But I just mean like I see all the time channels with like 200, 300, 400 viewers, and it's like there's like 2 people talking in their chat.
Yeah.
And it's like, come on, dude.
I think with the politics,
there are some people that do just straight up buy their channel. I mean, we're not quite sure who, but yeah, there are some people who undoubtedly do that. I mean, and like somebody mentioned Destiny, like I'm under the impression he had some parents in some Alphabet Soup agencies that kind of helped push him along, and that's why he's probably as big as he is. At least that's my understanding.
I don't know. I know enough. I know way more than I want to know about Destiny, and I don't know about that.
All of us do. What a horrible time to be literate.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like the thing that I see too, right? Like somebody showed me some drama farm slop thing. I saw it on Twitter, and they were just like, and it was like they had all of their videos up, right? And it was like sorted by like latest video, and they were like saying something about the thumbnails. I mean, like, come on. It was like Hassan's over, Destiny's done, Asmongold this, right? Some drama farm thing, right? And what I noticed, right, and what I noticed was every single video through like a 4-week period, regardless of the fact that some of them were 4 weeks old and some of them were like 3 days old, all had exactly between 300 and 400,000 views. And it's like your videos from 2 and 3 days ago all have like 325, and your videos from 4 weeks ago have like 360. It's like that doesn't make sense with an organic viewership, right? Like if you like it doesn't make sense that your videos are that consistent where you don't have some that pop off and some that don't do that well, and it doesn't make sense that, you know, as time goes on, you only get an increase of like 8% viewership. The only way that makes sense, if we're assuming there are no bots, is that all of your viewers watch your videos within the first 2 days that they come out, and overwhelmingly never watch a video from a week ago. And that it's the exact same group of people.
That is most people. I think the suspicious part would come with like, why is every single video doing it? Like you would expect some to be more popular.
It's
than
the combination of the two,
others.
right? Like by itself, I wouldn't make that claim.
Sure,
it's the combination of the two. I agree with you that like you get a majority of your views initially
within the first 2 days.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Like I agree with that, but like not to that degree and not to that level of accuracy.
Yeah, like because my YouTube page, I usually try to make timeless content, and so I've got some content that people are still clicking on years later, and so that really kind of like, yeah, when it's topical and news, it's passe in 48 hours. But if you try to make it timeless, like
I mean, like drama slop shit is still going to be like that, right? But at the same time,
you click on a Star Wars video 8 years from now as much as you click on it today.
That's true, but like, how many people are Googling Hassan? Right, like they'll find a video from 2 days ago, but they'll find a video from 2 months ago too. You know, like I'm just saying, like it doesn't make sense. Everywhere I go, I just see the telltale signs of shit that doesn't match my metrics, and I'm like, am I the only one not botting at this point? Like, what the fuck is happening?
Thanks, Wick, for the kind raid. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well.
Let's go, Wick.
Welcome to the
welcome
channel,
bots,
everyone.
all from Wick's channel.
Right, for sure, yeah.
A bot raid.
I appreciate you.
Yes.
We're just shooting shit right now. We're about to
fucking camera so lag?
Get started soon. Hopefully the other people will join shortly. I don't know what happened to Gibbs just now, but hit the follow button. You haven't done so yet. Thanks all for being here. Gibbs and Lacto, I sent you guys invites for the stream thing.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So anyway, hit the follow button. You haven't done so yet. Thanks for the kindness. Wick, hope you had a fantastic stream. We were talking about just now suspecting, well, other people suspect. I've made no accusations yet. But
I haven't named any names either, to be fair.
I mean,
I have. Don't worry, I'll get in trouble.
Now.
Don't worry about it.
But
I didn't get the thing. If you want to just send me the link, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I'll try sending you guys the link. Like it. Oh, well, Lactoid's in. Okay, well, I'll send you the link. Copy. Anyway, yeah. People have been making accusations about other people botting. I don't know. One, I don't keep track of what other people are doing in that area. You know me, right? So there's no way for me to keep track of what they're up to. But I think that for a lot of people to make it, I think this is exactly what happens. I think that discoverability on Twitch, on YouTube too, right? Not just Twitch, but on YouTube can be very difficult. I think politics has been throttled. Like one thing, Twitch doesn't want us here. Period. Right? Twitch doesn't want us on the platform at all. We do
Twitch
nothing
doesn't
for
want.
them.
Twitch doesn't know what the fuck they want, right? Like what we know that Twitch wants is they want girls that make a lot of money that actively sexually assault people. That's what Twitch wants.
Yeah. And they want them to dress scantily, but not too scantily. But beyond that, YouTube, right? Like YouTube has like throttled a politics channels. Like this happened like a while ago. Like literally, we saw in the numbers how news channels, right, that weren't mainstream outlets had their numbers throttled. We saw the metrics. For this like we're not really wanted by anyone, really. And so to grow, it makes sense that people are just like botting. I am not botting. You can see from my view numbers, I'm not botting. But it's hard to blame other people for doing it, right? Like it's just hard to blame people for making that consideration. And
views is considered a social currency, so of course someone's going to try to find a way to game the system eventually. That's the way it is with every form of social currency or actual currency.
You remember, if you go watch, this is something that like stuck out to me, because I'm not even talking about like I'm dick watching everybody being like who's botting, right? Like I just see things constantly like on Twitter or on YouTube or like that just like look very suspicious, right? Like somebody will pop up and they'll have an argument and they'll have like 22 likes. And like, and like they'll pop up in my algorithm and be like, who's this idiot? And then I click their profile and I'm like, oh, 211,000 followers. Okay. I don't know how the fuck you only got 23 likes on this post that's been out for 8 hours. Like I'm ratioing you with my 1,600, or 1,700, whatever fuck I'm at right now. And it's just shit like that. Right. But the thing that like struck out to me, right, was you remember when Netanyahu was having that meeting with all of the people where they were talking about the $7,000 tweets and the new welfare. He asks a question to all of the people there, and he goes, what is the most important thing to purchase like right now? And he was expecting them to get the right answer, which was TikTok. But if you listen closely and you replay it a couple times, you can hear a majority of everyone at that table immediately says buying bots. And it's like, why would they all say that the most important thing right now is to buy bots? Because they're all buying bots and funding people. And every time they find some new person that they want to fucking astroturf somewhere that like works for Chorus Media or works for Israel or works for, some Republican thing or whatever, like some media group supports them, they're botting the fuck out of their channel, even if the viewer themselves doesn't even know it.
Keeps the smart people distracted chasing views.
I literally, so I haven't had a chance to personally look at this article. I was just watching a video about this article, literally like just before I started stream, right? So I didn't get a chance to go through it. But Haaretz just dropped a investigation. In fact, is
that like the one that came out like a month or two ago or whatever?
No, this is brand new. This is
not off the press.
Right, fair enough. Yeah.
And yeah. And I'll put the archive link in here as well because they got a paywall. But take a look. It's talking about like how they're going to be targeting the Republican base. Israel's pouring millions of dollars. They're targeting evangelicals. That like apparently, again, I'm told what's in the article. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. But that like they're hiring bot armies, right? That's part of the strategy. They're talking about like literally doing like geofencing around churches all around America, and like having surveillance and watching who goes in, who goes out. So like individual targeting, not like for assassination or anything, but like because they like to do that. Like individual for now, right? But like individual targeting to evangelicals specifically, to get them on board because I mean they've lost it. I mean because of the genocide, the slaughter that's been happening, right?
I'm sorry, like I'm a preacher, and like since the publishing of the Schofield Reference Bible, most American evangelicals have been on board with the Israel cause. I mean, that's just like, I don't know what more work they need to do. Most evangelicals are
they're losing the young. They're losing the young, right? Like you have like so older individuals, maybe that's the case, right? But young individuals, they're losing them, right? Even Republicans.
What you find is they do stray, but quite a few of them do eventually come back.
Well, so Kaylee, right? Like, I don't necessarily disagree with you. Schofield Bible shit aside, I don't want to get into that, right? But I mostly don't disagree with you that the evangelical base has been staunchly pro-Israel for many, many years. But here's the problem. Gen Z is the first generation since the Second Great Awakening to have higher church attendance than their parents. And this is driven by essentially two groups, right? You have young men that are going to church despite the fact that their millennial or Gen X parents did not take them to church. And many of those young men are going to Catholic or especially Orthodox churches, right? They're going to more traditional, conservative churches. And then right. And then you have a lot of young women, right, that are dissatisfied with the lies that feminism has told them and dissatisfied with the current dating market, right? That are trying to like go to church to meet people, but also they don't want to be preached down to. So they end up in, cafeteria religion churches, like non-denominational, utilitarian,
Methodists.
Sure. Right. And so you have this split where they are going to church, but they're going to different churches. And what I think is happening is I think that I don't think you're seeing a large surge into evangelical churches. I think you're seeing a bit of a diaspora. And even if it is, it's predominantly women going to those places. And on top of that, the young men
non-denominationals win in the end.
Right. Well, hold on. But I'm just saying, like, the young men are not going to be pro-Israel, especially when they're going to Orthodox churches and they're ortho bros. And the young women, I think that the young women that are going to these churches that aren't they're not devout Christians. They're doing it as like a social thing to like be with the new turning tide. And part of that pull of the new social thing is being against Israel. Like the young generation social pull is against Israel. So I think they are losing that as the newer generation comes in, because these newer generation of church attendees, none of them are pro-Israel. Very few of them are.
Strict covenant theology.
I want to jump in on that a little bit. So I've noticed with the Southern Baptists, right? Like specifically, their membership has gone down over the last several years. However, their average attendance has increased by 5%, like clockwork, the last 4 years, which is
they're botting. They're botting for sure.
Yeah, they're botting. No, I think
come full circle, Corey. That was a great joke.
I think it was solid. I think that what Fabian's saying does have some merit to it. I would consider the Southern Baptists being more of a traditional, probably conservative.
I'm talking about two extremes, right? Because they're all going to church higher, and some are. There's a Venn diagram here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I feel like they're more in the strict. Same thing with the Church of Christ. They're at 2.7 to 3% increase the last few years in attendance, with their membership staying steady, right? But these churches are both on what I would say the more conservative side. And what's interesting to me, though, is that with them, those two church groups have had somewhat of a large woman influx. And I think it's like this happy medium where the people want to go to these churches and they do shop around until they find a preacher that's not pro-Israel. And I think that's the big one, because I can't tell you how many of these kids that are Southern Baptists I know go, "Hey, Gibbs, da-da-da-da-da," and they go, "Hey, well, I like so-and-so," but then he started talking about Israel. There is a massive movement that's just like Gen Z. They're like, you know what? We don't like Israel. Not only do we not like Israel, we want to either be American women, Empire.
Right? They're pretty susceptible to propaganda.
Yeah, but it's either they want to be American imperialist or they want to be isolationist. And that's what it feels like from a lot of them. And part of that includes, either way, Israel's either getting conquered in their bitch, or we're just saying fuck off. And that seems to be a very common consensus what I found with the youth. From the Christian right so far that I've dealt with.
Yeah, it's my audience is predominantly libertarian, right? So I'm obviously getting a very different kind of snapshot of the youth than maybe you guys are, because in my audience it's also very polarizing, right? Like you have the libertarians that are very much like fuck any state. Israel's a state. Israel engages in evil state actions, and they have kind of gobbled up the Scott Horton, Dave Smith view of free Palestine because we're libertarian. And then you have the other half that are we don't like Israel because it's a nation state, but We certainly don't fucking like Islam, right? Like that is inherently anti-libertarian. You cannot be a libertarian Muslim, right? Like the two are contradictory. You can't be a libertarian Muslim. They're the two contradictory.
Why? That makes no
Well, you
sense.
can't.
Why?
You can't have a religion that specifically has taxation as a central tenet, and discriminatory taxation, and the taqiyya as a system of lying, and have a judicial system that goes against the concept that all human beings have, the same inherent rights. When Islam says things like a woman's word is worth half that in court, all these things are antithetical to libertarian thought. I'm not saying like we can. I'm not trying to make this an Islam debate. I'm just saying.
Well, can't the Muslims do what the Christians do and just like ignore that specific part that tends to conflict?
Ignore all the parts. There's a lot of they can, but that's a lot of ignoring.
Well, again, I said, that's why I was bringing up.
Do a lot of ignoring.
Well, I was
very possible.
I was bringing up cafeteria religion before, right? Like you could do the same thing with Islam. The problem is that Christianity is open to more interpretation, right? Like Christianity, you can take like there's not a strict legal system in Christianity, right? In Christianity, there's like letters to Paul, letters from Paul. There's, but then at the same time, you could read Samuel 1:8 and you could be an anarchist, right? You could read
It's a collection of stories, not a rule book, right? That's the difference.
I mean, it is a rule book, but some of the rules are up to interpretation, right? And then you also kind of have thought leaders like Aquinas, right, in Christianity, right, that says that if the world contradicts the Bible, then either your interpretation of the Bible is incorrect, right, or your interpretation of the world is incorrect, because these are like two paths of knowing God, right? Whereas Islam is very explicit. Now, you could have interpretation of the Hadith, right? Like you could have different interpretation of what Hadith are true or necessary, or what the meanings of those are, but you can't say your interpretation of explicit texts in the Quran are like actually wrong without a large faction being like, no, it's explicit, you fucking idiot.
I mean, there are people
what you're saying is haram.
Like minor things. You are correct in that, like, everyone kind of agrees on the, the big five or the big 10, thou shalt nots, and then after that there
I don't know,
things up for interpretation.
So I've just I'm not saying I have like an excellent view of this, right? So I'm gonna stay in my lane, right? But from what I've seen of Muslims online, right, like in Muslim debates, that like there is like room to debate like literally the Quran, right, to talk about like how like this is a incorrect interpretation, or this has been exaggerated, right, for the benefit of certain groups and all that. That like there's still political interpretations of the Quran. And like if you can interpret it one way politically, we can interpret it the other way. That's what I've seen. Again, I'm not deep into this one.
It depends on what you're arguing, but the problem is that goes completely out the window once you present the element of taqiyya. Once you present the element that under Islam you can lie to protect or to spread the religion, then everything goes out the window, because it is a tenet of the faith of Islam that you can lie in a debate to protect the, like if someone is talking about, let's say, Aisha, right? And talking about the fact that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, raped a little girl, right? Like you can lie about the age that occurred. You can lie about when they consummated their wedding.
Because I don't understand what difference that makes. Like
because you can lie.
Undermines the credibility.
Christians absolutely lie all the time, but it is a tenet of Christianity. To be honest, the entire Enlightenment is almost owed
lying
to
is a sin in a sense, unless you're protecting yourself from like a conqueror or something.
Yes, but part of Christianity is the rejection of sin, and what Fabian's pointing out is that lying is perfectly acceptable in Islam under these conditions.
So long as you're protecting
that's the big
yourself.
difference.
You guys kind of act like Zakiya is just like Muslims get to walk around and lie all day, when most of them don't. They are pretty honest about their beliefs to begin with, and then
I think most people are
within the
normies.
religion are cafeteria followers of the religion anyways. So like unless we're talking about like Islamists or like Christian nationalists or whatever, then in which case, yeah, those people are probably going to lie to cover their beliefs anyways. And I mean,
no, I completely agree with you. But I think when you're talking about someone that is like an apologist for Islam, right? That's not a typical Muslim, right? Like that's not the same thing as like a Muslim that is also your eye doctor. That's like a normal fucking person that lives down the street. You're talking about someone whose job it is to debate the faith.
No,
like, you're talking about a different person.
And I agree with you there, right? Like the people like us who debate aren't normal people, right? Like subnormal, right?
No, abnormal.
Superior. I don't know.
Yeah, whatever. You guys can all just the people at home. You can decide for yourself.
Let's debate it.
Let's debate it. But no. I agree with you, Scott. Right? That's a different class of an individual. But where we started is like, hey, like, can these people be a part of the libertarian sphere, right? And then we moved on to how flexible is Islam, right? And so, yes, within the next step is about like how people debate that, but still, practically,
you can be culturally Muslim and a libertarian, right? You can come from a Muslim family, and you can engage in like, yeah, I go to the mosque because my fucking parents want me to go, and like I'm a part of the community, and like, yeah, I believe in talking to God, and I think it's a good thing to pray 5 times a day because it forces me to recognize, to not forget the sins that I've committed throughout the day, right? To not just go on Christmas and Easter, but to make sure that my communion with God is a regular occurrence that keeps me on the straight path and arrow. You can be a cultural Muslim and be a libertarian. Easter, well, I'm comparing it to the just on Sunday, holiday.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's a comparison to, what we're right. Like you can be culturally Muslim, but you cannot be a devout Muslim that believes that everything in the Quran is the word of God and also believe in the non-aggression principle through and through and be a libertarian. Okay. You can as a Christian. That is the only thing I was stating, which is just a statement of fact. Okay. Right? The other things about my opinions of Islam and why it's evil, etc.
Does anybody even know a libertarian Muslim? Nobody even knows one, right? Like, it's not like if we know one libertarian Muslim.
I don't know. Unfortunately,
I don't know many libertarians. I
guess he's right.
Allow me to.
I guess he's right.
I thought libertarians were the same people who say that I'm not driving, I'm traveling. What are those people called?
Those are sovereign citizens. The sovereign citizens.
I thought sovereign citizens and libertarians were the same people until I met Scott. So,
God, I hate those people. Actually, we're under maritime law. Ever since 1837. It's like, shut the fuck up.
I represent the corporation that is Fabian Liberty Scott.
Yeah, those people are a hoot. They're fun.
They believe that we were all incorporated under maritime law or some shit. I've listened to a couple of them. And I'm like,
I remember that
conspiracy theory is your corporation number, right?
What'd you say, Ali?
He was saying the social security number is your corporation number.
It's supposed to be a corp number, and you should be able to sell that for some amount of money because it is a corporation under the American bank system or whatever the fuck it is.
I hadn't heard that one. That's a lot of fun. Okay, I don't know if our last person is going to join us, which is unfortunate because I want to start a fight. I'm looking forward to starting a fight here.
I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a fight.
That's there's gonna be a fight, but
there'll be some.
I was gonna have.
You wanted another fight.
You wanted a specific fight.
That was preliminary fights before.
He was cruising for a bruising with somebody.
Yeah. But I guess it didn't show up. I guess.
So Lactoid, is your shirt just like informative? Like you can pee, you have the ability to, or is there more to it? Okay, there we go. There's more to I pee. All right.
No.
It's a confession.
So it's a confession to
it's a violation of the NAP, bro.
Yeah, you're like,
unless it's your own personal.
No, it's not.
You're a fucking.
No, this is like saying Saying that peeing in a pool is a violation of the app, it's like saying climate change is a violation of the app. Okay,
Wait, if I came
I'm just doing my business.
I peed on you,
it might affect the environment around me a little bit.
If I
that's
peed on
on
you, is
them.
that aggression?
No, climate change is not what? No, climate change is a natural occurrence that may be aided in part by you.
My pee is a natural occurrence. It's all natural, baby.
If I got,
it is a conscious decision.
It's all natural.
It is.
Is peeing?
Unless you're
Yes or no? Is peeing natural? Yes or no?
It's
locally
sourced.
That's what I thought.
Violence against other humans is also natural.
Abroad.
I'm not peeing on them. I'm peeing in the pool. It just so happens due to the tides and the currents. Blame the moon, not me.
Beating someone to death is natural, right? Just watch monkeys. Okay, it's perfectly natural for one mammal to beat another mammal to death. That doesn't not make it aggression because it's natural.
Wait a minute. But what if they what if they do it dispassionately? Like, then wouldn't it be like not aggressive?
No.
Like a psychopath.
No,
not aggressive.
No. What we're talking about when we're saying natural, right? Is that there's not an agency behind it, right? That like beating someone to death, right?
That's why I said if he's incontinent, that's different.
Peeing in pools is agency.
Well,
unless
he's
Lactoid's
got
confessing he's incontinent. I'll take that. Lactoid is incontinent. Let's go with that narrative.
Yeah,
right.
Lactoid.
I pee a lot.
Lactoid pees.
That's incontinent.
You have to let out to pee eventually, right? Unless you die with it like locked inside of you.
Is he locked in the pool? Is he incapable of getting out of the pool? Is there a cage around the pool?
Are you okay with peeing?
Someone deleted the ladder and then I couldn't get out.
Is the pool private property, and are you okay with peeing on buildings then?
We have.
Here's a genuine question. Let's assume that it's my property. Okay, I own the pool. It's my property, and there's a bunch of other people in the pool. I did not disclaim whether or not I would or wouldn't pee in the pool.
You aggressed on those people.
Is it cool that I pee in the pool?
No.
I feel like you did because you're currently wearing a T-shirt that says "I pee in pools."
Assume that I wasn't wearing this very consent-maximizing T-shirt, where I make it very clear as to my intentions. Okay.
So hold on. Let's just take your scenario. Right? You have the water in the pool. Everybody says it's fine or it's sus, right? All right. Let's just take the same scenario. Now you got rid of the water and everybody's standing there while you're pissing.
Yeah, you're just standing in your backyard.
Is that
it feels different. It feels different.
Oh, it feels different.
The water creates plausible deniability.
I pee on people,
just like,
and these people are choosing to associate with you full well knowing that you have a shirt that says I pee on people. Right? You're
they should know. They should have known.
They're in your backyard, so it's your property. But I'm just saying,
the banner should be
that shirt is made for public pools, and public pools are, you know.
It's interesting how the scenario changed.
Is peeing in pools compatible with Islam?
No. I
feel like that's haram.
You can't even fart. You can't even fart and pray directly after. You have to do wudu after farting. So like,
wait.
Cleanliness is very close to Allah.
Hold on. Hold on. Give me the rules. When and I can't fart during prayer.
No, you'd have to stop your prayer, do wudu, and redo your.
Let's assume I have IBS. Am I like just can't be a Muslim then?
You got to learn to control it, or there is permission for you.
Oh, they can make specific permission for me.
I mean, if there's like
that'd
medical,
be funny.
If there's like actual medical reasonings and shit,
just
like
let
for
rip.
sure.
Everyone does the bow and just that'd be funny.
Man,
well, no, I mean, to be fair, right? Like, I love shitting on Islam, right? But I think the point here is the intent towards cleanliness as a means of resolving yourself of sin if you're going to attempt to commune with God, right? Like. Right.
Well, it's like in the
isn't farting kind of ridding your body of sin though? It's like removing the unclean things from your body.
Tabernacle, there would be the altar, which you would give blood sacrifices. There would be the laver that the Levite priests would cleanse themselves before they would go into the tabernacle to be in the presence of God.
I hate that word.
In Leviticus, women on their periods had to go to a separate fucking village. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. You're on your period. Disgusting. Go to the period village.
Took my mom to the museum in Detroit, the DIA. First of all, Christian art. I completely understand why people back in the day were so devout when you're surrounded with like cathedrals and like the stained glass and the artwork.
That's what happens when you conquer the world. You can build.
It was insane. The Christian art is some of the most amazing art I've seen. I'm preferable to the Orthodox art, but all of it's pretty sick. But I took my mom and she pointed out something. She asked me if I noticed anything about the women in the art, and I didn't at the point. But like all of them were they had head covers, they had head scarves. So I don't know. I think it says something. I think like are Christian women supposed to be covering up?
Sorry, no.
In the correct church, they are.
So, actually, my mother was
Orthodox
Catholic,
women do,
and up until she was in the 4th grade, she wore a veil in her hair until Vatican II really started kicking in the Midwest. So that's
before before JFK really in America, right? Like pre JFK, that was pretty much it. And so the Catholics and the Orthodox would. And the Orthodox still maintain it. And if you go to certain Catholic places, like in the Vatican and stuff,
I want to talk about lactose peeing pools. I don't care about this. So back to this, right? We can explore that later.
Yeah, who cares about eternal life? Let's get back to urinating in a pool.
Oh, what if heaven? Hold on, lactoid. What if heaven is like everyone in the pool? Huh?
Right? Yeah.
What if everyone's
gonna pee in heaven?
Trust me, it's not.
What happens
It's a
then?
pool.
Lactoid. Lactoid.
Prime, would you let Jesus pee on you? Yes or no?
Me?
Yeah.
Me? If I like it? No. Push him in the
Well,
face.
wait.
Jesus pees holy water, so it's fine.
Heretical.
It was actually
Continue.
Jesus, you would, but
Heretical.
No,
Yeah, I
it
would.
wasn't actual Jesus. Why would it be actual? Well, no, hold on. First of all, I don't worship your religion. I don't think it's worth worshiping. So I mean, fuck them. And second of all, you just peed on me. So that's a big issue.
Yeah, but that would heal
everything
in you. So I don't know. It's kind of like a jellyfish thing. But
yeah, what have you been saying about jellyfish, Prime?
Prime, don't worry. God's not going to force anybody into heaven that don't want to be there.
It's
Don't worry about it.
Hold on. Everything is different when I have active consent, right? I told you guys before. I let my girlfriend pee on me that one time, right? Like I was like, okay.
I did not know that.
You told us this at one point? I think I would have remembered.
Hold on, pause. Pause.
Does Corey remember?
Corey, do you remember him telling us this?
Well, Prime has told me this. I don't think he's said it.
I have never
on
been
the
told the
panel.
story. I can
Oh, and Corey would know, Prime. So
Corey would know.
You didn't tell us.
I let it happen one time. I was curious. All right, like okay, let's do it.
Someone in my chat said Saint Peter.
You were curious, or she was curious and she asked you? Like, did you wonder when
I
it felt like pretty pissed on?
asked her.
Did it smell?
I was like, hey,
You asked her,
like,
hey,
piss
can you
on
pee on
me?
me? And she's like,
Hey, so I guess now we know that Prime and Donald Trump have something in common: the golden shower.
Yeah, we do. And what? No, we had two things in common, right? The pee and we don't drink. And we don't drink pee. Three things, I guess, maybe. But
We don't know that about Trump. He might drink.
Yeah, fair.
No, he said he's a teetotaler. Like it's Trump and Biden are actually the victory of the American temperance movement. The fact that
I was talking about him drinking tea, but okay, regardless.
Oh no, that's not about like liquor.
That's what I. That's the thing
okay. Good lord. Okay, carry
on.
I
did it one time because I was like, curious what's going to be like. It was we did it in the shower, right? And
does anybody even believe that Trump
hilarious.
believes in God? Is anybody like that silly?
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna get this.
I know. I'm sorry.
We're getting back to the
I really
pools.
deeply don't
Scott,
want the conversation
to
to be anything other than him pissing in pools.
Yes,
Prime wants to focus on the pool, and
but
we
like
can
it
focus
just
on the
seems
cake.
like lactoid that like what you're saying is that this is like this seems like a
R. Kelly ass stream.
Other conversations, right? Like about like. But I'm glad you brought climate change because I think it's something similar, right? And that like once you push the pollution to the air, right, it disperses, and so does the responsibility. It's not like, hey, I've taken this soot, right, and stuffed it into your face, and that gave you cancer, but it dispersed nonetheless, right? And can you be sure that my soot gave you cancer or whatnot? Now we're in the pool, right? It's not lactose directly.
You can't prove it's my pee.
You can't prove it's his pee, right? And then in terms of responsibility, right? In terms of damages, I guess we can't decide. But that doesn't mean that an aggression didn't take place, right? Like if I'm still
limiting factor,
urinated on,
the limiting factor is it a second or third order consequence, right? So when it comes down to
it's at least second order.
Right, when it comes down to adjudicating these things, well, no, it's not because it's in the pool and you peed in the pool, right?
No, it's a first order consequence.
I didn't intend for the pee to get on them.
Well, no, so it's like it would be the same thing as like a negligent discharge of a firearm, right?
It was a negligent discharge. Okay,
all right. Like it's the same. It's the same scenario. Like if I go into a house party and I randomly shoot a gun, but I'm not aiming at you, right? Like I'm still I'm still the person that chose to grab a gun.
What
and
if you
shoot
put
it,
the-
right?
what if you
If
put
I
the
shoot
fish
a
from the
gun
Amazon that,
at a
like, swim up your
shooting
shit when you
range,
pee in your
and then
pool?
the shooting
Would that be
range
okay?
like ricochets and hits a fucking something else, and then that releases gas, and then over
Yeah.
years that gas, causes someone somewhere else to like do something else, and then something else happens, and
Yeah.
you're butterfly affected. Then it doesn't.
But this
that's
shirt
not
makes the
aggression.
pool my personal shooting range, kind of, right? Like you go into it knowing that this is a real
makes it
potential,
yours?
as opposed to yeah.
Does it open up the floor?
If I own it and I say I'm going to pee in it, then insert in your own risk.
The shirt doesn't imply that you own it. The shirt just says you pee in pools.
Okay,
Pools,
if I say I pee in
your pool
pools
only.
and I am in my pool, what is the assumption
pools
there?
multiple, not your pool only. So then the question.
But that would reasonably include my pool, the one that I owned.
But then also the implication that you pee in pools and that you're okay with peeing in pools also implies that you're okay with pees being pooled in, or pools being peed in. Jesus.
Haters wanna hate, lovers wanna love.
Are
I
you
don't
okay
wanna
with
do
being
none
peed
of the
in,
above.
Blackfoot
I want
Slong?
to piss on you. I piss on you. I piss on you. I piss on it.
Blackfoot, yes. I need to
So wait, would it be okay?
Only
to,
thing that makes a life complete is when it turn your face into a toilet seat.
I'm listening to Ollie. I'm listening to
gonna
Ollie.
piss
Ollie,
on it.
explain your logic.
Okay, you pee in pools, right? You don't think that
Okay.
you're aggressing on any of the members of the pool that you're in because you're peeing in the water around you. The water disperses to those people. It's not your fault. Whatever.
I didn't make the water do that.
Which is fine. Which is fair. These are all things you're okay with. So the question then becomes: are you okay with people peeing in the pool? Because if you're okay with people being in the pool, you're okay with being peed on. And having the pee extend to you and rub all over you, seeing it as an aggression. See that all you have to do is turn it around.
Did they disclaim?
Guys.
Did they disclaim the possibility of their pee being in the pool? Because I have made it clear, right? I have put on the package the warning. I have put on the choking hazard. I have the shirt. There is the warning. They didn't do that, so they don't have the right to pee in the pool
What
as
if they
I
just
do.
localize it? What if they go, yeah, I pee in pools?
I have to consider like what level of pre-notice is required
Like you
for
feel
such
you
an
feel,
action.
you,
That's a
you
good
feel
question.
the water is warm. You go, what the fuck? And the guy goes, yeah, I pee in pools. What's going on? What's the problem?
Okay, but that's after the fact. I wasn't warned.
He thought you'd be okay with it. You pee in pools. You have the shirt. I'm just letting
Just because
you. Like, I just agreed with your shirt.
just because I pee in pools doesn't mean I'm okay with other people peeing in pools. What logic is that?
Wait. What logic is it that you're okay doing something, but no one else around you is supposed to be okay doing that?
Yeah.
Like, what is
Gibbs'
that logic?
principle. He's taking after Gibbs.
No. This is not Gibbs' principle. This is like actually just because you do something doesn't necessarily mean you want it happening to you.
Hold on.
Do unto others what you want others done to you, is I think the way that was supposed to be phrased.
So let's change. Hold on. This becomes a lot clearer if we change it to something that's a little bit more life-threatening, right? So let's say you wear a T-shirt at your home and you have a house party, and the T-shirt says, "I randomly fire my gun in my house." Now, without the T-shirt, without informing people that you randomly pull out a firearm and shoot it in the kitchen, and then sometimes people die, right? Like you have invited. It doesn't matter that it's your private property, right? You have aggressed upon them because you have not made it known to them that they're still a self-owner of their body, and then you harm them. But if you wear a T-shirt that says, "I randomly shoot my gun,"
well,
other people might assume it's a joke, right? Like, so like we might get into a weird realm of absurdity.
If you say no trespassing, you don't have to warn people shit. So
No, that's different. That's different.
Hold on. Let's.
You've added it. You've completely changed it by adding trespassing.
I don't care. Let me finish my thing.
I know you don't care about logical consistency. That's why you're retarded. You're not libertarian.
I'm gonna do this. No, I'm good. Yes. Okay. Cool. Here's the thing. I have a scenario.
Now zoom out.
He pulls in. He pulls in lots of pools.
I think you're supposed to squeeze.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. I'll just talk and then we'll fix it afterwards. He likes to pee in pools. All right. I say, hey, okay, on my pool, I put it's unadvisable to pee in pools. And then I proceed to not like enforce them peeing or not peeing, but I happen to stock my pool with those Amazonian fish that like to follow piss into your urethra. Now,
I feel like they'd be killed by the chlorine. Which is
no. We're using salt or something. We'll use a.
Okay, we got a salt. We got a saltwater tank. Got it.
Yeah, we got it. So whatever it takes to get these fish in there alive. And he decides to get pee in there. Now the other people, they haven't suffered this consequence because the fish only go after people peeing. Did I aggress on him, or did he aggress on all the other people? And should he be? We be
I just
liable?
can't take you seriously when the cameras zoom that far in.
Well, this is because
I
this
don't
is
know.
serious questions.
I think that if you didn't warn me about the killer fish,
I put don't piss. It's
not
unadvisable.
killer.
Zoom again.
To pee in pools. Unadvisable.
They're not killer. They just lodge into your urethra with spikes.
And I
but
warned
not
you it was
killer.
unadvisable to
They'll
piss in the pool.
you said unadvisable.
Yeah. Some people might be into it. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what they are into.
Okay. I would feel
I'm with
aggressive
Grid on this one. I'm with Grid on this one, right? It's no different than booby trapping your house from robbers, right? Oh, sorry, Gibbs.
We should be able to do that too.
Yeah, but I feel like you would have to make an effort to make it clear that the person wasn't welcome onto your property, as opposed to it's just unadvisable to walk into this.
Well, no, he says don't. He says don't pee in the pool.
That's not what he said. He said it was unadvisable.
Fabian, give me 1 second. Lactoid.
Yeah, okay.
I
fair
kind of feel like you're just trying to find ex post facto justifications for people to have to roll around in your pee.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just going to be honest with you. I feel like this.
That's 90% of my politics, really.
I'm buying those fish in the pool in the backyard. I'm putting in that right now.
Yeah, I just.
I've constructed this system really for an ulterior motive.
That's true of all of you here except for me, because all of you have preferences that you wish to use state violence to enforce your preferences, and then you come up with
and state violence is basically pee when you think about
justifications for why it's morally good for you to violate the rights. Only I can be logically consistent to say you can't pee in pools.
You know. Oh, you all know.
All of you shall now be referred to as pool pissers.
The pee
for
is
the record, I would be okay with things other than state violence, just violence in general, making sure that people didn't piss in my pool.
Thank you. Corey's been waiting patiently.
So, Lactoid, if someone is wearing the T-shirt that I sneeze without covering my mouth, and it's like you're in your home.
Oh God, we're going back to COVID, you weirdo.
Yeah. No, it could be someone with TB. Okay, they have tuberculosis.
Yeah, I think if somebody has a shirt that says "I sneeze without covering my mouth" and they're in their own home, you should expect that they sneeze without covering their mouth.
But then, are you okay with a random person like sneezing in your face with TB?
Am I in their house when I saw the shirt?
General public, because you can't trace it back to them, right? Yeah, they have plausible deniability. You can't trace it back to the droplet.
No, I would need to see again. I would need to see like there would need to be enough forewarning to like avoid this person. And so they had a shirt that says I will sneeze in your face, or like I sneeze without covering my mouth.
So for you, the shirt is the difference maker. As in the absence of the shirt, it's not okay for you to pee in pool.
The shirt, and then also whether you're on your own property. Because I feel like if you're in public, like I have as much of a right to be there as you do. And so, like, you are limited in what you can do, even if you advise me. But if you're on your own property, you can do a lot of what you want, but you at least have to warn me, right?
Is it a combination of both the shirt and your property?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought libertarians didn't believe in public property.
Because
he's not a libertarian. That's the problem.
He's
is that public property.
I'm a socialist.
He's a
sharing his urine all around the world.
Property. Well, so see, here's the thing: is that public property is
on 8-ball corner pocket. If he just calls 8-ball corner pocket, it's totally okay.
It's a bad joke.
Got the shirt that says he pees in pool, it's all right. But yeah, you're kind of like living by the rule of pool.
Is that from a movie?
To engage with what Corey said without a bad joke. Like
I haven't heard of it.
The problem here is that public property is in and of itself a contradiction. If you eliminate public property, then you only have private property. And if you have private property, it is up to the private property owner
and then all
to
the people
both
are free to pee.
homestead and communicate what the rules of their property are. And so if they have homesteaded the concept that people with tuberculosis aren't supposed to be on their fucking property, right? Then you are an aggressor just by the very nature of bringing that TB onto the property. That is the crime. The second order consequence that you're talking about is that they're somewhere where they may be allowed to be, right? And then they happen to sneeze because they just sneezed, right? And there was some involuntary reaction, and then maybe you got sick, but they don't have that per se control over the disease itself. They only have the control over what it is that their body does. The entire problem stems from the existence of the contradiction, the false claim that public property is a legitimate form of property.
I have a challenge for you then, Scott. Since you don't find public property to be legitimate, fair enough.
Yeah.
Let's say that I bought a 10-foot perimeter surrounding your home,
and make sure
and
this
I wore a
analogy
shirt.
includes you peeing in
Hold
pools.
up. I'm going to make it involve ping. Don't worry. And then in the perimeter surrounding your property, I have a 3 foot like moat pool basically, and I follow you around in the perimeter, and I jump in the pool and pee whenever you try to cross it. Am I aggressing upon you?
So I mean, so this is what's known as the Blockian proviso, right? Like, do you have property, and then can you keep someone from doing it? And so the elements that are missing from the analogy that are necessary to actually solve this question is, how did that property and your property in this equation get created, and how is it that there was an encircled property created without easement rights, which is the ability to enter and exit said property, right? Like you.
Right. Well, easements are enforced by a government, right?
Not per se, right? Like an easement, if an easement right exists,
what if you the enforcement mechanism? What if you owned a continent, Fabian, and the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans were just piss, and Lactoid owed them?
Way too extreme. I thought mine was extreme. The whole oceans.
Lactoid, engage with me real quick.
If you want to leave North or South America, Fabian, you have to swim through Lactoid's piss ocean. All right. Now there's your easement. It's 2 fucking continents. Explain now how this could have happened.
That's not right. I think.
It's because it's a stupid idea. This is why you can smack.
Well, no, it's only stupid. It's only stupid because you won't know what easement is until you Google it later.
We don't need an easement. We don't need an easement because it's a stupid idea. Oh, not necessarily. Okay, fine. Not
this is you. This is you gish galloping because you don't know what the word meant. You should probably Google things.
Okay, yes, I probably should.
Just so we're clear.
So the problem is,
Lactoid, I have a series of questions after this.
The problem is let's say property A exists. Right? This is not the moat, right? This is property A. If property B would be the moat. If property B is created,
the oceans are pissed.
Shush. Go Google easement while I'm talking.
I don't need to Google it. I explained a scenario that destroys your whole argument, and you're sitting here going, "Oh, I don't like it because it's a little bit outlandish." If we use North and South America,
you're interrupting me and spurting out because you don't know what a word means.
Okay, well then why don't you answer this question? If we use all of North and South America, it doesn't matter why there's no easement rights, because this doesn't matter. It's how it came to be, bro. Because it's 2 fucking continents.
Yeah, saying bro doesn't make you sound more right. Go Google what it is.
I mean, I understand what easement means. Yeah, okay.
All right, so
why don't you answer my question?
So I'm not being a pussy because you are interrupting and spurting out like a fucking childish retard. I'm not running. You're interrupting.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so regardless of whether or not it's the continent of Australia or whether or not it's a house in the woods, right? What occurs here is which property was homesteaded first. So if property A was homesteaded first, and then someone creates property B, which fully encompasses and enshrines property A, then they have committed an act of aggression by creating a property that fully does a 360 means, because the person is not capable of utilizing their property by a means of entering and exiting it, because they had a means of entering and exiting it before, which means
God gave them the rights to both properties at the same time.
Shut the fuck up. Cool. God's not real. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, they signed a contract to build properties at the exact same time. Okay, now go ahead. So there's your scenario.
So shush. So again, so when you are moving in and out of your property, or even when you moved into the property in order to create said property, you have at a minimum homesteaded either an easement, or if it's a certain situation like a village, a common property where individuals that were utilizing that property have easement rights. So the principal issue with the moat of P, where it's impossible for you to get around because a person's pissing wherever you go, is that you created the property after. Now, if you created the property first and then you just said, whoever wants this property inside of this moat of piss, have at it. It's not my property. Anybody can have it. If you enshrine this, and then I chose to go live in the piss moat property because I'm like, this is a really good defense mechanism, well, then it's my fucking fault if I all of a sudden don't want to go into the
okay, I'm not referring to the second scenario. I think refer to the first scenario where you have you settle down in your square. You're entirely self-sufficient. You don't really leave the property. I come around, and I'm a weird guy, right? I got some weird kinks, and then I dig the moat around your property, and then I create the P moat. Okay, and this is like my thing. And then you walk out one morning after an incredibly productive night that I had, and you look and you see for the first time a P moat, and you're like, Lactoid, what the fuck? How am I going to get out? And then I say, look, under the laws of the NAP, I have homesteaded this property surrounding you. Are you saying that because this reduces the value of your property or reduces your ability to use the property? Like, what's the actual harm to your property that's happening?
So private property, right, ought be defined as, first of all, it ought be defined as property of which you have exclusive control over. The moment that somebody utilizes their property to interfere with your exclusive control over your property, then they are aggressing upon you, right? And so this would be true if I started shooting guns at your property from my property, right? I no longer have exclusive control because there's bullets flying in my property. But it's also true if I build an entire moat around your property so that you cannot leave or enter your property without swimming through a piss moat. Now,
that's not affecting your property, though.
It is affecting. It's affecting my ability to exclusively control the property. Right now, hold on. If let's say I lived there for years and I had communicated via my actions or explicit signage or something, right, that I'll never leave my property, and then one day I decide I want to leave my property, then your piss moat isn't fucking. It's not an act of aggression against me because I had communicated either via my actions or explicitly to you that I was going to stay on my property. And that may be the explicit difference in Gibbs's scenario where he says you own the entirety of Australia, right? Like if you own the entirety of Australia, you never leave Australia and you never communicate a desire to leave Australia and you do everything that you could ever want to do in Australia. And then somebody makes a piss sea around Australia, right? then all of a sudden you don't really get to claim that you were enshrined or like that you were captured or that you no longer have exclusive control over your property because you never homesteaded an easement right to enter and exit said property.
Well, that's my point, Fabian. That's my whole point. Look, and this is why I was laughing
answering your question.
When it gets down to it, like I could give you another scenario where you would have this and there would never been an easement negotiated, right? Say I take a scenario where I own a ranch and I decide, you know what? I fucking hate my little nephew, but I want to have to give him something in my fucking will. So I give his sister. I
want to have to? What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know. We're just gonna scenario follow through. I decide I'm gonna give him a piece of land, and I go, you know what? I'm gonna give his sister the fucking land around it, and they're gonna have it at the same time. And the only way he can inherit this land is if he lives there and she lives on this land. Okay, cool. They decide, and I give her the land on the condition that she builds a piss moat around his house. Now he lives there, he's stuck there, and there's no easement negotiated in. He's fucked.
Yeah, right? That's not an act of aggression, no. Because you gifted him said land. You had already homesteaded it. You were the private property of that land. You chose what to do with that land. And
that's why,
so then you
in my
gave him
original
that land.
scenario, now if you take this, expand it out, right? And this is why I said you could take the hypothetical that you said there is no God. If God just did that and zapped you here and zapped you there, there's no difference in either scenario as me sitting here deeding it in a will or some person in the sky flying and deeding it.
Those are words, not an argument.
This got really far from Lactoid peeing in pools.
Yeah, but I don't know what this
if God is real,
the argument's about my pee, Bam.
Yes.
It's about my
divine pee. Lactoid, I have a shirt that says I fart in elevators, right? And I wear that shirt to work.
Yeah, then we have an argument about your farts. Yeah.
Right,
why are you having an argument about my farts?
Because you're not the CEO of the business. It's not your business.
But if it was your business,
if it was your business, and that was like you fucking win,
then I can let it rip in the elevator.
And you're like, and like there's like page 13, page 13 of the employment contract says sometimes it gets a little smelly in the elevators. Like that's your fucking fault for signing the docs, you know?
So basically we're okay with Lactoid peeing in pools. There is no aggression in accordance.
We're not okay.
You know, that's what I'm asking.
Lactoid peeing in his pool that he owns.
So if I wear a shirt that says like I fart in public, right, and I'm walking, and I just now have the ability to crop dust anyone I want because
you had that ability before.
That's the issue.
Yeah, but now it's like no one can be mad, right? No one can be like, hey, what the fuck?
No, they can be mad.
I mean, is anybody actually gonna get mad? Like,
if you wear a T-shirt that says "I rape children," and then you
somebody go like, "Oh, somebody farted," I'm gonna go.
They're gonna be like, "Well, he can't get mad. He has a T-shirt on that says "I rape children."
You're in a subway cart, right? You know, you just had. I don't know what makes you Taco Bell that.
That would be the least disgusting thing that's happened in a subway car.
Yeah, right.
On a daily basis.
Sam, what'd you want to say?
Yeah, I was curious. Like, I don't know why this matters at all, but I'm saying, does this apply like to the up house? The story about the movie Up, the Pixar movie, is based on a house where people built up like a mall or some big facility around it.
What does this have to do with P?
Oh, that's a good.
He's talking about the encirclement. He's talking about the encirclement of property, right? He owned a house, and then they
make
got
it
rid
P
of all the
related,
other
and maybe
houses.
I'll understand.
Yeah, they kept trying to upsell him, and he was like, "I'm not selling." They got to they offered him like $4 million for like a quarter acre land. He was like, "I'm not selling." So they said, "Okay, F you," and they just boxed him in on all sides to where you couldn't get signed.
Yeah, that's a Disney movie. It's a fantasy because what happens in America is the government just comes in and eminent domains your house.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't like that.
It's
right?
not a fantasy.
Didn't that happen in China? Did the one guy not give up and they just built the freeway around or some shit? I'm like, of all the countries to not have eminent domain.
I'm pretty sure this happened in the United States. Like that's why they made the movie Up based on a real guy.
As a farmer, trust me, eminent domain's a thing, and there ain't nothing you can do to fight it.
No, he did. He won. He didn't get eminent domain.
Was he in the United States?
Yeah.
Yeah, which just depends. It depends. Yeah, it just depends upon the city and state municipality and how devoted to corruption they are. But I'll take your example as is, right? Like if I take your example as is, does it apply in that scenario as well? Is it encirclement? The problem it isn't is that we have to assume that all of the other property around him was purchased by a company. So he still had the easement rights. He still had a sidewalk. He still had the ability to utilize his property. Now, it's not eminent domain it's not an act of aggression any more than black people moving into the neighborhood and making the property values go down is an act of aggression, right? If private property owners want to sell their property to a corporation, and that just so happens to be that everyone around you sells their property and you don't, and now you have a shopping mall built around you, that's just kind of like tough titty. Like that just happens. Other people have a right to utilize their property, and you don't have an expectation to force them to use their property in a way that you want them to use it. Otherwise, it's no longer private property.
Interesting. So
would it be okay if I built like a dome or around your property, but I did leave you, I let you leave and come back, but didn't get.
We could call it Pistralia.
You couldn't see anything really. No sunlight. But you couldn't leave. I wasn't interfering with your control over it. Like you could leave, you could come, etc.
Yeah, I mean, you would have a
giant dome.
You would have a certain level of airspace that you have homesteaded, but if the dome's big enough, then no.
It's big enough.
Right? Because property ought be 3-dimensional, not 2-dimensional, right? So there is a certain area in the sky that is no longer your property. And the same would be true if you have, let's say, an aquifer underneath you. Like there's a certain level beneath the ground that if you don't have a well that's utilizing that aquifer or something, right? And you're then it's not your property. Now it's gonna suck for you, but tough titty.
One more question. If I had a sufficiently high flagpole, could I claim airspace theoretically all the way up?
If you built a moon ladder all the way to the moon from your property, that's your fucking property.
Okay.
I don't think that's true.
Can I build a wall?
I'm not talking about U.S. law. I'm talking about.
Hold up.
I'm talking about libertarian theory.
Okay, libertarian ethics. Okay, I build.
He's a lawyer. He'd know better than I.
Yeah. So libertarian ethics. I build a giant net, like a fence net, that goes high enough to where jumbo jets have to pay me toll in order for me to lower the net for them to fly through, because this is my property. I homesteaded it.
Again, this is where it goes back to that A and B scenario. Who homesteaded what first? If there were already
I did it first.
Right, let's say you did this before, Wright brothers discovered the airplane.
Jumbo jets don't homestead air when they fly through it.
Well, the company that is utilizing specific pathways, right, to fly from space to space is in effect homesteading that as a traffic space that they utilize.
Hold on. Is there? I have a real question.
They are by the action of utilizing that property and changing that property towards
what would the
man's
space
will.
elevator law be? What would the space elevator laws be? Would that actually
that's like Lockean proviso shit. That's not anything since the 1980s in terms of libertarian philosophy. They don't need to change it. They just need to utilize it and they need to intersubjectively communicate that they are utilizing it for their own means. Right.
So
and
you-
so
hold
by
on, so-
flying,
Wait,
they're clearly communicating to everybody that
So I can't
use
fly
this
in that
property.
lane. I can't fly in that lane anymore. They've
Not
homesteaded
without
that
the person
flight
who
lane?
is homesteaded that is.
Well, hold on. How would that
that's
work for
interesting.
space?
Wait,
Hold on.
before we
How
go to
would that work for
hypothetical,
space? This is
just
not.
wanna-
Well, this, go ahead.
I just want to ask Lactoid because I'm curious. What is that? I mean, to your knowledge, the best of your knowledge, what is the actual rules on that? Like, I'm assuming that you only own so far up when you own
Yeah.
land, because you also don't
Yeah.
own, like, most people don't own their own mineral rights. Like, you don't technically own below the ground.
Well, so under common law, you technically under common law, your ownership is technically all the way up into infinity and all the way down into infinity. That's like you're technically the thing. Now,
Wait, through the Earth? Like,
well, not
all
through the Earth.
the other
They didn't.
person on
Okay,
the
when
other
they're
side of the Earth?
they weren't
There's a little
thinking
bit
about
of
it
contradiction there.
super. I understand. They weren't thinking about it like super like in this way. They were just saying
They weren't
down is
debate
yours,
bros.
up is yours. They weren't debate bros. Okay, they were like this works. We'll just go this way. Now there's a shit ton of regulations on this though, right? Obviously, if you want to build a certain height, it's got to be cleared through like 18 different things. The FAA has like a tremendous amount of jurisdiction over like different regulations for if a building is so high, they have to approve it. The lights on it have to be approved. You have to have lights to like warn aircraft, etc. All this shit. Like there's a lot of rules surrounding it. So, and with mineral rights. I know that you can bifurcate your part, like so you can technically sell the mineral rights separately from the property, like you can bifurcate it that way. But at least historically, like you would own everything under your property. So if you own like the best example of this is like back in the day, people who own these like pieces of land, and then it was discovered there was oil underneath them. The landowner was the guy. He was the one who owned all the oil, right?
Yeah,
and
but
so,
I was gonna say, but in modern law, like for example, if you move into a suburban area or something, it's like, wow, you strike gold. Like they say, there's like a highly likely chance that you don't own the mineral rights. Like if you move into a community, like they sold you the land
in an urban, it's possible. Like in an urban or suburban area, I'm not. It's probably going to be like a case by case basis. It's probably the case. I know for a fact
for new
that,
building,
when it comes
to
to
be a
digging,
developer, right? And
yeah,
so
when
the
it comes to
developer
digging,
will put in those
you're going to have
contracts
to.
that they own the mineral rights, but that's
what
you
about-
agreed
if
upon
I
that
may,
when you purchase the property.
Probably, but I also think the city,
I'm a
like the
farmer
city, has a
that
lot
deals
of like
with mineral
ordinances
rights,
around that
so
too.
I can speak to this, but yeah, in the state of Nebraska in particular, when you buy a field, you do in fact own the mineral rights. But if, for example, you have aquifer water underneath your property, you do not own that. That is property of the state of Nebraska that they let farmers use.
I mean, that's different than it is here for sure. Like I
They have
can
certain
sell them. I can
state-by-state
sell mineral rights
regulations.
to people on land, and I can keep mineral rights. I can sell land and own the mineral rights. I even own whatever. In fact, there's a big legal fight right now in Texas because a couple of states have like all the aquifer money. Right, like that's a big thing going down. Like I think we just did a panel on it. It's super complicated, and now they got decent. Anyway, I have a question though about the opposite direction. Right, so someone brought up the space elevator thing. Right, and I think that's actually interesting. And I know there's regulations and whatnot, but like, how would that work in theory if you're actually building a space elevator? That seems like that'd be perfect libertarian concept. But then you're excluding people from using that area. How would that work legally and in y'all's libertarian worlds? I kind of want to see how that.
I mean, legally, you'd have to get the government's permission. But
whoever has the biggest bombs owns space. That's it.
Well, no, because
that's the reality.
Because they're already talking about doing this with the space elevators. They're talking about these
Mike,
skyscrapers that travel like on asteroids they put into like Earth orbit. Like these are all theoretical concepts people are looking at building. How is that going to interact whenever you have something moving through different areas? That's like let's say it's a skyscraper attached to a moon that they put into place, and it's like going and stopping in New York one day. Like you can't regulate that like an airplane. That's going to take out travel during that area.
I'm sure if you had if you had a drone that had like unlimited range,
but you're blocking off thousands
miles
of
within
space,
your
area.
thing. I'm pretty sure the U.S. has a right to shoot it down, right?
Okay. Well, yeah, there again, there's FAA like regulations on like how high you can fly. This is a big thing when it comes to drones now. There's all sorts of these like rules in place, and it's going to be like a jurisdiction by jurisdiction.
Okay, so I don't want to. I want to.
And the FAA is federal, so I mean they have their rules, but of course cities also have their own ordinances on it.
I want to move on from this, but
back to the P.
Back to the P.
Well, thank you, FQ. It says, aren't a man's parts everyone's business? Yeah.
This sentence perfectly surmises the patriarchy.
Thank you, FK, for the $2 super chat, guys. If you want to super chat, want to support the channel, consider doing that. YouTube.com/FriendKai. And we'll read your super chats.
Super chat me too, boys.
Yeah. If it's funny, I guess I'm gonna act it like this. But yeah, I guess, I mean, it becomes everyone's business. This is what we guys here, right? Like, just because you do an offense through a diffuse environment, right? Does that diffuse your responsibility? This is how we got here in the first place. Blackfoot being a degenerate,
to some extent,
thinks, it does.
Hold on, you think this too to some extent?
Hold on. Well.
Well, so like
I can think of several hypotheticals in which you will have to agree.
I'm sure you're weirdo like that.
Yeah,
you can clean.
Okay, I go and pee in the ocean.
Hold on.
There's a difference between that and peeing on you. Don't you agree?
Yeah, well, obviously, but there's a better way to.
Salty,
There's a better. Hold on. Stop trying to make your bad joke. So there's a way to clean up this.
It's only
bullying KOA. What's up?
It's only the humorless that don't get good humor, man. I get it. You've never had good humor
if you're gonna like interrupt me.
Yeah,
like,
we know you don't have good humor. We get it. You're a humorless. Yeah, we get it.
All right, cool. Okay. You're done. So, anyways, the way to clean this up is
I'll let
to
you know when I'm done.
The way to clean this up in an action. Okay, are you done?
Maybe.
Okay. What are you, like a snarky fucking teenage girl?
You could have just
a little more witty than you, unfortunately. Now go on, make your point.
All right, cool. So, presumingly, I have permission from the great Kaylee Nation to speak.
Okay.
Go on, Fabian. Go on.
All right.
Just enthralling us with this amazing topic. Keep going,
please.
And then
so
the way to actually
move on.
Yeah. So the way to clean up the question is to actually think about it like noise ordinances in a neighborhood, right?
That's
because
what we're hoping to have it, man.
Well, I mean, if you actually want to like think about the question and the concept of diffusion and like how you ought utilize your property, when your property tends to bleed onto other people's property, right? Like I think noise ordinances in neighborhoods is kind of the perfect way to do it. And because, if I live in a nice quiet neighborhood and then somebody moves in and then they just start having house parties that are incredibly loud at 2:00 in the morning on a Thursday, then all of a sudden, like you feel wronged, right? Like you feel like what the fuck? Like this was a quiet neighborhood. I was using my property in one way, and now I have to wake up for work at 7:00 in the morning and I can't sleep because of this. And so the real question is what is it that you are homesteading with your property? And what is it that you're explicitly or unexplicitly homesteading? That's the real limiting principle in understanding how that diffusement of the usage of your property onto other people's properties could best be tackled.
Okay, so moving on from this. Thank you all for that. I guess. Well, I won't thank Lactoid. No. Fuck that. He's been aggressive on all of us this entire time. Fuck that.
Years.
Years indeed. But still, I like it when we talk about absurd things sometimes, right, and take it to the logical extremes, because it's a lot of fun. But anyway, so I wanted to talk about something a bit more serious. I'll take this off. I mean, it's true, but I'll take that off for now. I've got, when I make those banners, I save those banners, right? Like, so we can deploy those banners anytime. Just put that out there, okay? All right. In case people forget, about your proclivities.
Fabian's favorite feature.
Right?
Bro, it just makes everybody small on my screen, but it's fine.
Yeah,
it does.
In case anyone forgets Lactoid's proclivities, we can just redeploy those banners. So don't worry, people. All right. In any case, something I want to talk about before we get to the main topic, right? But this is related to the main topic. It was actually extremely related to the main topic, right? Is the utter capitulation of the Democrats in the face of Trump tyranny, right?
I'm so glad you brought this up.
And total defeat. Sorry. It's a defeat in progress, right? Because there is a slim chance, and I mean very, very, very slim chance, that the Republicans in the House will screw this up and not allow the Democrats to hand them a victory. But still, as of now, right, the Senate. We'll talk about the Senate Democrats. Senate Democrats have shown themselves to be extremely weak individuals, and like I predicted this was going to happen. I predicted that the Democrats weren't going to stand firm because the Democrats are paid opposition, right? Like this is what they do all the like again and again. Like when they get into fights with Republicans, they stand down. Now, I want to say something. I'm going to say that and I think I got in an argument with you about this, Gibbs, early on. But Gibbs said, well, this is, the Democrat shutdown. And I said, no, it's a Republican shutdown, right? Republicans were eliminating these important healthcare subsidies, which is going to hurt everybody. It's going to hurt everybody. The Republicans are doing that, and Democrats are trying to fight to get this back, right? To not hurt the American citizens, right? And the public, that's what the public thought. The public thought this was a Republican shutdown, right? That was their conclusion. But now the Democrats have given up, right? And actually accomplished nothing, right? This whole shutdown where people have been hurt in terms of losing access to benefits, right? Trump specifically did that to them, but whatever. And also losing access to pay, right? And possibly being evicted or any other issues, monetary issues that might have popped up, right? That was all for nothing. And so this was a Democrat shutdown. We should blame the Democrats. They got nothing. They embarrassed themselves, they humiliated themselves. In fact, it's worse than nothing. It'd be better if they didn't fight. It would have been better if they didn't fight. This is a Democrat shutdown. Blame the Democrats. They did this to you.
I'm proud of you. Since you vote me, if you don't mind me just responding to that, because I feel like it hurts you to say that, because I know every time my prediction ends up being right, it pains you to your soul. I know it does.
No,
but
people credit. Come on.
But no, I know you do. But hey, that's what I'm saying. You give credit even if it's painful. But I'm sitting here saying, when I saw this, I thought, and I read your topic today, and I was sitting here reading it. I'm like, okay, it's funny because then they capitulated. I think that's the proper word to use in this situation. Right? They basically gave up nothing, and then they did it for a very little gain. And I thought my heart of hearts, my strategy, if I was a DM, would have been, okay, sell this. It's a Republican shutdown, even though it's our shutdown. Sell it. They were doing that. People were buying it. Not everybody, but some. Then my thought was, okay, win big at the elections. And I know that some people are going to spin it as they won big. But to me, it looks like they won in places they were already going to win. And some of the people that won are in that off year. It's the extreme groups of people. And I think they're going to do more harm than good in the long run. I guess we can get into that into the second part of this in a second. But then they just gave up. They just gave up. They finally got a little bit, and they're just like,
here we go.
That one was on purpose, though. That one, we're getting it. I can't zoom out. But, when they did it, it was just shocking all the way around. And I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it that they just gave up. And I was like, oh, wow. I was right, but I didn't expect to be that bad.
I think the primary way to view this, to actually understand this, is I think so many people have this very naive sense of politics that Democrats or Republicans are that they're voting. Very few believe that they're actually voting in the interests of the people that they represent. But I think a lot of people think that they're voting and that they're engaged in this long-term strategy, this long-term political strategy. And when reality, almost all, right, there are some few exceptions on the left and right, you know what I mean? Maybe Thomas Massey or something on the right, Kohana on the left, right? There are some people, but for the most part, every vote is based off of the incentives that exist for them. And the incentives that exist primarily for congressmen and senators is, how do I maintain power and grow in wealth and notoriety? And so these government shutdowns, they were for the elections, I think, right? It was obviously the Democrats that did it. They kept trying to lie and say that it was the Republicans that did it, when you know, it was the Democrats that were voting to, you know, that voted in this way, and they got nothing out of it. But they didn't get anything out of it. They did get something out of it. What they got out of it was being able to gaslight the American people that this was a Republican shutdown, so that people would go out and vote for Democrats in the election. And then once that pressure and that incentive was gone, then they can come back to the table, and they don't really give a fuck what the deal does or doesn't do, because they know that they lack the current political power in Congress and Senate to get the things that they specifically want. They're just so what they're gonna do is they're gonna have, like, I don't remember if it was 8 or 9 people that voted differently,
8.
But the people that are in safer seats, right, can now go switch and vote with the Republicans because they're in safe seats, and that's good. And the other people can pretend like they're still fighting when they're not. And then make sure that that's not on their voting record, and then they can just kind of
Schumer
like
gets to
let this
pretend
go
like he
through.
voted against it.
Right.
No.
Let's go to Bam and then Lactoid.
Yeah. No. Everything everyone just said was completely wrong. It was also dumb, and this was absolutely a Republican shutdown, specifically and exclusively because whenever it comes to form the government, this isn't their first day. They know that you require 60 votes. That means you have to do legislation from a bipartisan perspective. That means you talk to Republicans, you talk to Democrats. We know we're not getting everything we want, but we know when spending ends, and then you communicate, you come together, and you build something out to continue the government funded to get you enough votes to get over the threshold and finish line. Donald Trump, since he's won in office, has been completely and explicitly against any form of bipartisanship, and he said so outright. That he has no intention of working with Democrats. And I think even before the shutdown happened, because Trump doesn't know how government works, they asked him like, "Oh, okay, are you going to do your spending from a bipartisan perspective?" And he said, "No." He said, "We'll just do it with Republicans. We'll do CR," not knowing he didn't know that a CR required 60 votes. So the reason why it's a Republican shutdown is because the Republicans, uniquely only under Trump, have chosen not to do bipartisan negotiations. The Democrats it
was the other party that shut the government down then.
No, it's a party.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
The party in power.
Because they're the ones in power and they want to keep the government open. And shockingly, it didn't stay open.
No, there's 17 other people that said stupid things. No.
Yeah, sorry, man. That's just the way it is.
I just gave exactly why it was Republicans, and I'm going to continue my point.
None of those reasons were good enough, though.
They were. I don't care what you think is good enough. It's truth. It's the
just the fact
of the situation.
That's not my opinion.
No, shut up. Nobody else talks right now.
Yeah.
I have a lot to say.
I was. Sorry, man.
I'm sorry. We'll stop. Fix it. Don't let it happen again.
Probably will.
Continuing on. Once the Republicans established the shutdown, the Democrats, rightfully so, put up a fight for the repair of the subsidies, or repair of the healthcare subsidies, ACA subsidies, as they rightfully should have. Donald Trump, being the evil mongrel that he is, doesn't care about the people suffering. He cares about himself looking good, but he has no interest in people suffering, starving, dying, homelessness. None of that bothers him. He partied throughout the entire shutdown.
I'd say the same of the
shut the fuck up. He posted a number of parties throughout the shutdown.
It's the only base thing about him is that he doesn't give a fuck. BBT goes away.
So so we hit the point. The Democrats ended up winning having success in the elections. Great, but food stamps ended up expiring, and they were supposed to. And Donald Trump said that he wasn't going to fund them at all. He went to court. The courts required him to make partial payments, and even though he should make full payments, but they took it to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court pushed it down, stating that he didn't have to make the full payments. Once these discrepancy payments were used up, no more food stamps had to go out, according to the courts. So now you're talking about 42 million people potentially either having a lack of some amount of food or starving. You're talking about a continuation of federal workers and military members going without pay. That's cool that you might be able to make it the first month without having your rent money. If this goes on to 2, 3, 4, 5 months without federal workers and military members receiving their pay, like people are going to be evicted and actually homeless.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure. When I'm finished, I would love to clarify.
I thought you were wrapping up. My bad.
I'm close. I'm close. I'm right here to the point. So the Republicans.
It isn't. I got 2 kids.
So at which point the Democrats had to make a hard decision. We're into the longest shutdown in the history of the United States of America. People are going without food, going without their pay, and there's no end in sight. No one, including Prime or anyone himself, would say Prime couldn't name at what point he would have to accept that. Oh, okay, maybe the amount of people that are actually losing their houses and starving and dying is enough that the Republican.
I couldn't see the future.
You didn't have a goal in mind. You're just blaming because I don't know. That's a different thing. You have to have at a certain point where you realize that there's diminishing returns. You realize that okay, more people are going to be impacted by not having food than a higher health insurance premium. So the 8 Democrats that came across, even though it wasn't even Democrats as old, the 8 Democrats that didn't cost, most of them aren't even running for re-election. It wasn't even that they're safe seats; they're just not running.
Yeah,
that's a safe seat.
Yeah, that's a safe seat. But go ahead.
It's not. Those are different things. Someone not running for re-election is not the same thing as a safe seat. But
it's a safe seat because
I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear.
They're not up for re-election in the next cycle.
I don't want to hear you talking.
Good Lord.
Right now. I'm right here.
I bet you're really delightful.
I am. I'm the best there is. So
let me know when you decide to start showing it.
Got you. So so at which point they made a decision that 50 million people on the street starving and dead is better than the 5 or 6 million people that are going to have higher health insurance. It's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate reality. Is 5 or 6 million. I said
5 to 6 minutes. Sorry, I didn't hear that. But sorry.
Yeah, 5 to 6 million people that are going to end up having higher health insurance premium. It's an unfortunate reality, but if the Democrats continue this on for the rest of eternity, for the expectation of winning, because you can't even date. That's the only alternative. If you don't know when what's it called? Quit. It was on to the end of eternity. Then yes, the Democrats took the wins they had. They guaranteed a vote. They brought back all of the layoff workers that Trump had done, as well as a couple other things. So yes, the Democrats ended up having a win, and it wasn't this shutdown.
Okay, clarifying question now. We have Lactoid and we have Admiral Gibbs. Is your question short?
It actually is. I'm just trying to understand your argument a little bit.
Lactoid and Gibbs.
So it's very. You're saying that it is incumbent upon the Republicans, with the majority in all branches of government currently, right, to compromise with the minority party that isn't in power. Therefore, it is their fault. But
as is the entire of U.S. history, yes.
Oh, so it's always. So what you're saying is it's
when
always
you need 60 votes, and you don't have 60 votes. You must compromise. Yes.
Okay. So if the situation is reversed, are you saying that if Democrats are in control and the Republicans refuse to pass something in the Senate, that it is the Democrats' fault for not agreeing with the minority party, and that it is no longer the minority? It's not the Republican shutdown, but it would be a Democrat shutdown if they didn't compromise with the Republicans.
When the Democrats
to get the votes.
The reason that Democrats actually do end up being able to pass CRs, Donald Trump is historically unique in being a president that's not able to pass CRs, is because yes, when Democrats are in power, they do bring Republicans to the negotiating table and make concessions on things that they wouldn't want to give on simply because it's the reality. That is, I don't know a more direct answer that could be. I'm sorry, you have to pay attention better.
If the shoe's on the other foot, does the same rule apply? That's the question.
No, somebody said that's not an answer to his question.
Yeah, I didn't say anything.
Yeah, we've had government shutdowns under Democratic administrations.
Not in recent history.
Yes,
under Obama. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Donald Trump has had more shutdowns than every president in the U.S. history combined.
Lord.
That's not.
Okay.
That's not an argument.
Can I?
So you're just
I wrote.
It's okay.
I wrote down some. Bam, I'm going to heavily disagree with you. So I wrote down a lot of things that you said, and I kind of wrote down my points. So you talked for a little bit, and so I'm just going to kind of respond. Yeah. as you accurately pointed out, yes, 60 votes, that you need to have 60 votes without breaking the filibuster. Both parties have declared this to be a kind of important tradition. Republican leadership in the Senate has said that they were unwilling to break the filibuster, despite the fact that Trump wanted them to. The response was, no, we're not going to do this. We really care about this. 60 votes. That's what we have to hit. And the interest of having the filibuster, you're right, is to have some level of bipartisanship. It's also to perhaps slow the rate of change and prevent some kind of radical policy being able to be passed quickly per cycle. However, just because things encourages bipartisanship doesn't mean that one party can hold up the process and cause the shutdown and then be alleged to have not caused the shutdown. The Democrats were the ones that are proposing a change to the status quo. Imagine if Republicans were stopping a clean resolution and continuing the shutdown. Let's assume, again, the situations have changed. If the Dems didn't agree to fully fund a border wall that they had just there was just in the last election, and that they had lost on, it turns out, or that the Republicans had lost on. That most Americans, Republicans were running on a border wall, but the Democrats still won. And so when it came time to pass a budget, the Republicans said, no, we're not going to agree to sign this budget unless you pass the border wall. And the Democrats say, no, we're not going to add something to the budget. We're going to go ahead and pass the budget as is, clean resolution, continuing resolution, so we can debate more. Republicans proposed 14 clean resolutions, not proposing any new spending. Yes, not proposing any new spending, just saying this is the status quo. We can have an argument about what new things should be funded, right? The status quo, clean resolution. 14 times they tried, 14 times they failed.
Subsidies are part of the status quo. That's current
they were expiring. They were set to expire. So it's not like Republicans. It's not like hold on. Yes, if the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was set to expire, then Republicans re-adding it would be a violation of the status quo. That would be adding new spending because the spending was set to expire.
But they said it was part of regular business. They said we're keeping things as they are now. That was their argument. I'm just trying to keep them consistent.
Hold on. Yeah, they might make the argument, but I'm telling you if the Republicans were the ones holding up the government spending because they were insisting on the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and they were the minority and they were holding it up, then of course the shutdown would be their fault, assuming that it was slated to end that year, because they are the ones proposing something. They are the ones saying, we're not going to agree to a clean resolution. You have to agree to this thing, this new thing, this continuation. You have to agree to that. Otherwise, we're not going to fund the government. So it's obvious that the Democrats were responsible because they were the ones saying, you have to add something to the budget or we're not even going to let you fund the stuff that's already in it. The clean resolution, the Republicans tried 14 times. One last thing. One last thing. The fact that there's the Democrats' shutdown is so painfully obvious when you're seeing the reaction now from Democrats, now that some Democrat leaders decided to vote to open the government, right? 8 Democrats have apparently gotten on board, right, with voting to open the government. And what's the response? A lot of Democrats are really upset about that. They're saying, oh, our strategy was all for naught. Our tactics here, why did we even do it? Why did we even do it? Oh, why did you even do what? What were you doing?
Prime not Democrat. Don't listen.
No. This is most of Twitter right now. Just to be clear, this is not just Prime.
Prime doesn't fall in the category I'm about to describe because he was openly wanting it the whole time. But there are people right now that are avid Democrats that are sitting here that have advocated for this shutdown the whole the whole time. They want it to end. They're trying, and then all of a sudden now that it's over, they're mad. I've seen several of them. All over the internet right now. You can't say it's not happening. It's major influencers. Here's the issue I actually have, and it's actually with my fellow conservatives here. Y'all really missed the golden opportunity with both y'all going ahead.
Golden shower?
Golden shower, perhaps. All right, here. Whenever Bam did something they accused the people on the right of doing all the time, which is what we like to call revisionist history. He took what happened every single time in American history, which is whenever the minority party that's lost the last election held up budgets and then ended up causing a shutdown, was blamed for it. He took that, and that's how it's been blamed. It's in all of history. In fact, Jake Tapper called out the Dems for doing that on CNN, and then in light of that, he put a clip show together because it happened so many times, and they just showed it a couple days ago on there, and it's all over the TikToks everywhere, and it's a clip show of every time in history where the person, the minority party, has been blamed for the shutdown. Right, and this is something they put forth. This is what is traditionally called
presumption
blaming
is the will is the majority party.
So what Prime was saying is different than what Bam is saying, and I want to make sure that we differentiate because Prime has been honest. He wanted it shut down. He's saying it's shut down for these reasons. We're fighting for this, yada yada. Bam over here is going, no, we're going to reframe all this and we're just going to push branding. And that's the dishonesty. He's going to say the Republicans shut it down because they didn't want to pass the bullshit that was already expired. That's the fact. It's dishonest Dem tactics.
It's not dishonest. There's a distinction. There's a distinction on a case by case basis. Like
in this case, it's dishonest Dems.
No, I'm saying.
Thank you. You're right. 100% correct.
Okay, got you. So there's a distinction between when. If someone's like, oh, okay, I want the border bill. I want like $2 trillion for the border, for the border pass. If you do that, and the Democrats' response is no, we're not negotiating on anything. Get effed. At that point, that would be a Democrat's responsibility. If the Democrats' response was instead, no, but we can have some negotiations to meet something on the table. We need these 60 votes, but you don't get everything. Then at that point you could argue is like if they say like no, it's all or nothing. Then at that point you would argue, you can start to make the argument. They're like,
even if the Dems,
but you have to negotiate in good faith. Is the point?
Hold on, even if the Dems propose a clean like a clean resolution, like the Republicans are saying, we want some border funding.
You know this language is new, right? That's Republican propaganda in itself. When do we call it clean and dirty CRs?
I've heard that for a while now. In terms of a clean resolution, it's simply the spending that was already pre-authorized. No new spending.
New doesn't mean it's new, fam.
I'm saying that historic. We just call them continuing resolution. This clean. The Democrats are
clean because there's no new spending. That's the difference.
I understand, but I'm saying that this isn't how we've generally talked about these things. Republicans are like made this language.
And by the way, I think everybody here, if the Republicans were saying we need new funding for the border bill, and the Democrats were saying no, let's just agree to fund the things that we currently have funded, and then we can debate the border bill, and the Republicans said no, we're not going to vote on the spending, of course that'd be the Republican shutdown.
No, you would just say they're the majority.
Of course.
No one would say. You would just say they're the majority. That's all. That would be the.
And they don't want to keep the government closed as the majority. Funny that.
So okay, multiple things here. One, like the Democrats said, like, hey, we're going to fight for what I believe to be a worthy cause, and I think most of the country feels is a worthy cause. Keeping those subsidies, because that's going to directly affect them. That's going to directly affect their pocketbooks, right? Open enrollment for ACA.
Republicans actually.
Open enrollment for ACA is, I believe, is happening now. People are seeing the prices rise, and they need relief. The Democrats were going to fight for that. That was something I could get behind, right? Like Democrats have refused to fight up until now. They haven't done fucking shit. But that was something I get behind. It's interesting the timing of this surrender. So we have if Democrats thought like this was a losing fight, right, or a fight that was going to hurt them, then they would have done it before the election, right? Because it's going to hurt us before the election. So let's do that, right? But they thought, oh, we have an advantage, right? And so they waited after the election, but then they're like, oh yeah, we don't give a fuck about this. Right? We don't actually care. And so they capitulated immediately. And this plan was in motion a while ago. So like last week, right? So now we have reporting, and I can send you guys a report. We have reporting from the American Prospect talking about how this was a plan by a Democratic leadership to do exactly this. Now, Chuck Schumer did not vote to end the shutdown, right? He didn't vote to do that. And at first, I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I was talking to Bam about this last night. I was actually
You were
trying to give him
never
the benefit of the
trying
doubt.
to- no, you weren't.
But it was very wrong. It was very wrong of me to do this. It was very wrong for me to do this. Because I started learning a bit more about this. First of all, another person who did vote for it, one of the 8, is Dick Durbin. Dick Durbin in the Senate is the number 2 and within the Democrats, right? Within the Democratic leadership, right? This has Democratic leadership fingerprints all over it, right? The number 2 in the House, Senate, Dick Durbin doesn't do it without Democratic leadership approval, right? And that's Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer, and according to the reporting, Chuck Schumer was in contact with this like caucus of Democrats, right? The entire time. He was talking to them, like they had presented this plan beforehand, like in a meeting to Democrats, like to like a caucus meeting with the full Democratic Senate, right? They brought this up. They're going to do this. Like a lot of the other senators have vaulted, but Chuck Schumer was in contact with them all the time. He wanted them to negotiate. But then he doesn't himself do it, right? He gets like what our friend Scott was talking about. You don't want to call them safe seats. Call them seats that aren't up for re-election, right? He gets the Democrats who won't be up for re-election next cycle, maybe the next cycle or the cycle after that, right? Some of them 6 years out, right? So the ones who will take the least blowback, right? And also 2 people, Dick Durbin, I believe, and Jeanne Shaheen, I believe the 2, who are leaving Congress, who already announced they're retired. Right? So these people aren't going to get any blowback. He sends them out to do the dirty work. And then he himself says, well, I didn't vote for it, and I want to continue the fight. This is paid opposition.
I want someone to deal with the 50 million people.
Lose.
So
they didn't fight. They
there's
got
one seat.
If they're Muslim, we'd call it Takia. I'm just saying.
There's the things left is Takia.
Had like this whole time, what they got the country behind, what they sold to their voters, right, was that we understand there's pain here, right? We understand this, right? And again, to be clear, pain inflicted on them by Donald Trump, right? Because he didn't want to fulfill the SNAP beneficiaries, right? He didn't want to do that. That's Donald Trump's pain.
No, also the troops not being paid. That's not Donald Trump's pain. We can't control that.
I understand. Hold on. I understand that. That part, I'm just pointing out the SNAP part, but I understand the other part.
No, you have to point out all of it, or don't have the conversation.
Okay, don't worry, I'll do it, right? Yes, other people were being hurt, right? I'm literally making that point. I'm literally making that point right now.
You're minimizing.
Democrats made a promise to their voters. Hey, we understand pain. You're going through some pain, right? But we think this is a worthy fight because what happens afterwards, right, is that Republicans rob you of a portion of your paycheck, right? That's going to come out of your pocket. So to save you, we think this is a worthy fight. If they didn't think they could win the fight, right? If as Bam says, right? Well, Republicans aren't going to move. They were going to move. They're falling apart. But if as Bam, we're going to take his word for it. If as Bam said, Republicans weren't going to move, they knew that. Well, then what was the point of the fight in the first place?
No, there has to be
other than to lie to the voters.
No,
other than to lie to the voters.
You're wrong. I'm giving you the answer. I'm telling you why. What you just
Democrats took the Republicans had on the table for 3 weeks now.
If like the individuals within the Democratic Party who usually surrender, Chuck Schumer first among them, right, were the ones who did this, right? This was all fake. There was no actual fight happening, right? They got nothing after it all ended, right? Almost.
Yes, they did. They got 14. They got 14 electoral victories, and then they could stop fighting and blame.
Yeah, then they got
and then a promise that the Republicans would talk about the things they like.
Democrats put you through this pain, right? Democrats put you through this pain, and they did it for nothing. Remember this in the future. Remember what Democrats.
I want to hard disagree. I want to hard disagree.
No,
I think this is an important point of distinction. No, exactly. I want to hard disagree just on one point. Right. They didn't do it for nothing. They did it for the only thing they care about, which is winning power. They do not give a fuck about people starving. They do not give a fuck about government.
I mean, to be fair, no one was starving though, Scott.
They don't give a fuck about whatever these pretend things they act like they care about, and the same thing is true of Republicans. Now, just to clarify, I just want to make two things clear. Number one, the clean resolutions that you say, Bam says, I don't like that terminology. I'm not sure why, but this is Biden's bill, right? This is Biden's funding under the Biden administration. It's just to maintain the Biden administration's, spending bills. That's what Democrats say we cannot accept. We refuse to vote for it. That's absurd.
Bill is in place. Funding is changing. We're acting like
those are two different. No, those are two different.
Those are two different. This is all part of the United States. They're all part of the exact same thing.
Those are two different things. When you're talking about whether you're spending entitlement, no, it is because like the big beautiful bill as a specific spending thing. There are certain there are certain entitlements and certain things you can't touch in certain bills. Just because it's an omnibus bill doesn't mean that you can do in that one bill spending cuts or spending increases in every area of the government. Like these are separate categories.
But you don't just say this is the exact same as Biden when it's not. We understand that we've had legislation.
But it is the same.
It is in those funding of government agencies.
No, I have two.
No, you just don't understand what's going on. That's why you don't understand what a clean bill is.
No. You people are too intelligent.
That's why you don't understand what a safe seat is. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Everything that goes against the Democrats is a new made-up Republican conspiracy theory to you.
No, I'm saying that the same reason we talk about. I'm saying Donald Trump uses words, and the Republican Party adopts them and like spits them out over and over again, and we pretend that that's like the norm of how we speak in Congress.
Yeah, but I'm using words right now.
No, what I'm pointing to is like we're not talking about the same Donald Trump and Thune and Mike Johnson would not come out now and say that we're going to spend the exact same amount of money as we were spending under the Biden administration.
No, they're two different things.
I know the two different things.
There's discretionary and entitlements. Okay, the big beautiful bill is discretionary spending.
No, it also affects entitlements.
It affects in terms of entitlements, what kickbacks could go to states for Medicare and Medicaid spending on the basis of immigration status. But even still, and that is separate from what we were talking about. The big beautiful bill is a bill based on discretionary spending. The funding of the government is entitlement spending. That's why certain things can't be in the big beautiful bill, and that's why certain things in the budget can't be things. We're talking about two different areas of spending that require two different votes.
No, I'm not going for bullshit.
Okay, well, everything about how the government works is you've been lying through your fucking teeth this whole time to make an argument.
The big beautiful bill.
You don't know what a safe spending is. Safe seat is. You don't know what discretionary spending is. You don't know what entitlements are. You don't know what a clean resolution is. You're just lying about terms to try and support your argument.
Let Bam get a response.
I'm not scared. What the fuck are you talking about?
Scared. Let me respond. The big beautiful bill absolutely created changes to the
we got an internet tough guy here, guys.
The eligibility requirements for Medicaid. There were also absolutely cuts to. They said they were saving Medicaid by cutting over $700 million in the big beautiful bill.
Biden said we were beating
an impact over entitlements. That was a lie.
They're not cutting the funding because it's discretionary spending. What they are doing is they are cutting the eligibility requirements for any reimbursements in states based upon immigration status and clarifying where that goes. Okay, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Literally, you shouldn't be here. You just don't understand how government works.
Absolutely,
it's also work. They're adding work requirements too.
Yeah, there was work requirements, 20 hours.
Yeah, I didn't know what I was talking about, but now I'm
20 hours.
I'm gonna move this a little bit. I'm gonna do something very Trumpy.
I thought the same thing.
And we're gonna use a new word, and this is
why I love the government shutdown.
It's called pattern recognition. That is a thing that separates sentient creatures and higher level thinking creatures from lower level thinking creatures. And in this room we have a plethora of different creatures. It seems some of us have gotten wise and we've recognized patterns, such as the Dems are strategic snakes that only give a shit about keeping themselves in power. Some people are even some of them are, but but specifically in the Dems right now, they are led by a specific group of these strategic snakes. And luckily, some people on the left, like Prime, have, they're intelligent. They've come to recognize this pattern. While other people, like Bandier, clearly have not recognized this obvious pattern, because how many times are they going to do the strategic snaky thing to stay in power and then get caught, and people predict it, and they go, well, that's only going to happen if they're strategic snakes, and then suddenly, guess what? They do it, and it happens exactly that way. At some point, we just have to start calling a spade and admit these people are evil fucks that don't give a shit about the American people, and the Democratic Party needs to be disbanded as a whole. I mean, because that's
politicians.
Are we not? No, wait a minute. I'm going to say, honestly, I don't want to. I'm going to say this, and I hate that I say it because I feel like he's going to try to respond. Like, you tried to say it was a bad thing that the Congress people act to be reelected. The only reason that's what you should want from your government to do, it's built into the system. You should want them to respond to the will of the people so they can get reelected.
But when you do paid opposition, just like what Chuck Schumer said, just like what the Prime said, listen, if I play both sides against himself to get myself a win, you're bamboozling the American people, and you're doing it at their own disadvantage because they accomplished nothing with the deal. They gave in on everything. No. They literally, this is the only thing they got were seats that they were basically already going to win.
No,
they maybe got a couple that were close, but we're probably going to go their way anyway. This is another blue ripple little situation. They barely got anything in their little bill that they got done. They barely got anything agreed to, and then they gave it all up for a promise. And we all know nobody's going to follow through on that promise. I wouldn't. You wouldn't. Jesus wouldn't. Nobody will. And you have to be damn near retarded. You have to be damn near retarded now at this point not to recognize the pattern that the Dems keep doing. And I'm sorry, but that's what you're doing right now.
Okay, so let's deal with the 50 million people that are impacted by this.
Okay,
Prime, I want you, because the rest of the people are Republicans who would find if the 50 million people.
Corey, you're a Republican.
You really don't know.
I'm not a Republican. That's why I'd be fine with them not getting
Republican.
stolen.
I got 2 minutes.
I love you, my BB. Okay, I would never talk about you like that way. I'm going to deal with Prime.
Corey's the most lefty person on this panel.
Is the childish framework he is. We're gonna deal with this in real time, live. Okay. When you say there would have been some pain, what would you do if 3 months from now, no federal workers have received any paychecks? We're down to what, 20%, maybe 10-20% of air traffic being flown, flights canceled. Are you acting like these things are nothing and they could just keep going on forever? I want you to deal with that. What were you doing with the actual people who were losing out on no longer having to pay SNAP benefits, who were losing out on not having their pay, and the flight travel issues going into the holiday season, and how that wouldn't have had any negative impact on the people, and how that wouldn't have eventually had negative impact on the Democrats?
My problem with what you've just said is that, like, hold on. My problem with what you just said is that it doesn't take into account the planning stage, right? So, okay, Donald Trump is a known quantity, right? Everyone understands Donald Trump here at this point, right? What kind of person he is, how he operates, how he's likely to respond. So the Democrats planned this shutdown. And according to you, right? Even in the embedded in the hypothetical, I disagree with this part, but embedded with the hypothetical is that Donald Trump is impossible to move.
Well,
so that means
I didn't say that. I said on day one. I'm saying at this point.
I can adjust, right? That he may be possible to move, but it'll be so far in the future that destruction will be so complete, right, that it won't be worth it, right?
No, you didn't know that on day one. I'm saying that you used the information.
Of course we did.
No, you didn't.
But of course we did. Of course they did, right? Like if you had asked me on the first day, hey, would Donald Trump easily just give up on this?
I didn't say easily.
Of course not.
No, I'm saying that you have to have a diminishing point of like there's a timeline, like, oh, okay, this is a worthy fight that we should absolutely
sure. What do you think?
And then you have to have a date of like, oh, okay, should we continue this through Thanksgiving? Probably not.
So
that on day one that would be.
So how is that? How is that the Republicans' fault if the Democrats come up with a plan to intentionally stop the Republicans from getting a spending bill passed?
I'm not dealing with the fault right now. So we're talking about people who are being affected.
This is
keep up with
this is hold on.
Oh, what was you say? I was doing running.
Of course, you don't want to deal with the fault because that would show who's
that was the question.
Causing all those 50 million people.
He
doesn't want to deal with. He doesn't want to deal with the 50 million people. He wants to deal with that. That's fine.
Brother, the race card doesn't work in 2025.
Because you have to admit. It's because you. It's because you have to admit that the Dems purposely hurt those 50 million people just to get elected.
If you add something else, say
sure. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. One. So I'm gonna get to your question, right? I'm laying it out.
Yeah.
The planning stage. Like if we knew exactly who Donald Trump was, right? Donald Trump and the Republicans, and just Republicans in general, not even just Donald Trump, right? Republicans in general have fought when it comes to government shutdowns, right? They have proven themselves like extremely difficult to move, and Democrats almost always lose these fights. They lose these fights. So if you didn't have a plan to actually put on pressure enough to break them, then you shouldn't have done it in the first place. So in fact, you put yourself in the worst position. And just one thing I'll say, and then I'll talk about what you're saying, right? What you're asking. Like if Democrats can't win now, in this moment, when they had maximum leverage, right? You'll have to like sift through like the sand and find the little nuggets of gold and explain to us what that is, right? Because there's a whole mountain of a shit, right? You're gonna have to go through. I'm gonna hear you out. And you're gonna tell me what these wins were. But in a second, right? If Democrats had a maximum leverage, if in this moment, right, after a great win last week, which I disagree with my friend Gibbs here on that, right? I think Democrats did fantastic. They massively shifted the electorate, even in places where they lost, right? They moved it like by sometimes dozens of points, right, between elections.
Look at the spending.
In terms of Democrats' favor.
The Democrats way outspent the Republicans. They bought an off-year election, dude.
I agree. Let's get money out of politics. We'll come back to that. I agree. Let's get money out of politics.
I was about to say, are all the elections bought?
Yeah, like all of yeah, sure. Let's get money out of politics. If you want to work with me on that, let's do that. In any case, right? I think it was a massive win. But in that moment, right, immediately after, when the public is in their favor, right, when they're blaming Republicans for the shutdown, in this moment they couldn't win, then they can never win, right? This was their maximum leverage. After that, they're going to get rolled the entire rest of the Trump second term. To my Republican colleagues here, right? My right leaning colleagues, you have won. I don't want you to understand what just happened now. You have won completely. Like every
don't run from the game. Deal with
I'll get to you. I haven't forgotten. Every fight from here on out, they're going to lose. They have nothing better than this one moment, and they lost here. So break out the banners. You already won. All right. So back to
I'm taking my victory lap. Thank you, Tom.
Damn. Here's why I think like what you're asking me is bullshit, right? Because it wasn't as if the damage was actually being done like each day, right? So like this shutdown has lasted like 41 or 2 days, right? Yeah, right. There wasn't damage being done each and every day. The damages come with a missed paychecks, right? So there are 2 points that we have to be concerned about here, right? One is SNAP beneficiaries, right? And they get paid, my understanding, if I'm wrong, someone can correct me, they get paid at the first of the month. That's what I believe, right? If I'm wrong, let me know. That was like the big thing. Now, they didn't know they weren't going to get, at first, that this was going to happen because SNAP has never been affected by shutdowns previously. So maybe they didn't factor that in, but Trump clearly made that part of the calculations like quickly afterwards. But the big thing would be the government paychecks, right? That would be the points of like maximum political pressure against the Democrats, right? Mm-hmm. The Democrats didn't time their surrender for the paycheck. The Democrats timed the surrender till right after the election. That's my issue.
Like the day after.
Right? Like Yeah,
literally the day after.
They were already negotiating the day after.
Yeah, it was literally as soon as it was done.
So it wasn't like they like the day after another missed paycheck for our government officials, for the aviators and the military and all that. That's when like, oh, okay, this is too much. We got to surrender. No, as soon as the election was done, as soon as they got what they wanted, they fucked off.
No,
so what I'm saying,
they don't care about empty bellies. They only care about power. Also, another thing was they didn't want the filibuster to get nuked because they knew if the Democrats ever take power again, they might actually have to do something.
Well, he keeps talking about the 50 million. He keeps talking about the 50 million going hungry. The Dems caused that. The Dems caused that. That's why you don't want to sign fault.
Wait a minute,
yeah, the Dems don't.
The Dems game made 50 million people go hungry.
You haven't said anything about the minimizing of air traffic control going into the busiest travel day in the United States.
Yeah, that's terrible. The Democrats did.
Can I say something really quick? Breaking news.
They chose to do that. That's the point.
Very quick breaking news. It passed through the Senate, so it's on its way to the House. Any chance of this not going to the Senate's done. It's passed. So the 8 Democrats voted in favor with the Republicans.
Thank you,
and you're also, I think you're wrong about the day-to-day thing. The SNAP benefits were going out. The SNAP benefits were going out.
Fuck, SNAP's going back
out like slow, like days at a time, weeks at a time. Like they were coming out now. Like people were getting paid. Not just
it could only get so erect.
Normal schedule
on normal, but it wasn't on normal schedule.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that like
black women were starting to lose weight again. Fuck.
Like when the November 1st, basically, that was the point of maximum pain pressure, right? Like the hack
it was
going
funny,
out
just racist.
Is easing pressure, right? Not that it's solving the problem, but it's easing pressure when the payments are slowly going out. That's easing pressure on the Democrats. That's why they fought so hard for them, right? Because they needed that to go out. That put them in a bind with parts of the electorate. So yeah, whatever. In terms of the holiday, right? The Thanksgiving holiday that's coming up, right? And the travel. Well, that's maximum pressure on the president. That's the thing. So I can't accept.
If the babies were dead on the street and we took pictures of them, that would be even more maximum pressure. Like you're not dealing with these like these are real people being affected. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I know. The Dems use those people as bargaining chips.
I'm absolutely doing that. No, I'm absolutely doing that. I understand what's happening to these individuals, and I'm going to understand. I'm understanding what the Republicans are about to do to them with the ending of the ACA subsidies, right? It's been a big fucking thing. That's why I thought this was worth fighting for in the first place, right? I get like the damage Republicans are about to do, so I understand it. I'm saying that like in that moment, like you think that this political pressure is a one-way street. It's not. Donald Trump was being blamed for this.
So if doesn't matter who's blamed. Like, if you were going to be homeless next week, they say, "Oh, you can have health insurance, or you can be homeless, and you can be homeless." Would you, which would you pick in that situation?
Depends if I'm sick or not, right? It depends if I'm sick or not.
So I'm saying that better
for me to have, like,
but yeah, like health insurance is important. And Democrats are making that fight.
People are going to be homeless again for that, right? Like
a much smaller.
I'm not saying. Hold on, you're acting like I'm saying this is costless. I'm not saying it's cost. I'm saying
no. You're saying that the healthcare things are
worse.
But
I'm also saying that if you weren't prepared to win it, then don't fight it.
That's not true.
Then don't fight it.
That's not true.
They don't fight it.
You can't. You're making an unreasonable expectation. Right. You're saying if you can't tell the future, then you shouldn't do anything at all. With 100% certainty. No.
Don't get into fights. You're not going to win.
No. I was about to say you go through the longest shutdown in U.S. history, and then you eventually
for nothing. Willing to win.
For nothing.
Fights are not even willing to win.
The Democrats are taking the same deal that Thune had on the table 3 weeks ago. They gained nothing.
Yeah, this is complete manipulation. This was almost the same deal they had.
It's not actually because 3 weeks ago, John Thune wasn't requiring the guaranteed job back of all the laid off workers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's almost the same thing.
Well, that's a massive difference.
That's a big one, dude.
People being employed.
It's a completely different bill now.
But that's only reversing the damage that was done during the shutdown that the Democrats just caused. Right? That's what that does. Right. So that's reversing the reduction in force, the RRFs, right? Like the reduction in force that Trump did, basically laying off people, right? So those layoffs are null and void now, right? All you've done is reset back to the beginning of the shutdown.
I need to hear from.
You've
I need to hear
nothing.
from with a intelligent, handsome, smart brother. I leave my sweet baby. Whose fault do you think it is?
It sounds like the Democrats are Hamas and the Republicans are Israel. and the people are the Palestinians, right? The starving people are the Palestinians. So the Democrats seem to invade and infiltrate, and the Republicans seem to give fuck deals and bullshit ceasefires. Is honestly what it sounds like. But right now they kind of got it on it's the Democrats' fault. I understand where you're coming from, as in like they fought the fight, and then they in a choice between 50 million people or 5 million people, they chose the 50 million people to get their food. But to Gibbs's point, and I guess to everyone's point, it's like they're saying this wouldn't have happened if the Democrats wouldn't have tried to fight. Like the 50 million people wouldn't have lost their nothing ultimately changed, because they could have saved those 5 million without affecting those 50 million. And it sounds like from Gibbs and Lactoid that the Democrats used the 50 million people, right, as a ploy. Like they went into this fight knowing they were going to lose, i.e. the Hamas thing, right? They went into a fight knowing they were going to lose, and they got the sympathy of the people, right? Of like, hey, look, the Republicans are shutting down the government now. 50 million
base
people
libertarian take happening right now. I'm loving it.
Yeah, he's absolutely right.
And then when everyone realized that 50 million people weren't going to eat, then the Democrats were like, all right, cool, we'll come to that's what it sounds like happened. And I think you're focusing on like, well, yeah, the Democrats had to do something because the Republicans would have taken the 50 million and the 5 million.
They didn't come to the table until they won their election.
But like
not
to
when
Prime,
people weren't getting EBT.
What Prime and Gibbs are getting at is like, we never had to risk the 50 million.
Yeah.
We never had to do that.
If you were going to give
Prime agrees with the fight. Prime just believes that the Palestinians should have just fought to the last minute.
No. Prime agrees with the fight. Here's the difference, though. Prime agrees with the fight. Right. However, he's saying if you're going to put the 50 million people on the line, then let's fucking have the fight. Don't sit here. No. It's either if you're going to stand on your beliefs,
get them to riot,
then these people are need to feel the pain too of what those 5 million are going to feign, and then they're going to all fight together, and we're going to push more after just the election. But since they got elected, we actually didn't give a shit about the 5 million people. We just did that to cause pain to you in order to guarantee our win, which is exactly what happened, and that's why it's so evil and bad.
I think the fight was eminently winnable. That's the difference. Like,
that's the whole thing.
The Democrats do what Democrats do is they say like we were in a bind, right? Like when they get in these moments, and it's happened many times, like throughout the decades, right? When these moments when they're required to fight, right, either directly against Republicans or to advance, right, meaning like do something new, like raise them in the wage, right? They'll find any sort of legislative roadblock, and they'll say, "There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do." Right?
They had a harder fight than anyone else in U.S. history.
That's right. Yeah, I know. Then what? Then don't do a fight. If you can't win the fight, then don't do a fight.
That's not true. That's not you can't predict the future. Like, okay, Ali, my big thing here is
I want to keep moving. So I want to move past this, right? Like, I will look you up the last way, but like I want to move past this and get to like the main topic. I want to bring everyone else in, right?
We can kind of tie them together, anyways. I'm sure they'll kind of
this is what you argue that the Democrats are doing. They wanted to move past it. You should stay and fight, Prime. You can win, right?
No,
he's trying to move to the topic.
That's what I'm saying. He's trying to move. What? Don't move, Prime. Stay, fight. That's what you want. Let's do it for the rest of the time, because that's what you think we should do. We shouldn't have a conversation. We should just stay in the fight, because maybe I think that's eventually win. My argument was based on the fact, like, I could even see I even gave Prime a hypothetical. Like I said, I could respect his position, because it's okay to believe that they can win. Like, I even think there's a point you win, but and you can disagree on what that timing looks like. But I think if you're going to shame something, I think you have to have some some point where you cut your losses. Like they say this in stocks, they say within it. Can a stock always bounce back? Absolutely, but you place in the stop loss at some point.
Bam.
Like if Prom said that, like, okay, take it through Thanksgiving, take it into the Christmas season, and if by the Christmas season it doesn't seem like the Republicans are shifting on their position, at that point you come to the table, enough people are affected. But Prom doesn't have a cutoff date. He's just like, they eventually win, probably, and to add the Republicans back. Actually, I'm gonna add Lactoid. Lactoid, I think you're an honest young man. Do you believe that did you see the Republicans?
It's Bam's panel now.
Moving on.
Sorry, what? What was the question?
Did you like? Because Prom believes like, oh, the Republicans were shaking in their boots. They were gonna give it all up any day now. It was probably 24 hours from capitulating everything to the Democrats. Did you see it that? Did you see that, like, oh, okay, the Republicans were absolutely about to give up everything? Or
no, I don't think it was 24 hours. I think that it seemed like it was just bizarre, and I think the Democrats were just being dishonest and just flat out lying about this. But they were winning the messaging battle, I think, to some large extent. And a big part of that is because most American voters are just sort of like these kind of sheep that like wander in whatever direction. And it's like, oh, Trump is the president, the government shut down, therefore, right? I mean, and this has been the political fucking thing going back how many fucking decades? I mean, this is what every president has said, like, oh, this is, they're in power, they're irresponsible, et cetera, cut out all the nuance, cut out all the discussion. I don't think it was 24 hours. I think the Republicans probably would have held out for longer. I think they would have like kept pushing the messaging battle. But if they kept losing on the messaging, I think they would have eventually capitulated. They would have had to.
No, but what does that eventually look like? Are you saying like within the month of November?
Oh, that's tough. In terms of an exact prediction, I don't know.
I like that. That's my whole argument. I think you can disagree with the date, but Prom says like, oh, if you go into the fight, you only do it if you're willing to take it all the way to the end and win. And I'm like, no, I think that even responsible politicians can eventually put in the stop loss.
Hold on. Sorry. Now, maybe I should adjust myself. If it wasn't that you need an absolute win, right? Like, get something out of it. It's possible that you go into a fight and you don't get everything you want, right? But like, you did advance your cause, right? And in that case, like, it's not what we wanted, right? But we'll have to take this win and live to fight another day.
You have a massive advancement in awareness.
Nothing. They got fucking nothing.
You have a massive advancement in awareness.
They got awareness.
The Democrats shut the government down.
They got awareness, all right.
They're aware that they lost meals. They're aware that they lost paychecks, right? And they're aware that their health care costs are going to go up.
And
right?
as you said, they blame Republicans for that.
Great word.
And as you said, the people blame Republicans.
And they know the Democrats didn't do jack shit about it. Hold on.
Bam, is there any evidence that anyone could ever possibly show you that this is actually a Democrat shutdown and not a Republican? I'm curious if you're capable of actually thinking in that.
Chuck Schumer would have to come down and have it written on his dick.
Is there any evidence that anyone could possibly show you that this is actually a Democrat shutdown? I'm gonna give the honest reality of this. The honest truth of it is the fault thing doesn't matter. The fault thing is all about what have you been talking about?
There's no fault isn't. There's no fact.
I believe they call that.
You don't think it matters to 50 million people? No, you don't think it matters to 50 million people whose fault that was that baby Timothy didn't get to eat that?
No, you're ducking the question, and that's noted.
I'm using matter, but maybe it's a misunderstanding of the way I'm translating. I'm saying that it's not a fact or not. Fault is a matter of messaging.
I don't care which way you think. Is there any evidence that could ever possibly be shown to you that this is a Democrat shutdown?
That's pretty postmodernist of you. The truth is just a matter of messaging.
No, I'm saying that there's things that
maybe our adherence to the truth is getting in the way of compromise.
If there was written documents between Schumer and Pelosi that said, "Hey, we're going to shut this government down, and as long as we get XYZ, we're going to give in and not give in anything," and it was fully planned, would that be? And they had it, and someone handed that document. Would you believe that it was a Democrat shutdown?
Again, that's not what fault means. Like when it's like in a basketball. It's like in a basketball game.
Evidence at all? That's what
Johnny missed the last shot.
Sounds like it's not
at the end.
You're not really thinking. You're just reorganizing varying bigotries in your mind when you come up with this question.
No, I'm not. I'm answering your question because I'm just dealing with the reality of it. But like if you're at a basketball game, it's a tie game, or if you're down by one, and I pass the ball to Lactoid. Lactoid takes the last shot, and Lactoid misses. it like in a framework.
Unrealistic hypothetical. Okay.
Well, sure, but yeah, and if Lactoid misses a shot, a lot of people say like, God, this is Lactoid's fault. Lactoid missed the game. But
is there any
anyone,
evidence
hold on. What if you pull Michael
that
Jordan
the
in his prime and put
Democrat-
Lactoid in there, and then they missed? Would it be your fault then, or would it be Lactoid's fault?
Don't just not let me answer.
We'll just freak out the minute you get a question that makes you think a little more.
No, don't ask me a question. Don't let me answer.
Let Bam finish.
There's a perspective that people could run with and say that this was Lactoid's fault because Lactoid took that last shot and Lactoid missed it. But any other person in the game could have made one of their earlier misses, and it also would have.
When the Seahawks lost the Super Bowl because Pete Carroll chose not to run the ball on the 1 yard line, was it Pete Carroll's bad coaching decision that cost him the game, or was it any other 50 other things that could have led up to that moment? No, it was and this is the consensus thing agreed upon by experts. It was 100%. It was 100% Pete Carroll's fault.
That's a perfect example of what I play football. Football is a game of inches. That's what we say. Like anyone play, like not one player or thing affects the outcome.
I'm glad we understand that time is linear, right? And events precede others, right? And cause others. And
time is actually relative. Prime.
And so who can tell what fault is, right?
I didn't say who could tell. I'm just saying that.
I'm going to wrap this point up so I would.
He's right there.
Like in the meat of the topic, right? So I'm going to ask a question to you all. And we can leave it at that. Hey, do you think so? What's in the bill is a promise, pinky swear. I don't know. But an agreement that in December, the second week of December, the Senate will have a vote on the ACA subsidies. Do you think that during that vote, when the Democrats have lost all of their leverage, right? Do you think there is a chance that Republicans will vote to reinstate the ACA subsidies?
Some will.
I'm going to go around. I'm going to ask everyone, right? Yes or no? Yes, they will reinstate, or no, they won't. Likely.
I don't think it wins. I agree with Bam. There might be a couple that might vote, but I don't think it wins.
Scott.
Republicans want to make it through the midterms.
I do think there is a chance. And the reason I think there is a chance is because what we've seen from this administration is a complete and utter breakaway from fiscal conservatism. Right? Like the Trump administration is about as socialist as FDR. And so because of that, I think if it depends upon the nature of what they think or what Trump is selling, Trump could come out literally tomorrow and talk about how the reason the ACA failed is because it didn't get funding and it wasn't done under his administration. He's going to have a big, beautiful, affordable ACA, and then they would just fund it. So like, I do not have zero faith. I went from like 2% faith to 0 faith that conservatives will have any level of fiscal conservatism. So if they think they can win by funding it and make it a Republican win, they absolutely will do it.
That's interesting. Kelly?
I'm going to go with, I almost hate to do it, but I'm going to slightly agree with Fabian because the ACA has been the Tom and Jerry for the Republican Party. They've been trying to get it for years and years, and they somehow just managed to keep tripping over their own shoelaces and just can never seem to get it done.
The ACA.
And just at the last minute, what do you know? We got just the right amount of votes, and golly gee, it's going to keep going because, yes, Trump is a populist. He's not a typical conservative. He's unlike anything we've had in Republican. He's basically as close as we're going to get to a third-party candidate somehow getting into the White House. That's as close as you're going to get in your lifetime.
Okay. Gibbs?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'll say this. I like if I was going to say right now, I would say there's no chance in hell. However, I do want to say that, yeah, there is a chance there might be AACA, but it ain't going to be the ACA all fucking one. I think that goes through. Like, I'm going to maybe echo some of what they're saying since he's a populist, but if he puts an ACA through and it's funded, you're not going to get the ACA that come like y'all think y'all are going to get coming out the other side. Like that's
clear.
Trump.
My understanding of the bill, and if I'm incorrect, someone can let me know. Right, is that Democrats are the ones who are going to write this bill, right, to be voted on in December.
Right.
like whatever version is. I'm asking the up and down vote on that bill.
Yeah, but
up and down vote? No, up and down vote, absolutely not. But like if they put forth the bill and it goes, and they have to modify it. Whatever.
Yeah, there'll be writers. There will be writers that will change almost certainly.
Yeah, whatever gets put through at the end, if it does make it through, and then what Trump gets in power and gets it on his desk, and if he passes it, guess what? Whatever goes into effect is going to be Trumpian. And y'all aren't going to get what you want. He's going to get whatever he's selling to you that y'all were stupid enough to let him have. That's what he's going to do. I hate to break it to you, but that's the way it works.
No, I just want. I'm just trying to get through this so we can do what's left our time. We can get to the topic at hand. But sorry, go ahead, Corey.
Muted.
Sorry about that. If I'm a betting person, I would say unlikely. I would not place that bet of that happening.
Okay. I'm gonna go to Ali, but then I'll give you the last word, Bam.
It sounds like, according to the other Republicans, that it might. So I'll just agree with Fabian on this one.
Bam.
But I'd say 50-50. The reason in particular I say 50-50 is because some Republicans have already came out and made saying that if we just need to extend the ACA subsidy for a year, they'd be willing to vote yes for that simply because they want to make it through midterms because they understand that it's going to be a bad look, and it would also it could also be twisted with, like I said, if Trump grants some level of approval, somebody whispers in his ear the right way, it could be twisted into a win for the Republicans. If the Democrats do go through this long shutdown, the Republicans are saying throughout it, just open the government, we can talk about it, and then it ends up passing anyways. Like the Republicans say, see, we're common sense people. The Democrats hurt you for no reason. We none of this was necessary. They could have just passed
that messaging would never work. People are way too retarded to think back into the past 2 weeks. I'm just saying the majority of the electorate isn't going to add layers of what happened in the past with Republicans now and form a cohesive thing. They're going to think about what's happening right now. How much do my groceries cost? That's how they vote.
Yeah, but I've heard some Democrats talk about the Republicans, we need to make sure Republicans are a part of whatever bill gets voted on. I think if they include Republicans in it, and again, they're not going to get something permanent, but if they can find something that extends just until midterms, you have a 50% chance that some Republicans are I kind of want to this. I don't want this to hurt me in the election. If I can say I voted for this now, and then
so you accept the framing that politicians only vote based off of their electoral victories in power.
But I said that's a good thing. That's what you want them to do.
So
you wouldn't want them to do anything else.
So I lied. So I'm going to say one more thing, and then we'll move on. I promise. One more thing, right? So here's what's got to happen, right? Here's what's got to happen after now. In December. What we're asking the Republicans in the Senate is to vote in a bill that they don't support. The Democrats have no leverage over them.
Some Republicans have said they support.
They've got public statements. Republicans broadly. Right. But no, that's fair. That's a fair criticism, right? That broadly have said they don't support. That Donald Trump said doesn't support, at least for now. And that they have no leverage on. They have to win that vote, right? And then, as far as I know, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, right? Then within that bill that this shutdown bill just passed, there is no guarantee that the House will take up the vote.
Yeah, they probably would.
So Mike Johnson can just not bring it up. He could just the Speaker of the House could just not bring it up, or even if they bring it up, then you have to get the House Republicans to get on board as well.
It would actually be easier to get the House on board than the Senate.
But it's just another. But I'm just saying that the road to get the ACA subsidies, at this point in time, goes through all those hoops. Now it's not impossible, especially if Brent Scott is correct, right? If Trump decides to, these are my subsidies now, right? Mm-hmm. And I like them now, and so we're gonna go. If that happens,
it's my STEMI checks.
Exactly, right? So 100%, really good point, right?
He's a populist.
If that's the case,
he's not
there's much bigger chance, right? But I'm saying these are all the hoops that you have to go through. Just putting that out there. Okay, let's move on, please. least to me,
Okay.
really, because I allowed this to go on for a while. But quickly, but before we go, two things. Super chat from FQ. She says, in other news, lol, has anyone watched Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein? I have not.
I've started
yet.
watching it. It's pretty good.
I heard
so
it
far.
wasn't good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm about an hour.
I've heard
in.
it was really good.
I heard the opposite.
I've been watching it myself.
Is
But
that
like,
the old
Never
one
even
with
heard of it.
No, it's the new.
It's got a lot of really good actors in it. I'll say that. Like I'm about an hour in. It's pretty good.
I saw the
Who the
Frankenstein.
fuck watches
and
half a movie?
Bro, me when I'm busy, bitch. Like I'm like, I don't know what you're doing all day, but if I'm watching Guillermo del Toro,
If I'm busy, I don't start a movie. Like what the fuck?
Okay, I'm sorry
The whole
that you
point of
have all
streaming.
this time.
Just
I
pause
have
it
you
anytime you
this
want.
whole time, all this time, willy nilly. I
Wait,
get hour
did
segments.
you watch The Irishman? You watched The Irishman in one sitting?
I understand.
Yes, I did. I'm with Scott on this one.
I mean, I got only enough time. I only got enough time to like
Starting
watch
a
what I
movie's a bit
can.
weird.
I don't know. That just sounds weird to me to start a movie knowing that you don't have enough time to finish a movie. That's weird to me.
I mean, how do you stay current on cultural?
It's time for episode 2. Like, yeah, I'm Scott. I'm 100% on board. Yeah, it's bizarre behavior.
Just wait a couple days until you have like some time.
Well, I don't have to. Then I never get to watch the movie. Then
you don't get the experience.
My friend Gibbs is too busy being
I'm
a
a busy man.
capitalist, right? He doesn't have time for this bullshit. All right, but go ahead, Bam. You want to say something? Oh, he had to leave. That's right.
Oh, okay. I thought he was just like, I would like to speak.
Like
Quite the outro.
Oh yeah. So okay. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I saw the Frankenstein. Netflix had on their the splash page type thing. Just like Frankenstein, and he looks dope as shit. I'm like, I didn't really know much about this movie.
I gotta watch
half of it right away.
I don't per se trust Guillermo del Toro to make a good movie, but I do trust him to make it look interesting and look great. Right? You know, like I've never seen anything by him that hasn't had like his own unique aesthetic to it that was impressive.
Yeah. So,
but I haven't seen
excited about that. Okay. And all right, and this person, Sean. Oh, it's Sean from. Oh, okay. Your last name Robertson. Hello, hi, Robertson. Thank you for the $5. Sean usually
don't do that. Like, don't put your name out there.
Oh yeah.
This is
doing it wrong this whole
That's
time?
crazy. Yes, Corey.
Yeah. Google made that push. This was like years ago, right? To have your YouTube, like have your like real name on it. Remember that? Like,
yeah, I remember
there was
that.
a push. They created a second account.
All of them did. Do you remember that? Like, it was like every website was pushing that for a while. Like, they would like try to link it. It was before doxing.
The kindness, Sean. It's really kind of you. Anyone else you want to consider helping the channel, subs to the channel, give bits to give subs if you're on Twitch, right? Follow the channel if you're on Twitch. And if you're on YouTube, consider subbing to the channel or supporting us with a super chat, right? We'll put it on screen. We'll have a conversation. I really do want to watch that Frankenstein thing. That's super interesting. But okay, let's get to like the main topic, which we've sort of already touched.
I'm sure.
And guys, we'll have to keep our intros quite short.
Not happening this time.
Fuck you. All right. Last Tuesday, Democrats won an off-year election day in an absolute landslide. Republicans took stunning losses across the board. In the wake of these defeats, Donald Trump has blamed the current government shutdown for the losses. But Trump was the one who pressured the GOP into the standoff in the first place. And furthermore, exit polls show that the economy was the number one decider in people's choices, not the shutdown. Does this loss indicate that Trump's second term has so far been unsuccessful? Is Trump to blame for this disaster? Or is this just an expected reverse swing in the political landscape, which is to be expected anytime after a president takes office? So as you can see, this is very much tied with what the things we were just on. But I wanted to focus more on the election itself and like how we ended up in that first place, right? Maybe other people disagree with me. Maybe it was really the shutdown was what the thing that pushed Democrats over the edge, right? Or maybe it was something else, right? We'd love to hear your thoughts on that. But yeah, one of those, I mean, they did take a loss. There's no green shoots there, right? No hope for our Republican friends. And people look at this as a referendum on Trump. I mean, is that fair? Maybe it's not fair. So I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on this. We'll start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, you fuckers elected a communist. Crazy. I don't think you can just chalk it up to the government shutdown. I think the Republicans now have a good narrative surrounding the government shutdown. I think that Republicans are going to be good on that going forward, at least. I do think it was hurting them, and I think that probably has something to do with perhaps the extent. You do see, like in opinion polls, they're around the time of the shutdown, there is a significant decline in the approval rating of Trump. But that approval rating has been declining for months now. And a big part of that is there's plenty to criticize. Where do you want to start, right? There's the Epstein files that there's a lot to criticize Trump about. There is the effect of the tariffs, which, whether you like them or not, they were sold very differently in the way that they're turning out. The methodology of the tariffs was dumb. There have been, and immigration, ICE is doing things now that are getting a lot of headlines, and it's so obviously the case that media pundits are going to be hyper fixating on specific stories, specific things happening, saying, "Hey, look at this! Look how terrible this is, et cetera, et cetera." When a lot of it's been happening for decades, even under Democrat presidents, because enforcement of law is often ugly. When you have to go and arrest somebody, or you got to drag them out of a car, or you got to swoop in, it sucks. It's not good. It's not fun to watch. Unless you're watching Cops, then it can be fun, depending on what kind of person they're going to arrest. But there's, I think, a narrative surrounding what ICE is doing now that is different than it was at the beginning of Trump's presidency, and the actual numbers of deportations I don't think is high enough to really galvanize his base to make up for some of the support he's losing amongst his more moderate supporters when it comes to the immigration question as well. So, it wouldn't surprise me if you see his approval rating continue to drop. It's probably going to get a bump now with the shutdown being over, but it's probably going to continue to drop pretty moderately. He's obviously he's got a floor. He's not going to drop, there's a certain number he's not going to drop below. But I think it's very possible that Republicans lose in the midterms.
Thank you so much. Scott, please, time.
Yeah, so predominantly there are two things, one of which we've kind of already discussed ad nauseum, which is the effect of the shutdown. Right? Obviously that had an effect. Voters are very, very narrow-minded, especially when it comes to their view of time, right? So they kind of vote based off what is occurring in the present. Most people don't have the ability to think in complex, low time preference thinking, unfortunately. The second thing I want to say is that most elections, especially off-year elections, especially the off-year election following the election of a president, are a referendum on the president, right? Because most voters, again, are too retarded to understand that they're not voting for the president, right? Like they're voting for a local election or for their governor, right? But they vote to punish or to celebrate the president. And more often than not, they vote to punish the president, the current president, than to celebrate the president, because negative things get people out to vote more than positive things usually. That being said, Trump's president, when we look at, what is this referendum on? Well, Trump is just utterly failing in his ability to be anything other than an unlikable right-wing, socialist. He's one of the most socialist presidents we've had in a very long time. He increased taxes to an extreme degree. Those tax increases have been a dismal failure. He is constantly putting out, many of the, constantly calling for more government. He has nationalized several industries, right? Which is an extreme socialist move, taking over 10% of Intel and, a lot of other smaller tech companies that people aren't aware of. And then what I think is, he's very cucked in a lot of his things too, right? I think people voted for a strong man in Trump, and he cucked to Israel hard. He cucked to corporations when it came to immigration. Whether or not you agree or disagree with the immigration policy, he was like, oh, well, the hospitality and agriculture industry corporations called me, and maybe we don't go too hard on those, on sucking corporate cock, for those people. We just want to make sure that Lupita, that came over here peacefully 20 years, gets sent back to Venezuela. But we got to make sure that Monsanto gets all their money. Yes, I know it's not Monsanto. That's just the name you all recognize, because I recognize that you're all goldfish retards. Anyways, I think there is another failure that is perhaps the worst failure of Trump, and it's the one that nobody is talking about, which is that Trump gave zero energy whatsoever to trying to use his political power in local referendum elections. He barely did shit to support Winsome Earl Sears, despite the fact that she's just like, Trump's dick is so great. I'm MAGA. He didn't say shit negative about Abigail Spanberger. He just let her win. He had shit to say about Jay Jones, literally, having it leaked that he wanted the mother of their children to watch the children be tortured to death slowly so that she could finally change her opinion on guns and the fact that Abigail Spanberger, etc. Instead, he took all of his energy in politics to attacking Republicans, or more specifically to attacking the only fiscal conservatives, libertarian leaning America First candidates, because he was so cucked to Israel and so sucking their dick that he just couldn't stand the fact that Thomas Massey and Rand Paul dared go against his socialist policies. So he put all of his energy on splitting the Republican Party and making sure that Republicans split from the populist MAGA retards to people that are like fiscally conservative or libertarian leaning, and put no energy on actually trying to help Republicans fighting against Democrats in these off-year elections. So of course, it was a sweep.
Okay, thank you so much. KOE, love to hear what you have to say.
To me, I say look at the spending, follow the money in this last election, and you will see that the Democrats spent an overwhelming majority of the money here. They needed a little morality boost, so they bought an off-year election. Now, as a Republican voter, here's my worried face for the midterms. See how worried I am? Golly gee, it's going to be a real tough one, because my prediction for the midterms is the exact same as it was 2 years ago, and it won't change. Okay, the Republicans are going to win the Senate. They're going to hold on to the Senate. The House, guess what? This election cycle and the next one, it's a coin flip. It's going to be a thin margin no matter who has it. And if you make a prediction, congratulations. The coin landed on the side that you wanted it to. But yeah, anybody who says they've got a hard, fast prediction, no, you don't. The House is going to be a thin margin for this and the next election cycle and the next presidential election cycle. So, but we Republicans are going to hold the Senate, which means, golly gee, the Supreme Court's safe for a little while longer. Republicans who cast your ballot in 2016, you actually cast your ballot in the most important election in American history, especially considering you were actually able to get Roe v. Wade overturned. And even then, we've still took the House after doing that. The Republicans took the House after overturning Roe v. Wade. And so I'm afraid, I'm not all that worried. Yeah, Trump's done some things that are disappointing. He could definitely do a lot better, but you got to remember, he needs to release everything. But you have to remember, we American Christians are faced with the very real problem of we have a Republican Party that's willing to pay weak lip service to our Christian values, and a Democratic Party that's openly hostile to our Christian values. So given that, yeah, the choice is rather clear. We would rather have the rule of imperfect Christians over the most consistent pagan. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
I appreciate you, friend. Let's go to Ali.
So I actually saw the Mamdani one specifically because I don't really know too much about all the other local elections. I know just Mamdani was a bigger deal, and I saw that more as like a smack in the face to like the Democratic Party nationally. Clearly, we can bring people out to vote. Clearly, we can win the elections if for the people on the left with their more left-leaning policies. I think it was 1 million people came out to vote or something from Mamdani, which is like the most voters in 60 years or some odd shit. So, I mean, I don't know. I've always said that the Trump presidency was just a Democratic loss, not a win for him. And so that's just the way I see this, is that like they're showing the Democrats, hey, we have the people to vote. You didn't get the vote out, for the presidency. Hopefully they do something for the midterm.
Frank Gibbs.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree with at least part of what Ollie said. The election of Madami wasn't a big win for the Dems. If anything, it was rejection of the middle of the Democratic Party, right? It's the rejection of like the moderate, the lib, and more of the embracing of the progressive. This is the off year, right? This is the Dems, like KOE said, needed a big win, so they spent all the money, and they won in some elections, maybe that were the bigger margins than people expected. But these are all elections I anticipated as Republicans to lose. So I'm not crying over spilt milk. I didn't really think I was too worried about it. Now I'm not going to be too worried about come midterms. There's a long way to midterms. Sure, could something happen, but I'm feeling pretty good about it. Because if anything, we're already seeing, after Madami got in office, we're already seeing problems between him and the governor of the state. They're already saying, she's already cracked down, saying we're not doing the things that he's promised. And this is just another example of the Dems promising a lot of things and then capitulating as soon as they get elected. And I think this is going to be a message going forward, which is either you can get these extremists elected and lose the center of your party, or you have lily-livered baby back bitches as the leadership of your party who are going to capitulate to the Republicans and not get anything done and just want to guarantee that they're still in office. And I think that's the message that's going to really carry on into midterms. And so I'm feeling pretty confident. We'll see if that continues. I think when we're talking about immigration, maybe we could be a little bit more strict on it, a little heavier on it. I think a lot of these even are starting to like turn. I think people are starting to be like, okay, we've seen the highlighted crazy examples, but yeah, a lot of these people are getting busted. And we're seeing like people that are child predators and cartel members being sent back. And I think people are overwhelmingly in favor of that.
Okay. And finally, our friend Corey.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief, or I will keep it brief. I think it's largely a mild referendum on Trump's presidency. But then, as usual, it's not just one thing, but combined with the fact that pretty much all of, let's say, the failures or shortcomings of the Trump presidency that I think Lactoid pointed out, some of them, not all of them, at least not by my estimation, but yeah, all the criticisms that Lactoid said are valid. And I think there's the danger of also like reading too much into like the outcome of these elections. They might just be, sort of a one-off thing, and, let's say not to get complacent. But I'll leave it there for now.
Okay.
He actually was short.
Okay.
He's the only one.
Please.
Him and Lactoid.
I could just say one thing. In the last 22 midterm elections, the off parties won 20 of them. So it's not just a coin flip. If we're talking about like historical standards, you would need to, in order for the Republicans to win in the midterms, they would need to break with what has been like consistent, predictable odds. They would need to beat them. They would need to beat predictable, consistent odds going back since the 1930s.
Trump did that in 2016. I mean, like, I'm just saying, like,
it's possible.
He's very good at defying convention.
Oh, the midterm is not about Trump specifically,
not conservatism.
That's
okay.
Well, no. What Corey just said, I think, is actually really important because Republican voters are some of the lowest propensity voters that you could possibly ask for. They don't show up unless Trump's on the ballot. They just don't bother. They just stay home. If Trump's on the ballot, yes, they come out. That's true. But if Trump's not on the ballot, they just look at what just happened.
Well, no, they're not spending on this election because they know spend the money on the midterms where it counts, because the Senate's all that matters, so that we can hold the Supreme Court. And pretty much, like with Trump's victories on the Supreme Court as is, the old chapter of the culture war was won and over. And if we can get one more seat on the Supreme Court, or if we can even just replace either Thomas or Alito, we've secured the conservative majority.
Look, I'm with you on the Supreme Court. I'm with you on the Supreme Court, and I'm not even like, I think we're probably aligning with what we would want to see. I'm just talking about like practical reality here. I don't see it being super likely the Republicans win this coming midterms. I think that 2028 is going to be a lot closer. I think that one's actually going to be hotly contested. But again, I mean, is Trump overall? I'm talking about in 2026 midterms, like the upcoming election. Do you think Trump's doing good enough, especially in opinion polling, and the Republican Party is doing good enough, especially in opinion polling, to beat the historical odds on this?
We'll see.
It's tough. It's
That's
really
why
tough.
To me, the Senate's not moving. You might get a couple of seats, but it's going to stay in Republican control. That's my prediction right now, and that's all we need.
Here's the wild card. The wild card here is the redistricting that's happening. If Article 2 of the Voter Rights Act is overturned to the Supreme Court level, and they're able to redistrict, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know the actual schedule on this, but if they're able to redistrict before the midterms, then I don't know. Then I don't know what's actually going to happen.
Because Prop 50 just passed California, right? So like Texas is trying to push forward theirs where they would get likely to gain 5 seats. But if that goes forward, it's already passed in California to get rid of their independent commission. Well, sort of
for about 10 years.
Commission.
I mean, the Texas one's always
it's suspended for a while.
Like the Democrats don't have much more seats.
It balances out.
The Republicans got plenty more. If we want to play that game, that race.
The Republicans will win that.
Yeah,
like Republicans will win that.
Like in Maine, state by state, look at the map of Maine and how much red there is, and there's not one single Republican representative in the House of Representatives in Maine. Okay, so they've already gerrymandered all they can gerrymander, and so if you really want to play this game, Dems, we can play it, but we'll finish.
I'd have to look at it again, but from what I understand, the if all of them were gerrymandered, then the Republicans would gain slightly, right? But again,
they would gain a lot.
They would gain more than slightly.
They would gain the
especially, and that's not even factoring the Voter Rights Act. If Article 2 is removed, not only do they gain substantially, they gain like substantially. Like it's not even, and that's part of the reason why I don't know exactly like if that actually happens. Like Republicans could underperform in the midterms, but potentially still keep hold of the House. It's possible.
Right, but in order to
that happens.
The problem is like which states would engage in gerrymandering and
there's
which
already
right because
they've already started.
There's like
all the Republicans
so for example
a lot.
Right, like for example like we have states that have up until Trump have been reliable deep red states like Georgia and South Carolina. Like these are purple states now. Right, like these are purple. Virginia used to be a purple state. It's a blue state. Right, like what we're seeing.
Really red state.
Right, like the only state that we've seen that is purple that has like become red is Florida. Right, like we've seen a lot of states start. We've seen a lot of
and Ohio and
Ohio. Ohio and Florida.
Scott Pressler has his way. Pennsylvania. That guy.
I don't think so.
He's done good for the Republicans in Pennsylvania, but it's still going to be part of the blue wall. But again, like I don't know. I like when you ask me what is at fault here, I just can't like we can get into the gerrymander, we can get into it's just the problem is that we have a wild card for president. As KOE Nation put, he's a populist, right? He's a right-wing socialist.
Yeah, but he's for after Trump. Like, I think that's like something that people aren't really factoring in, right? Like, I think that people aren't factoring in this. Like, Trump, I think Republicans.
No, bro, Project 2020.
But no, hold on. I think that there are people to factor like Trump. Like Abbott just filed in Texas, right? Like, he got it passed. He pushed it through. He literally is like, and this is kind of sounds stupid on its surface, but I already can see the campaign slogan. Texas, you're required to be a citizen to vote in Texas elections, right? This is like he's branding. He's already pushing the branding. There are Republicans that are looking now past Trump, right? And I think with midterms coming up, if they get the redistricting done, they can secure an advantage in perpetuity, like for an extended period of time. And I think that the Trumpian movement, he's a wild card, but I think that that might even help some of these guys later have their own brand because they can be like, I'm Trump on this, but not on these things.
Well, look at this, right? Like here's how I feel.
I feel pretty confident
when it comes to Trump. When it comes to Trump, what I've seen in terms of Trump's engagement in seats, for whatever fucking reason, I guess it's the Epstein files and his relationship with Israel, but he has spent so much energy promising that he is going to stop Thomas Massey and Rand Paul in Kentucky, and I wonder if that behavior. That anti-American and anti-liberty socialist behavior of Trump, the big piece of shit that he is, is going to be really damaging for the Republicans.
What's the matter with you, Kentucky?
Right, like I'm like, how much time and energy is he going to spend using his voice to talk about how much he hates Rand Paul and Thomas Massie and how much he hates whatever Republicans break with him, instead of actually like trying to win contested, difficult seats where Republicans are up against Democrats and it's a coin flip, right?
But it's even more than that, though, right? Like, so you brought up an interesting point talking about, was it Earl Sears? I believe her name was
Earl Winsome Sears. It's like a hyphenated name,
yeah. Thank you so much. That he didn't, despite her riding him, he ignored her.
Yeah, she ran on the MAGA ticket, and then he didn't have shit to give her.
But here's what he was doing the entire time, and still continues to do. He was talking about the fucking ballroom. He was talking about the ballroom. Like,
I mean, well, it's important to know the most MAGA candidate in this last election was Earl Winsome Sears. It's not even close. Like, she basically married herself to MAGA. And despite this massive controversy that occurred in Virginia, right, with Jay Jones won by 5.2 points, and Abigail Spanberger won by over 15 points. So the person that ran on, if you like Trump, vote for me, lost by 15 points. And so if that attitude continues and Abigail Spanberger,
but there
is
only
CIA
a limited amount of money to
spook.
spend.
Okay, she's not like she's not a communist in the sense that like Zoran is. She is a DNC shill through and through. The only progressive thing about her is that she wants fucking trans people in bathrooms and like trans people on like women's sports teams. Everything else about her is standard Democratic fucking like DNC pro corporate, cocksucking the billionaires that actually support Democrats, not Republicans.
But KOE's right. There's only a limited amount of money to spend, and you have to choose your battles. And why would you pick it on this one when the midterms are next? Like that.
Now, hold on, pause. He's a little bit. He's right, but he's a little wrong here. And the reason he's a little wrong is that Democrat billionaire donor class spends a lot of money in Virginia and off-year elections because Nova is there. So every Democrat that works in Washington, D.C., wants to make sure that Virginia, because that's where they live when they live in Loudoun County or in in Alexandria or all these other places, they don't want to live in fucking Maryland,
Norfolk, Virginia,
Northern Virginia, So Norfolk is on the coast, right? So every government contractor, every corporate lawyer, every lobbyist, every person that works at the Pentagon, every person that works in D.C. at high levels of government lives in Northern Virginia. And so they spend a lot of money in Virginia elections to make sure that the governorship, which is New Jersey and Virginia in the off-year election, goes towards, and the same thing is true of New Jersey, because all the people that work in the financial districts in New York that live in Jersey want to make sure that there's a Democrat in charge there. So it's like they did outspend, but that's really normal in this.
Dems also have more money. I mean, they like wildly outspent in.
Wall Street supports the Democrat Party, not the Republicans.
Well, I mean, of course, because the Democrats have sold out.
Unless you're fucking Peter Thiel and Palantir or some shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Democrats have done a better job sucking the cock of corporations than Republicans in recent years. Absolutely, 100%. But the point that I was trying to make about Donald Trump, and I know I'm going to get some disagreement on this, is that he's checked out. He's been checked out for a long time.
Yeah. He's tired.
I think Stephen Miller.
It's obvious.
He's old. He's old.
Indeed, right? Stephen Miller is
Same
running.
difference.
A big part
that
of
auto
it.
pen's about to come in
Who was the
hard.
other one I was going to get? It's Stephen Miller, but there's also I'm missing someone now.
It's coming.
Sorry, what?
It's Vance.
The auto
Vance
pen
is
is
doing
coming.
all the messaging of the Trump administration. Stephen Miller,
this
sure,
is really rich.
but to like the American people.
Miller,
no, I want to hear Prime finish.
Yeah,
I'm ready. I'm ready to hear this. Keep going.
Sure. I'm forgetting the other member of his cabinet. I think it was of his cabinet. That's also taking a large hand in running this. And I'm sorry, it's blanking my mind. Stephen Miller, though, in terms of domestic issues, I think he's in charge. Shadow president. Russ Vogt, right? is also deeply like in charge, like with the mechanics of the government and how that's operating. That's just like Russ Vote's operation, right? And so like I don't.
Yeah, but he has the boring job.
Is this just going to be?
But it's far more consequential.
He has the active job, but in terms of communication, it's Stephen Miller and Vance.
Is
I
this
agree
going to
with
be the
that.
active accusation for everybody, like going forward? The shadow government.
I don't think it's the case. I think it's the case for Biden. Biden, absolutely. Biden's just as old, right? But like, I don't think it was the case for Trump. One, right, for his first presidency. And I don't think it was the case for Obama. So I mean, I can't say who the next person is going to be, but I think there's a very good chance that they'll actually be involved in the presidency. I think right now, Donald Trump has like checked out this. His obsession with the ballroom is a perfect example of that. But I think the entire time he hasn't actually been asserting himself. He does so in front of the cameras, right? Mm-hmm. And he was certainly like, tweeting, sending out truth socials or whatever the fuck, right? But he's not actually.
He's not hopping on a fucking plane because elections are
this
occurring.
Is ludicrous.
Making sure he's hitting every single place and campaigning and doing a bunch of speeches with them, like he was.
He is more energetic than Biden, but Gibbs, he is like slowed down. He has slowed down.
Oh my god! All right.
Do you disagree? He slowed down a little bit.
I disagree. Well, I mean, since the fucking first 100
healthiest
days
Trump has ever been right now.
No.
Okay. It's the healthiest he's ever been. What do you mean, boys?
Hold on. Let's the first complaint that everybody had when Trump got elected this time was, oh my God, he is spamming. Like if this was Halo, he would have the assault rifle and he was spraying and praying because it was all these different executive orders. It was record numbers of executive orders. Holy Jesus, the Lord!
They had that ready at the start.
It was raining executive orders, brothers and sisters.
That's irrelevant.
Like Gibbs, no, it is relevant.
Sitting down signing.
It is relevant because he pushed.
Dude asks what every fucking EO he's signing is in front of the camera. He's like, "What am I signing again?"
Would you rather he doesn't?
Of course, because they're going, hey, which one's this? Okay, bet. Just remind me what we got on the schedule today, bet. And he's doing it. Like, y'all are acting like
the energy. What am I signing? Hell yeah.
I do that. Like, if someone sends me an email, I have to come, call them and go, what did you send me? Oh, okay, cool. Everybody does that. I don't know, like, acting like this is not a normal thing for people that deal with a million different things a day. Like, you're just
president of the United States. I think
there's not enough McDonald's in the world to make that man as energetic as he was in 2016.
He's not using an auto pen.
Hold on, I'm just saying, he's coming in here, and he spammed all these executive orders. Then they had pushback.
He's spamming. Why do you call it spamming? He's not spamming anything.
I know this is hostile territory. Hold on, I'm not going to be damning y'all for over talking, but I am going to finish. First he spammed all these 100 orders, right? 1,000 orders, 1,000,000 orders. There was a ton of them, right? Then he comes in here and there's negotiations with peace deals there, peace deals here. He's got trade deals, and some people like it's not enough. He posts other people. Hold on, he one of these other things. He's making deals I don't even like sometimes, like maybe the Argentina beef, but he's doing fucking things every goddamn day. And y'all are going here going, oh Lordy, Trump is just looking so old and weak. No, bitch, y'all are fucking smoking crack. This man, like, I want the bath salt y'all are on because I've never seen someone put out as much bullshit as he has, and y'all still going, you know what? It's Stephen Miller, brothers and sisters. It's the Illuminati. The lizard people are running Trump. It's Trump. It's his cabinet.
Does he type his own tweets? Does he type his own tweets?
He delegates like any leader. What Trump does is he hires people and he
so your whole evidence of his energy is he tweets a lot and he doesn't fucking write his own tweets. No, we have it on camera. He delegates, he says to someone else, he's too fucking tired to fucking type.
This is his agenda. This is his agenda going forward, and we see his fingerprints over everything. With Biden, it looked like his geriatric doctor's ball.
Oh, Biden was worse. Biden was way worse.
Nobody's saying Biden.
He was I'll even go worse. We can say Cheney was more in power than Bush back then. I don't give a shit. But to say Trump's not in charge of running things now is ludicrous. It's the shadow.
That's not what anybody said. Nobody said Trump isn't in charge or that Trump isn't running things.
Right.
What he
it's
said,
the shadow government, boys.
what Brime said, and I absolutely agree.
No,
is
but
that
he's not the only one saying this.
In what he said was in his first presidency from 2016 to 2020, he was active. He was out there. He was constantly campaigning. He was constantly.
The guy's in front of the camera every day. He was literally just on Monday Night Football this week. He took over for announcing. He just started doing like this man is everywhere, and y'all are like, no, he's not doing. Just because you don't know what the fuck he's doing doesn't mean he's not literally out there doing some crazy bullshit every day.
Then where the fuck was he in Virginia? Where was he?
He was partying. He was partying. Literally,
yeah, that's right.
He was partying.
Give me 1 second, Gibbs. Fabian, no, actually, Trump in his acceptance speech on election night said he has done his last rally. Okay, so he's already said he's not rallying anymore because people keep shooting at him. Okay, and so like, yeah, that it's actually
I don't know about that. I'm sure.
I don't think that's the reason.
I think when he's saying he's not rallying, it's because he's legislating. He's being a leader.
I think it's probably his advanced age has something to do with it. I think that's a reasonable analysis.
He golfs a lot for somebody
that's look, I'm sure he golfs. I'm sorry,
but golfing, he was shot out on the golf course too, motherfucker, and yet he's still doing it.
Little bit.
Well, I got more.
I just want to say, well, yeah, Dick Cheney was brought up.
I don't think that's why he brought.
So
Florida with that golf course.
He's leading now. That's not he's right. Not rallying.
Dick Cheney was just brought up, and he just recently passed. For how
get a crab party in
the amount of energy that guy, like, you have to give him one thing. The amount, like, he smoked 3 packs of cigarettes a day for over 20 years. He had 5 heart attacks and a heart transplant, and he was a pretty
he survived accidentally shooting his best friend.
All of it,
you know.
Yeah, and he was pretty energetic despite all of that. That's impressive.
Hold on.
It's pretty impressive.
Hold on, Lactoid. Never in the history of political punditry have the words Cheney and energetic ever been put in the same sentence.
That's not true.
This now,
he ran the whole government.
No, yeah, he was no. He didn't.
He controlled all sorts of
do it
shit
energetically. He was famously known for just.
Because he had a flat effect. He had a flat effect, but in terms of his actual the shit that he did a lot, and he was he was a workhorse.
Have any of you guys seen the movie Vice? Okay, Christian Bale did an amazing job playing Dick Cheney, and
I've heard about that.
Where he goes,
it wasn't very flattering.
Incriminations, and I don't care. How many terrorist attacks would you let go through to not seem like a mean and nasty fella? I will not apologize for keeping your family safe. It was my pleasure to serve you. It was fucking. It was
lied us into a war. Let me play trillions for that. But in any case, fiscal conservative at its finest. Sorry. But in any case,
did you see that Hollywood production that made sure that we glazed over the torture we did to people that weren't charged with any crimes? Wasn't that so cool, guys?
Exactly.
It was just a little bit, Scott. Come on.
You're right. I'm sorry. They were enhanced interrogation techniques.
No, and they were foreign combatants. They weren't like they were citizens or something.
Yeah, boy. Trump has his moments.
Oh, that was Obama who droned an American citizen.
When there's a thing that interests him, right? Then he'll shout about it. He'll usually tweet about it or whatever, right? Dictating it to someone else to actually do the typing. But he'll make statements, right? He'll be bombastic. But he's not it doesn't seem to me that he's making demands of his staff in the same way, right? He demanded in terms of the shutdown, right? He told Republicans not to negotiate with Democrats, right? He was correct in doing that because Democrats are weak and they just fell apart. So just wait long enough and they'll do that. He told Republicans to
Sorry,
they're pussies. Yeah, they're pussies, right? But he also said, after the election loss, hey, Republicans, if the Senate's, I want you in Washington, right? Working on this because of the electoral disaster the thing that we're just talking about right now. He demanded them to do that. But other than that, right? Those were the 2 things he's done for this shutdown. The rest of the time has been the ballroom. Right? And so and that was also the time of the last run of the election. That's what he was doing. And this is just continues a pattern with him.
He gave lip service to soy farmers that he would get something done, but then didn't do anything.
But then didn't exactly. And oh my god. And then Scott's correct, right? In terms of the executive orders, those executive orders were prepared by the Heritage Foundation, by his transition team, working with the Heritage Foundation. Those were all ready to go. They told us about these things beforehand, right? That day one, Trump is going to have a whole bunch of executive orders.
So you're saying he was prepared? He was prepared.
But he had no idea what they were. Now I'm not saying you can't.
No idea. They were just on his website.
If you just want to give him credit for, he signed it, so sure, whatever. But he had no clue.
Listen to what you're saying. Do you honestly think the president of the United States has no clue what he's signing? Right now, Trump.
Actively asking, hey, I don't know what this is. Can you tell
the last one.
What are we doing?
The last one did. Yeah, okay. Okay. This Trump has set here. He ran on these things. These are things he's talking about. Even y'all have admitted Trump will put here an issue. He'll have an issue come up, and he'll tailor.
Did he just say that he didn't know who he was pardoning a few days ago?
No. Y'all literally just earlier in this debate today. And this thing, I don't know what he said. I don't know about that, but I know earlier in this debate right here. I didn't hear that one. But it is inconvenient because I don't know. I can't talk to you about something I don't know about. But if you send me a link, I'll read over it. We can talk about it after. I'm sure you have one. But earlier in this debate today, told me, the ACMA, it comes across as office, right? We could maybe it could be converted into Trumpian, right? We all talked about that. That was the whole thing. So clearly, Trump is aware enough to grab onto things when they come across his table that he sees as opportunistic. And then y'all are going, we should just assume Trump doesn't know what's happened. When y'all just admitted they had pre-prepared 1,000 different executive orders to be signed on day one. If you're signing 1,000 orders, I think it's pretty fucking reasonable to go, hey, which one is this again? What's in this? Remind me. Oh, okay, bet.
That's reasonable, but it's not proof that... No, it's reasonable, but it's not proof that he's, not slowed down. Here, he signed his name.
What would this guy have to do to prove he's not slowed down? He was just on Monday Night Football.
He needs to not be so slowed down. Just watch him. No, don't gaslight me like they did about Biden, where he was Biden was wandering around like a fucking Hoover, and you guys were like, the Dems were like, oh my god, you guys are totally blowing it out of proportion.
Did you watch his Monday Night Football segment? What are you talking? What did you hold on? You're trying to compare apples to oranges. This guy literally did play-by-play on Monday Night Football, and y'all like, nah, he's tired as fuck. And it was coherent, condescending, accurate football play-by-play.
Sorry, it's just kind of tea leaf.
No, hold on.
It's tea leaf. It's wishful thinking.
Wait a minute, hold on. That's not my claim. To be clear, Gibbs, it's not my claim that
he's Biden. I know it's not your claim.
I think it's not that he is incapable of holding a conversation or anything like that. He's not that bad yet. His mind does wander all the fucking time. But
it's always
of course he can do that. I'm saying, hold on, to be very clear, what I've been saying is that he's checked out of the process of governing. That he is leaving that up to his lackeys, to Stephen Miller, and to Russ Vought, right? Stephen Miller, our immigration enforcement that's happening right now, that's all him. This is his dream.
Why is he focused on the ballroom?
He's the one who's running it. Sorry.
Why? So I think maybe okay. All right. I see where the difference is between what they're saying with he slowed down and what you're saying with checked out. Okay. Let me just negate that real quick. Why? In my mind, Trump is very big on. I'm sorry. I think he's on my mind. He's very big on symbols. He wants to bring America back. He wants that old, almost Pax Romana energy, where there's symbols and some people like that. The ballroom, I think, is the epitome of that legislation to him. Right? He wants something that's gilded in gold, that's going to be, one, his legacy, and two, he wants it to push forward this idea of America the Great. When people come to America, he wants them to be awestruck, oh shit, they're fucking, over the top, they're whatever. And so when you're saying, yeah, he's focused on this, yeah, because I think it's maybe a major focus point of his whole cultural shift that he's pushing. And that's why I'm maybe not as sold on that.
I just listened to part of the speech. He was not super energetic in that speech.
Yeah, to talk about the
Monday Night Football thing.
I actually.
Oh my God!
Yesterday.
I actually agree. I actually agree with you, Gibbs. Right in this term of why he's focused on the ballroom. Right, it is actually kind of it's almost strange that America doesn't have a White House ballroom, because that is a super common thing amongst amongst all of Europe and amongst most Western countries, that you have these ballrooms for hosting events and foreign dignitaries and things of that nature. The thing, though, that I guess maybe it's the libertarian in me, that dislikes it to such a degree, is that kind of, there was a reason for that, right? Like Thomas Jefferson would host foreign dignitaries at Monticello in his bathrobe, right? And like he would intentionally not dress up, because the entire concept of America is we don't have kings. We don't do these big events, right? Like we are a government that is limited, to allow the people maximum liberty and to have the smallest government possible, and that we don't worship our leaders. Our leaders are doing a service to the people by being president that is actually negatively impacting their life. They're taking on this stress and they're not gaining financial gain because they're not a king. They're not a monarch. What they are is they're just a citizen like the rest of us, doing a duty towards this incredibly limited government. And I think what has occurred over the last, over the hundreds of years of our history, is that we have become more like the other nations. We have ballooned the size of the government. We have made the government enacted in every part of our lives, and we have lost what is that American heritage, that we don't have kings. And to some degree, to the left's point, symbolically, not to any of their arguments because they're all fucking retards, but to the no kings kind of protest era, is that like Trump is fighting back against the very spirit and the very idea of America.
No, it's the cowboy. Like, okay, you have to admit countries evolve, right? So
ballrooms are not cowboy places.
Hold on. Actually, they are. And I'll explain this, Joel. So when you sit here, you go, oh, yeah, he's clearly never been to the honky tonk, the ballroom. They literally call them ballrooms. That's what they're called. So, like, we have the hard. Anyway, sorry, we're gonna give you all tangent. But what my point is, when you're sitting here, you go, hey, Thomas Jefferson wanted us to be different. Okay, well, we evolved. We had the cowboy era, and that's an era that people identify America with, and it's become part of the national identity, which is over-the-top bullshit. And then especially, I know because I'm a Texan, we're always way more over the top. We're always more of a bros. We like to be more outlandish. And, like, I know I identify more with that than some of the people here. But, like, this is part of it is, okay, every other country
I'm verbose and over the top.
Sure, I know, but every other country's got a ballroom. Hey, guess what? The taxpayers aren't going to pay for this. We're big swinging dick President Trump. We want a cultural shift. All we have is the best goddamn ballroom in the world. And
no, we're agreeing. No, you and I are agreeing 100% here. I think we're just agreeing on whether or not that's a good thing. Right? Like I agree with you 100%. Like I said before Trump got elected for this second term, that the best way to view this presidency, and I still stand by this thus far, is that what Trump is predominantly doing is moving us away from a global empire and moving us towards what he thinks might be the Pax Americana of going back towards an American empire, right? Like that's why he talks about Greenland. That's why he's focusing on like Argentina and like other South American countries. That's why he's talking shit with Stephen Miller. Like maybe we'll fucking bomb Venezuela if they don't want to fucking behave. Is because he's recognizing that there is that we are stretched too thin to fucking deal with Africa's bullshit and the Middle East's bullshit, and that we need an American empire. And part of that is the ballroom. Part of that is the symbology of like changing it back towards a more insular nationalistic place. I just think that he is losing that energy, and
entourages. So we need a bigger ballroom, because any head of state that comes here, they're going to have a massive entourage now compared to just 100 or 120 years ago. So yeah, a bigger ballroom makes sense.
I don't
like just on a purely utilitarian. I get the big idea you're trying to sell here. But I think there's also just the very real idea of that, like, yeah, we have more people that come with heads of state.
Haley, he's already done the symbolism stuff. Like he did the Lincoln bedroom. If you look at his like big rallies, they're literally like Super Bowl events. Like they're like college bowl games. They're more like that than they are like political rally. His whole thing is symbolism.
UFC
like
on the White House lawn.
Yeah, the UFC on the White House lawn. How based is that?
Yes,
Kaylee. So, hon, I have, and I said this last week, I think, to Gibbs. but I supported the ballroom. When it first came, like, oh, okay, you're gonna add a ballroom. Like, oh, I thought we had one of those in the White House. Oh, we don't.
Right.
Okay,
We don't.
Well, yeah,
For,
I
for
thought we did, yeah.
cultural
But we
reasons.
don't. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, add that, right? What I think I didn't support is him lying about like whether it was going to touch the rest of the White House, him demolishing the East Wing, without like going through the proper process, right? That shit I can't stand. And he definitely did lie to the American people.
Connection to the East
But
Wing,
like,
let me tell you.
but it doesn't. But that part doesn't matter to my point, right? I talked about him being checked out, and then his focus being on this ball, checked out from governing. Look, like you can create a construction project, and he has people that can handle it, right? Like this ballroom doesn't require presidential level attention. Like it's like there's so many other things that his attention should be on, right? But it's like firmly on this ballroom project, right? And that again is an example of him being checked out. Like you talking about how much his ballroom has symbolism, right? And some utility doesn't change my point.
I mean, he just beat the government shutdown during this panel. I mean, I don't know what you want. What more do you want, man? I mean, in real time, he's actually undoing the bad.
That was him.
No, it's like
it's a major focus. I don't know.
It's like I'll ask a question, right? And I'll be the one here to make it about Israel Palestine and not about fucking. I'll be the one to do it instead of private. No. It's like what I see all the time is I see like Republicans and they're like, oh man, he got this. He's got this ceasefire done, and potentially this deal which we've talked about on stream that may be we'll see, right? I cannot listen to another Republican tell me with a straight face that Biden or Kamala wouldn't eventually have gotten a similar fucking deal done in the amount of time it took Trump to do it. It took him a fucking year. Okay, like it wasn't this bullshit. Like day one, I'm gonna get Russia to stop, and I'm gonna get peace in Israel Palestine. This
I mean, they didn't.
I mean, he claimed that it would, right? Which was another one of his lies. But we get it's a bombastic
all
character.
Politicians use hyperbole, so hyperbole's fine. That doesn't
right. But I cannot listen to another conservative claim that like Kamala wouldn't have fucking gotten that done too.
I don't think you're right on this one, Scott.
You're wrong.
I think the Democrats have really morphed into this sort of like globalist neo-hawk, like neo-lib war hawk kind of mentality, where they're going to say a lot of the same. They're going to yes, we got to fund Ukraine till the end. We got to give them more, right? I think you really do need to see a Trump-like character to say no.
There's barely what has he done in the Ukraine situation?
Hold on. In terms of which is massive. We were at $200 billion, just under $200 billion under Biden, and that number has really not moved much now under Trump. Right? We're talking about basically the Lend-Lease Act, like accounting for inflation, the same amount as the Lend-Lease Act during World War II to the Soviet Union. We're talking about that under the presidency of Joe Biden, right? Like 2 years of Joe Biden, and Trump has totally like not gone along with that. So I really don't think Kamala would have made ground on that. When it comes to Israel, Gaza,
I don't think she would have made ground on Ukraine, Russia. Neither has Trump, other than stop funding them.
Drop literal cash on.
Well, I think that actually.
If we switch Kamala and Trump, if you're assuming we also switch the power and control of the Congress and Senate, I'll agree with you, right? Like I'm talking, what
I'm saying is, I think funding Ukraine keeps that war going. Is what I'm saying. I think that the actions of Trump here has been much better than I think what the alternative would have been had Kamala won. And when it comes to Israel, Israel Gaza,
but again, Israel Palestine,
I don't know that piece.
I was describing.
Yeah, but that peace proposal, like the 22 points or whatever, very reasonable. I was actually very surprised to see that, and I think that. But he was comfortable putting his name on it in a way that I think maybe Kamala would have potentially backed a plan that the Israelis wouldn't have got behind. That's possible.
You think so?
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible, right? Because I mean, look at like what is the major base?
She was so afraid of being seen as anti-Israel that she would shut down every single fucking interview question and kick out protesters. And so the same fucking elite people that are working at the highest levels of government office with corporations and things would have been putting forward the same deals. Trump had, I'm sorry, but like if you switch
you
Trump
could
and
be
Kamala,
right.
it probably is the same fucking deal. I just don't see the energy that was there in 2016 in any way, shape, or form that we see today. What I see is him fumbling on a bunch of his socialist policies and attacking conservatives instead of going out and campaigning.
Let's not get off too off topic. Like I think in Ukraine, Trump is much better than Biden. And
I'll agree with that. Like it's
presumably better
like,
than Kamala. When it comes to on Gaza, you could be right. Perhaps it is the case that Kamala would have presented a substantially similar bill or a proposal that would have been accepted, etc. I am a little bit skeptical, especially seeing how much the Democratic base has moved on this issue, where the Republicans are still like pretty split, and so the proposal I think that Trump put forward is very reasonable in line with that. I don't know if it's very possible that
you might be right because when we look at Zoran's race, right? Because we're talking
about
right.
Exactly.
Let's be honest. This was about Israel in a lot of ways. That was a large part of the vote. Now, obviously, people claim that it's economic, but the thing is that they went towards more socialism. They rejected Cuomo twice, right? Like Siwa never really had a chance, but they rejected Cuomo twice. And they rejected Cuomo twice because Cuomo was the status quo. But also, when we look at the voter turnout of young women specifically, it's like 88% for Zoran, and that's including Cuomo and Siwa. Sorry, I can never fucking pronounce his name right. And I genuinely think. The moment, at least to me, like there is that moment, that debate moment where it's like, oh, fuck, this guy's going to win. And the moment where I saw it and I was like, oh, fuck, Zoran's going to win. We're going to have the once great capitalist city of America, the city upon a hill where the New York Stock Exchange is, turn into a socialist fucking hellscape, right?
And the NASDAQ.
It was when they had the Democratic primary and they asked everyone, where would be the first foreign visit that you would visit? And every single person was like, I would go to Israel. You know, the Jews need to see our solidarity. And they went down the fucking line. And then they got to Zoran, and he was like, I'd stay in New York and focus on New York issues. If you want me to talk to the Jews, I'll go to the synagogues. I'll go to wherever they are because they're New Yorkers. And it was the most politician-crafted, perfect answer. And then Cuomo was like, see, he won't even support a nation-state of Israel as a Jewish state. And he's like, I believe that people have the right towards a state that represents their issues. And he's like, but you won't say a Jewish state. And it's like, you're grilling him, the supposed New York City mayor candidate, on Israel and whether or not he supports an ethno-state, and you're trying to shame him because he says that Israel should be, because he believes in a two-state solution, but it's not a two-state ethno-state solution, right? Like that was a large part of that. And I think that's a large reason why the more conservative, populist, fascistic right Trump is out of control of that element of the party. And the reason he's out of control of that element of the party is because he's completely fucking cucked to Israel, and he's completely fucking cucked to these boring ass issues. And you have people like Nick Fuentes, kind of the major name that is like, fuck Israel, fuck AIPAC. Fuck these people in our politics. And meanwhile, you have libertarians like fucking Rand Paul and Thomas Massey, who Thomas Massey put in a bill for 11 years straight, that says you need to declare if you have dual citizenship. Trump attacked Thomas Massey on that. Then Rick Scott is like, I'm going to fucking put something forward. And he's like, you're the greatest person ever for putting this thing that Thomas Massey's been putting forward. Because it's a fucking shit show. Trump doesn't know what's going on.
You're just
he doesn't know what his policies are. Better at branding, he's losing his fucking brand. The right wing is losing. He's losing the right wing.
Hold on. Throughout history,
because he's cocked. Gen Z men supported Trump heavily, and now he's got high disapproval with Gen Z men. But it's not because they've gone Democrat. It's because he's not gone far enough. Because he hasn't done shit on immigration as far as they're concerned, and because he's cucked to Israel, and because he's not been fascistic.
That's the one thing I will agree. Well, not that last part, but I would agree that Trump hasn't gone far enough on a lot of things he voted for him on, and so that is a problem.
And because he's incompetent.
Well,
he's one of the most incompetent socialist presidents we've ever had. He's FDR without the fucking competency of FDR. That's what Trump is. doesn't even know how to fucking manage tariffs.
Did not go far enough. Is absolutely I think.
Oh,
made himself leader of the free world.
The guy.
He's a wee bit crafty, and he's way craftier than you, Fabian. I'm sorry.
The guy that got a couple $1 million from his daddy and then went into real estate in New York and Atlantic City, where the fucking mob is. Yeah, the guy who uses mob connections and his billionaire and his millionaire daddy.
Complete lack of humility. It's
allegedly,
like,
Trump.
I'm sure in your mind, you actually think you're more clever than Trump. I bet in your mind you actually think that.
Well, hold on.
I think the average Walmart American is more clever than Trump. And I think the average Walmart American is
retarded. I do agree with the not go far enough thing. And that's actually what gives me hope for the Republican Party, because I think that Republicans actually are in like solidarity on like, hey, shit's not gone far enough. So that's why I'm pretty confident about these elections going forward, because I think we're going to get more and more righties. I think Trump's opened up the floodgates to actually get some real change in this country. And that's exciting. I think that's what's really.
I mean, you might be right on that. You might be right on that. That Trump being a bull in a china shop has reinvigorated,
reset the status quo,
and kind of like kicked up all the dust in the right that was kind of slowly dying. But the problem is that the ascendant right, are all socialists. Like the ascendant right are pro-tariff, pro like IVF, pro like funding. They want more government funding. They want more deportations.
They want
bigger. You know what? The right of today wants bigger, better government.
Hold on. Like every group is factionalized. Like Republicans aren't a monolith, the Dems aren't a monolith, right? But right now, the right, like blanket term, is ascendant. Like, okay, libertarians are ascendant in Argentina, right? Libertarians are doing good here in some states, right? You know, like Texas nationalists are like rising in Texas is like the Republican Party. We're seeing like national candidates like all around. We have evangelicals. Like, that's the problem. Is all these groups are gaining like power. And they're all seeing like the cultural shift in their way. And I think that I think that the analogy is very accurate.
Yeah, you're right.
Kicking up the dust. But I think that, maybe if they do lose midterms, I think you're going to see maybe the biggest shift in towards Republicanism ever in the next election. Like, I just don't see this train stopping. It's because it's such, like, when's the last time that people switch?
What will that Republican Party look like? I agree with you, actually. I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. I just don't think we're going to see Republican. It'll be Rhino. It'll be Republican.
Well, whatever the new Republican is.
Right. The new right.
It's the way that the political parties actually try to sell themselves. The Republican Party is a much more masculine party. Self-defense, Second Amendment rights, national security, border
some of those
security.
things aren't changing.
All of those things are very masculine trending.
None of that ninny stuff, right?
Their children.
Very red pill boys. Very
anti-matrix. 100% all-American beef.
That's right. Only American beef.
Yeah, and so it's the way the party's actually
Argentine or lab grown. Also,
no fucking lab grown beef.
I don't disagree that whatever the right is, right wing, insofar as it is order-based politics, insofar as it is, more national, insofar as it is more focused on human teleology and more focused on those things, those categories that we would consider to be right wing. I don't disagree that is going to be more masculine, because leftist philosophy is the female mindset applied to politics. That's what it is. Right? It's about equity and empathy, and, and things of that nature.
Mothers are much more egalitarian. More meritocracy.
But what does that mean? Like, how does that help us?
Stop talking for a second. Lacto's going to leave, and before he does, I got something to say to him. I meant to do this previously, but Lactoid, I challenge you to a debate.
DCS.
DCS. Yeah, there we go.
So I challenge you to a debate on Elon Musk and whether he's a fucking fraud.
Sure.
Yes.
I would love to host that in the DCS.
This part's important. So I had been hinting at this previously, but like my chosen form was not available, but apparently just became available. So I wanted to do this on Modern Day Debates, but he was doing his regular thing, right? He hit me up a few weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago or something, and he was like, "Hey, like I know you wanted to do something different, right? I'm open to it now. Get at me." But I didn't know what I was going to do it on, and then I remembered, oh yeah, I've been hinting at this debate for a long time.
You better DM him a lot and annoy him, because James will like do that and then never get back to you.
And then never. So yeah, I'm gonna.
You know who will get back to you? This guy.
Big question.
Lactoid?
Yeah, I accept. We'll just define a time that works for me. But yeah, I accept.
Yes, yeah, sure. I'll say like we should do like a month out or something. Give you plenty of time to research and stuff. Okay, just wanted to
as part of your research for both of you. Just know that the person. Just know that the person that Trump didn't know who he was pardoning, Xinping Zhao, is also someone that helped finance Elon Musk acquire Twitter.
Yeah.
Before going to jail for fraud. I just want to throw that one out there. This is, you both can use that to your advantage or disadvantage.
Pardons now.
Thank you very much. But anyway, I know you had to leave, but thank you so much, Lactoid. Really appreciate you, friend.
Thanks, guys.
And
I also have to leave. Y'all be good.
Just wrap up.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
out here.
You can wrap up. Totally. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Well, everyone, thanks for being here. Much appreciated. This was a lot of fun. I hopefully we can have Phil KOE back. I really missed you, friend. I know you like harvest season, and I always forget. Like, it's like I know you go out of harvest season at some point, but I forget when that is. That's the only reason I hadn't reached out to you previously, because it's like hard for me to know. Like,
yeah, those city folk out of touch with those with the hardened soil of America.
I will accept the blame there totally. But like KOE, like I love having you on. I really do miss you, friend. And so hopefully we can have you again in the following weeks.
Love to. God bless, sir.
Yeah. All right. Thanks all for being here. So thank you, Scott. Thank you, Gibbs. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Ali. I'll let it end here. Corey, stick around for a bit, but like, yeah. But I'll end the stream. Have a good one. I don't know who I'm going to raid. I haven't even decided that yet. But is there a hot girl on the top of my list here? This is a girl, so I don't know. I'll send her here. Whatever.
Is it? You've only got a couple of months before AI is at a point where you're not going to know if you're rating a girl or not.
True.
Yeah. Oh, this is a black girl. But
I'd be down next week if you want to discuss this 50-year mortgage plan.
I've never been more.
Anytime you need an extra, I'm usually down now that I'm done with harvest. Sundays I'm busy though, so.
Okay. Oh, okay. So, check your Discord, and because I will keep sending you stuff. Like, if you keep accepting, I'll keep sending you stuff.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Have a good one, buddy.
God bless.
All right.
But for next week, if you guys want to discuss the 50-year mortgage plan, that'd be fun on my end.
I'm curious. Like, does anyone support it though?
I would.
I've seen people.
Lactoid and like Gibbs probably.
Well, Gibbs.
But
hey, Gibbs,
I'm
do you
avidly
support the
against
50-year
it.
mortgage?
What's that?
Do you support the 50-year mortgage?
For farmland, I sure do. Sorry, I'm being a little cheeky, but 50-year mortgage, you're basically just renting the thing from the bank, but your kids get it.
It's generational debt. It's generational debt.
Yeah, generational debt.
And it's a means of putting a Band-Aid on the quote unquote affordability. But I mean, like the average home buyer just went up to 40, right? The newest data shows that the average median first time home buyer in America is 40. With a 50-year mortgage, you will be done paying off your mortgage when you are 90 years old. It's just
if you don't refinance, if you don't
right. Yeah, if you pay, well, I mean, also, but that also means that like some people make double mortgage payments to get the interest down, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like there is, just keeping it as is, right? You're going to saddle your children with a 50-year-old home that needs work that you owe money on. And what this is going to do is be a giant handout to banks to be able to take property back and then flip houses that was never owned by the American people. it's going to do nothing meaningful to increase the supply of homes. But what it is going to do is it's going to have more people attempting to buy those homes because they get locked in at a lower monthly rate. And then what's going to happen is that supply and demand equation is going to balance out. And what are we going to get? We're going to get more asset inflation. Anyone that has a basic understanding of economics, unlike Trump, who's retarded on economics, would know that this is a terrible idea. Why roll your eyes? The dude's pro-tariff. Anyone who's pro-tariff is a complete fucking retard on economics.
No,
just 100%.
Kind of a
100%.
on your
It's not a lack of humility when MMT people are anti-tariff, when Keynesians are anti-tariff, when Chicago.
Do you think you're more clever than Trump?
Clever? Yes, maybe not. But am I smarter with a higher IQ than Trump? For sure. Am I more knowledgeable in economics than Trump? Absolutely.
Oh my goodness! I'm sorry, it's kind of funny. Like it's
not that it's not a high bar,
president, or because he's like a millionaire. Like this level of.
I don't think that's a high bar.
Free world twice, and we're all like, yeah, I'm way smarter than that guy. Like, I'm sorry, it's just kind of funny. It's just a.
So are you? Wait, so then like all the shit that people like, were you one of the people who shit talked Biden? Like, are you smarter than?
Right?
Biden?
Like, do you think it'd be crazy for me to say I'm smarter than Biden?
After Biden, with everything that we know about Biden, I've actually softened a lot of my criticism of Biden because he truly wasn't in command of all of his mental faculties. So you really can't
name
hold
one good economic policy that Trump spearheaded that was a good idea economically. Name one.
His tax cut last time around. Yeah, his tax cut. It was amazing. It saved a lot of family farms.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I should have specified in this current administration, but yes, tax cuts absolutely good. Yeah. Lawfare curve. Now, but it's also important to know that spending went up above the Lawfare curve when he did that as well. So he signed in spending increases, which means he signed in additional inflation with those tax cuts. So yeah, the tax cuts were a good idea, but he paired them with economically illiterate, retarded ideas. So even that one is like 50-50.
Now, you do need some inflation in the economy. It's the way that the government does juice the economy. Yes, you're correct. It does. It is somewhat artificial, but yes, especially our economy does need some inflation in it.
I didn't realize I was talking to a socialist. I'm sorry. I apologize. I forget the typical Republican.
No, I don't really
socialist.
I'm just telling you that's just the reality of it. It doesn't really matter whether you like it or not. That's just
that's not the reality. That's not the reality that
of course
inflation
is
good.
It's what we do. It's
so everything that we do is now good? That is your argument?
No, that's the reality of it though. If we're doing it, that's the reality.
Why? Okay, explain to me. I'm curious. I know the argument's probably better than you do on this from the Keynesians. But why is inflation good? Why is it that the Federal Reserve shoots with monetary policy and our tax policy for 2 to 4% inflation? Why? Why is that good?
Why is it good? Because it increases the overall flow of money in the economy. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but it's what they do. Because the Federal Reserve only has two levers they can pull. They can either fuck.
If you increase the money supply, there's more money, so therefore there's more money flowing. You just described inflation as good because it's inflation.
I'm out here, fellas. Have a good one, boys.
Like, it's not increasing economic productivity if you get a 2 to 4% increase of the flow of money because you injected 2 to 4%.
Depends where you
money
stimulate,
inflation.
Unfortunately, it depends where you decide to stimulate. I'm not saying it's good, but you know that's the way that crony capitalism works.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then it's bad. It's not good that we get inflation.
Well, without it, the system that we currently have doesn't work. I'm not saying it's good, but you got to admit that I'm correct there.
Without inflation,
okay, like I get what you and I disagree on.
I mean, like, sure. If you are saying that if you value maintaining the status quo of generational theft, then sure, right? Like, if you think it's good,
it's the American Empire, that
it's broken.
Got you later.
Broken system.
Bye.
All right. Peace. Somebody must have a date.
It's like, all right.
Dude, he usually he'll be like trying to talk to me till 1 a.m. or something. So Prime must be getting something.
Oh, all right.
I'm gonna get out of here too. I got an 8-hour stream planned for tomorrow, so like I gotta.
Oh, goodness gracious! I have a kid turning 1 in a couple of days, so I have a lot.
Is that your first kid?
Second.
How old's your first?
16. bit of a gap.
Okay. Well, then you know. All right. Then there's nothing I got for you.
Why
There's a little bit of a gap, 15-year gap. Yeah. My kids are 6 and 5.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's still a great time. So I wouldn't trade none of this. I wouldn't trade it for nothing. It's why I haven't been really all that active as of late, because I've had a lot of stuff going on in my life. Got married, had a kid. Been living life, and
I may hate all of the things that you stand for politically.
Probably.
But it's awesome, but it's all. But listen, I can only shit so much on somebody that grows our food and is having babies. All right, because like that's probably the most important shit right now for our country is growing food and doing something about the population. All right, so I'll give you that, brother. Congratulations. I hope all is well, and I hope you learned all the lessons from the first one, so your second go around can be better. I don't know if the 16-year-old's cool, but you learned some lessons.
Oh, she loves that kid. Are you kidding me? She loves that little baby boy, and it's amazing. So I'm blessed in that regard. But
yeah, my little sister and brother are like 16 and 18 years apart from me. So like, it's like, hey, Dad, you got a second do-over.
Yep. So you were the child of his old age. Okay. As the Bible puts it, the child of my old age.
Vice versa.
We'll have to.
No, I was the accident from teenagers.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay. So the other ones were the children of his old age. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I'll see you around. Hopefully.
God bless. Please.
Not too soon. Hopefully. Zyle Zulu, listen, aren't we supposed to are we past the point of like letting people in on the joke of ZZ? I thought we were just supposed to do ZZ and then just let people wonder. I thought it was Zigzile Zulu too. Don't forget that one. All right, boys. Yeah, we're gonna do Zulu's video tomorrow, which means I need like 7 or 8 hours. Because like it's a struggle for me to keep a 1-to-1 ratio, and we're gonna try and shoot for a 1-to-1 ratio, which means for a 3.5 hour video we need 7 hours if we maintain a 1-to-1 ratio, and we gotta hop in and let people hop in and chit chat for a little while. So like that's an 8-hour stream, and then Wednesday I gotta prep to go to Nashville. So like I gotta like get my hair cut and like do meal prep. And things like that, because I can't just eat while I'm out. The only thing I can eat is like Five Guys with no onion because they clean the grill, and then get like a lettuce wrap. It's like and their fries are hand cut, so I know there's no rice on the outside of them. I know you and I are both atheists, but I'm gonna still pray for you on that one. True. All right, guys, I will join the Discord. Follow me on Zitter. I will see you guys tomorrow for the Libertarian Nerd stream. I love you guys. Appreciate the support. I'm keeping the dono for tomorrow, right? Like it's $100, but the $100 super chat goal was specifically for both streams, right? So, don't worry about not hitting the goal or anything. I appreciate you guys' support and everything. It was, and we'll see. Deflation could come from currency contraction. Oh my God. I'm not getting into an inflation, deflation, conversation right now. Save it for tomorrow, boys, or hop in the Discord. I will see you guys tomorrow. Deuces.